will be here today. It's our understanding she'll likely be watching this virtually. When she testified over a number of days, she wasn't sitting on the stand inside the courtroom. She was testifying and answering questions remotely via video. So we expect her to take this in remotely today, as many cases are when it comes to sexual assault. For an alleged victim, it can be a very emotional day. It can be a very challenging day. Considering the scene here outside the courtroom, I wouldn't be surprised if she was to take in today's verdicts remotely.
All right, Adrian, thank you for that. Did you want to bring in Nick Cake, or are we going to hold off on that interview with Nick?
No, I've got Nick standing by right beside me right now, Marcia. I was waiting for, I thought you may have one more question for me, but let's bring Nick in right now for some analysis here. Nick, Marcia and I have been talking this morning about what we can expect to take place. It's now 10 o'clock. Justice Maria Garcia will be taking her seat any moment now. How do we expect the proceedings to take place and get underway this morning? We're not going to hear the verdicts perhaps right away. There will be perhaps evidence first shared.
Yeah, so ultimately, Her Honor will come in. She'll ask the parties if they have any questions or if there's any business to take care of. Likely there's not, because what's said has been said, and now the ball's in her court. She'll sit down. She'll start reviewing the evidence. She'll start reviewing the evidence from the Crown. She'll start reviewing the evidence from the defense, so that she's laying the groundwork. She has an understanding of what she heard. And then from there, she starts taking that evidence and applying it to the law, so to the legal precedent-setting cases that have come before this case, because ultimately she's going to apply that evidence to the law in order to determine the level of credibility, the level of reliability, and whether or not the court can accept it.
Now, we've been speaking all morning, though I think it's really important to continue to come back to, really this case comes down to one single word: consent.
It does. It does. And that's what Her Honor is going to be determining, whether or not EM consented to the acts that she said took place. Of course, it's the defendant's position that consent was there. There's been evidence even from EM that she may have consented in those videos, but ultimately it's going to be Her Honor that's going to need to determine what weight and what use she gives to that. But yes, the issue is, was consent present? If it was, then not guilty. If it wasn't, guilty.
And you touched on those videos. There's multiple videos that were submitted as evidence through this trial. Two videos, one taken by Michael McLeod. It appears to be later in the morning after the incidents had taken place, where she's asked her, were you okay with this? And she says, yes. Oh my gosh, I'm so sober. That's why I can't talk about this right now, but I'm fine. Everything's fine. Can you consent to something after the fact?
You can't consent to something after the fact, because consent has to be present during.
And continual.
And continual. But ultimately, what the defense wants is that she did consent during and while it was going on. And she's also showing that she consented after. Certainly an expression of consent that took place afterwards is one piece of evidence that the judge will need to determine. But ultimately, we have learned in this case, for the general public, that consent needs to be articulated prior to engaging in the acts.
Now, this case has brought lots of shocking evidence lots of shocking testimony to the stand. Though it's also, had some eye-raising moments when we look at the proceedings. We've got, initially this was a trial by jury. 2 days in, that jury is dismissed because of a mistrial following what the juror alleged was an inappropriate conversation with a member of Alex Fermenton's defense counsel at a nearby market over the lunch hour. So they're sent home. A new jury is selected. Weeks later, we have a second jury dismissed after jurors claim that some of the same members of Alex Fermenton's defense team are making them feel uncomfortable, are laughing at them. Now, it's important to note that those defense lawyers have denied that, though. That jury's sent home. Have you ever seen anything like that before in all your time as a criminal lawyer in the cases that you've been involved in?
Not in the same case. I've seen the bits and pieces that this case presents play out in individual trials, but not all combined as one trial, no.
And when it comes to today, now it's a judge-alone trial. Justice Maria Garcia, as we've been discussing, will deliver her verdicts today. And with that comes reasons for her decision. We wouldn't have received those reasons if this had continued as a jury trial. When it comes to public transparency and the amount of public interest in this trial, do you believe those reasons for decision will be beneficial?
Absolutely. In my opinion, it was a blessing in disguise that the second jury got sent home. Because if they were still present, they would walk in, they would read their verdict, and then they would leave, and we would never know the roadmap as to how they got there. Now, with the judge alone, we will know that roadmap. She will speak about consent. She will speak about the evidence that she accepted, the evidence she didn't accept. And so it lays it all out there. It will be transparent. She's required by law to give reasons. I'm certain that she's starting to give those reasons now. And those reasons will show how she got to the conclusion she got, and the public needs to see that.
Criminal lawyer Nick Cake, thanks so much for joining us. I know you'll be staying close by throughout the morning. Marcia, a decision hour has arrived, and we'll be standing by with the latest.
Okay, Adrian, keep us posted. So a short time ago, demonstrators gathered outside the courthouse in a show of support for the alleged victim.
Our goal is really to show EM that we believe her, and for all survivors that regardless of legal outcome, regardless of whether survivors engage in the legal system or not, that we're here for them as sexual assault centers, that we believe them, and that we're here to support them. This case has been very frustrating to watch. There have been a number of twists and turns, mistrials, jury dismissals, and the marathon cross-examination that EM sat through was just, she showed an incredible amount of bravery. But it has been really just further evidence that the civil criminal systems were not designed for survivors, and that we really need to see some big systems change.
Okay, and just a couple of programming notes as we continue to watch developments out of London, Ontario. You can check in with ctvnews.ca for full details on the trial. There's also a background there, how we got to this pivotal day 7 years ago from the incident at that London hotel. And we're going to be giving you updates as well from court as we hear from the judge as she delivers her verdict in the sex assault trial against the 5 world junior hockey players. We want to turn now to some other developing news we're watching this morning. It's day 2 of the sentencing hearing for the 2 leaders of the so-called Freedom Convoy over that Canada's World Junior Hockey team. The judge will deliver her verdict, which revolves around the issue of consent. I do want to point out, before I get to Nick Cake, that scene we showed you, much quieter from earlier. Thanks again. Much quieter from earlier when we saw a number of protesters there, a pretty big crowd for London, supporting EM. There were some supporters of the hockey players as well, but a lot of people turning out with placards, chanting their support for the alleged victim in this case, known only as EM. Her identity has been kept secret, kept private throughout these proceedings. Criminal defense lawyer Nick Cake is joining me now. He's also at the courthouse. Nick, we've talked a lot about consent this morning, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but because this is the core issue, I want to focus on it for just a moment, because I spoke with the defense lawyer earlier this morning, who said something that really struck me. She said, yes doesn't always mean yes, and that's why this is so complicated. Can you expand on that?
Absolutely. Yes doesn't always mean yes, because subjectively, the individual giving the consent has to believe in the consent. And frankly, that's why consent in these situations is so tricky. Yes may not always mean yes, and it's up to the person who wants to have that consent, who's receiving that consent, to ensure that a yes means yes. Because ultimately, and one of the big issues in this trial is EM's video about how everything was consensual, essentially a yes, but in other words, and whether or not that yes was actually yes, because there's a lot of ways that consent can be vitiated, that it can be eliminated, and a yes can still come out, but a yes doesn't necessarily mean yes because of other external factors that may be forcing that yes to come out.
So you're essentially telling us it's not black and white, Nick.
Well, it's black and white in relation to consent, is in that consent has to be present, but it's not necessarily black and white in how that consent is articulated or that consent is shown. And so it's not black and white if someone says yes, because the person, again, receiving the consent needs to make sure that that yes means what they likely want that yes to mean, which is yes, they can engage in that conduct.
So given what you have just defined and just laid out for us this morning, has that been the biggest challenge of this case for the prosecution?
Definitely. I think that the largest hurdle that they had to jump over is the fact that EM says what she says in that video. And the Crown called evidence to show the overall oppressive nature of the hotel room, the fact that it's one young lady with a number, at one time up to 10 young men in the room. And so the Crown is trying to show that EM was in that fight or flight mode. And ultimately, she said what she needed to say in order to get out of the room, in order to achieve safety. And of course, the defense is saying that's not what we have here. We have a young lady who willingly involved herself in what some may consider to be some fringe sexual activity, but ultimately consented to all of it.
Lastly, Nick, I think that one thing that everybody can agree on is that things might change moving forward. Given this case, do you think it will set some sort of precedent? If so, what would that be?
I don't necessarily think it'll set precedent, because we know that consent needs to be present. So we know that already. I think what this case might do is take a look at culture within sport and how maybe our young people, both our young men and our young women, need to learn how to treat people, how to respect people, eliminate that sense of entitlement, so to speak. But from a legal perspective, I think that consent is properly defined. I don't think it can be defined any further, because it's pretty clear. It has to be there. It can change. It can be vitiated or eliminated by a number of factors, but ultimately it has to be there, and it has to be there throughout, and it has to be there for every change in the activity as well. So I don't think that's going to change, but I think from a social perspective, this case cries out for change.
Nick Cake, great to have you with us as our coverage continues. Appreciate your analysis. We're going to stay close to the
It doesn't get
London
much
court.
worse than that, is for taking, food out of the mouths of all of the animals here.
Of the details, reaction, and analysis. A pivotal day in this trial. Well, crooks are getting more and more devious, and now there's evidence they don't care who they target. The latest victim, a charity that cares for animals, that suddenly finds itself short on cash after being duped by a bogus donor. Ben Nesbitt has the details.
They're small, soft, fluffy, and of course, cute. Hundreds of these cats call this Richmond sanctuary home, and recently somebody tried to mess with its foundation.
It is very disheartening.
Catherine Ellesmere is the president of the Regional Animal Protection Society, better known as RAPS. She says in late June they received an email from someone posing as a lawyer, saying that someone had left them a gift of $95,000 in their will.
The check came from, it was kind of a legal-looking letter from a law office, and the check was from the Ministry of the Ontario government. So we put it in the bank.
Less than a week later, Ellesmere says they received a follow-up email saying there had been a mistake, that the donation was only supposed to be $25,000, and asked them to send $70,000 back.
Luckily, the same day, the bank contacted us and told us that the check was fraudulent, so no money was sent on our behalf.
While they avoided paying the fraudsters, RAPS had already worked the bonus gift into its budget and began much-needed renovations to the sanctuary, putting them out about $25,000.
It doesn't get much worse than that, is for taking, food out of the mouths of all of the animals here. It's such a shame.
The Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre is now investigating the case, and Ellesmere is hoping speaking out could save others the grief this has caused them. For anyone wanting to donate, you can do so on the RAPS website or visit any of their locations.
We've been at this a lot of years, and we want it to continue for as long as the need is there.
Ben Nesbitt, CTV News, Richmond.
What do we want? Justice! When do we want it?
Protesters gathered outside of a London, Ontario courthouse earlier this morning where a verdict is expected today in a high-profile sexual assault trial. We're going to have the latest on the court case next.
If it happens here or around the world, trust CTV News Channel to deliver.
Dylan Dubé, Michael McLeod, Carter Hart, Cal Foote, and Alex Fermenton have all pleaded not guilty to sexual assault. The charges are related to an encounter inside a London, Ontario hotel room in 2018, June of 2018. Today, the judge will decide on one main issue, consent. Jennifer Dunn is the executive director of the London Abused Women's Centre.
Our message is quite simple, really, and it's that women are not alone. Women should be believed, and we want women to know that regardless of what they choose their journey to justice to be, if they've been subjected to violence, that, you know, it's truly up to them, and they are not alone.
A group of demonstrators gathered outside the courthouse in a show of support for the alleged victim, EM.
Our goal is really to show EM that we believe her, and for all survivors that regardless of legal outcome, regardless of whether survivors engage in the legal system or not, that we're here for them as sexual assault centers, that we believe them, and that we're here to support them. This case has been very frustrating to watch. There have been a number of twists and turns, mistrials, jury dismissals, and the marathon cross-examination that EM sat through was she showed an incredible amount of bravery. But it has been really just further evidence that the civil criminal systems were not designed for survivors, and that we really need to see some big systems change.
CTV's Adrian Gabriel is in London. He's outside the courthouse this morning. He's been there all morning, and he is giving us update on what has been happening. So, Adrian, the judge was supposed to start reading her verdict about 30 minutes ago. Have you heard anything?
Yeah, I've got my headset right here. I'm actually watching the trial through an exclusive Zoom link inside. I can tell you that just about 5 to 10 minutes ago, Justice Maria Carrasilla sat down. She's beginning by going through the evidence. That's how she started this morning, going through the evidence that was brought to the courts, the allegations made by the alleged victim. We've heard from the claims made by the defendants. Now, as I'm just reviewing some of my notes, because I was literally listening as you're coming to me live. We just heard Maria Carrasilla say that she does not find the claims made by EM to be reliable or credible during these proceedings. Now, I want to point out, we're still awaiting the verdicts to be handed down, though we just heard Justice Maria Carrasilla say that she did not find EM's claims to be credible or reliable. I can also say that Justice Maria Carrasilla shared that there were multiple conflicting reports, not just by the alleged victim, but by the defendants, by the witnesses, throughout not just this trial, but through the police investigations that took place over a number of years. And so we wait this hour, the verdicts. We've got 5 players, each charged, 5 former members of that 2018 World Junior Gold Medal Championship hockey team, each charged with sexual assault. Michael McLeod also charged with an additional charge of being party to the offense, and we await the decision from Justice Maria Carrasilla.
Okay, Adrian, I just want to be super duper clear on what you're reporting. So just to repeat it back to you, she said that she didn't find the claims from EM to be reliable, but she also cast some doubt on some of the testimony from
the witnesses.
The witnesses, okay.
The witnesses and the defendants. It's important to point out. So she said it in 2 separate sentences. The first sentence was there were multiple conflicting statements from the claimant, the defendants, and the witnesses throughout this investigation that spanned over a number of years and the trial. She then went on to say that she did not find the claims made by EM to be credible or reliable. And that's where we are this hour.
Okay, and it's also important to note, Adrian, because you and I have been talking to lawyers all morning, that as you're reporting, she's going through the evidence. So it sounds like she's building up to the verdict. Some of the lawyers have told me it's up to the judge to decide. Sometimes they deliver the verdict and then give the reasons, but it sounds like she's working her way up to the verdicts. Outside the courthouse, much quieter there now, Adrian?
It is much quieter. Many have gone inside. There's the main courtroom, which we heard that there was a lot of jostling and line jostling to try and get into the main courtroom this morning. There is an overflow room inside, which I'm also told is packed. We have colleagues from CTV News, from TSN, from Bell Media Properties that are inside the courtroom, inside the overflow room. I'm outside here to bring us the latest the moment that the news is breaking. We also have our monitor here as well with our Zoom link inside the courtroom. So it has been quite a morning here, as we've been going over with our viewers earlier. Dozens of protesters, some supporting the players, some supporting the alleged victim. And each of the 5 players had to walk past that crowd into the front doors of this courthouse while amid screams, amid taunting, amid jeering. Quite a highly charged, again, morning here, and we're expecting that to continue into the afternoon after the verdicts and after the reason for decisions are released by Justice Maria Carrasilla.
Okay, 7 years ago that incident happened in a hotel room there, and here we are waiting for the verdict. Adrian, keep us posted on any new information you get from inside the courtroom. To some other news, the operator for the Red Chris mine in BC says 3 trapped workers in the mine are behind a wall of debris that is between 20 to 30 meters long and 7 to 8 meters high. Newmont Corporation, which operates the Red Chris mine, says specialized drones have been sent in to assess the conditions underground. underground. Rescuers cannot communicate right now with the miners. They've been trapped since Tuesday, and it could be weeks before crews get them out. CTV's Yasmin Gandam has more.
Somewhere 500 meters underground in the Red Chris mine is a refuge area where 3 miners are trapped. 2 are from BC, 1 from Ontario.
Obviously, it's very concerning for the families, for the workers in the sector, and all British Columbians and Canadians.
The miners are safe, none of them injured, and according to a rescue officer, they have what they need to last for weeks.
There's water, there's food, and there's compressed air feeding that refuge station. So with that, it's all the basics you need to sustain life.
A good thing because it's unclear how long it will take to reach them and get them out. But Rideout says the workers are trained for emergencies like this.
A lot of things that have to be done in place to make sure that it is a safe and effective rescue.
The men have been trapped since Tuesday morning following what's called a fall of ground incident. This UBC mining engineer says it's an unusual event.
There's a possibility these blocks or prisms of rock could drop out of the roof of a tunnel. And it sounds like that's what's happened in this case.
The Red Chris is an open pit gold and copper mine about 1,700 kilometers north of Vancouver. At first, the trapped workers were able to communicate, but then came a second collapse, and they haven't been heard from since.
Phone lines, if they have Wi-Fi, like it would take out those networks. So that's an inconvenience. It doesn't jeopardize the worker's safety.
The mining company Newmont says it is assessing all methods available to reopen contact with the miners and get them out. The province says it is also doing everything it can to support the company's efforts.
They have time, and there's a lot of experience within Newmont that is, I'm confident that they're going to execute this in a very safe and effective manner.
But he warns it may take days, it may take weeks. Yasmin Gandam, CTV News, Vancouver.
Tourists have been flocking to destinations in and around Lethbridge, Alberta. Many are Canadians who decided to travel close to home this summer. CTV's Quinn Keenan has more.
Summer is always a busy time for Tourism Lethbridge. Plenty of people have been coming into their office asking about things to do in the city. A large portion of those people are from Alberta.
For Lethbridge, things are looking really good. We've been seeing a lot of visitors. Again, our community always steps up and puts on amazing events, which brings in a lot of those visitors.
Waterton Lakes National Park is also feeling a surge of domestic tourists. While more locals are visiting, American and international tourists are still arriving in large numbers. The Canada Strong Pass, which allows free entry to national parks this summer, is also a big draw.
You know, it's been a great season so far. A lot of Canadians, a lot of locals that are staying at home, visiting all of our beautiful parks. So we really are seeing an uptick in day traffic.
There's also new attractions for tourists to take in this summer. Saddle Hill Ranch Cabins in Pincher Creek opened a few weeks ago. The cabins are made out of converted grain silos and gives guests a first-hand look at ranching.
People have really loved it, actually. We've gotten some really good feedback from the guests that we've had so far. Really unique experience, like they kind of get a feel of the culture that is the ranching world down here.
Expectations are high for the rest of the summer tourism season as well. With big marquee events like Whoop Up Days on the horizon, plenty of visitors will be headed to southern Alberta.
Whoop Up Days, we've got the Nitsitapi Rodeo happening this weekend, Open Farm Days coming up. There's, some really exciting things happening here in Lethbridge.
Quinn Keenan, CTV News, Lethbridge.
Researchers at St. Justine Hospital in Montreal say they've made a breakthrough discovery on long COVID. They believe they have identified a potential biomarker for chronic fatigue syndrome, a disorder that can be triggered by the viral infection. Researchers found people with chronic fatigue have higher levels of the protein in their plasma. Dr. Hélène Moreau says the discovery is encouraging and could give new hope to those living with long COVID.
The hope for people suffering of long COVID is because 50% of them will develop ME/CFS over time because they meet not only the same symptom, but they have the Keynesian consensus criteria associated with ME.
The next step is a randomized clinical trial, which is expected to come in the next few months. Saskatchewan says more help is on the way for rural hospitals. 77 full-time positions are being created across 30 communities. As CTV's Wayne Mantika tells us, the government hopes it will help stabilize the provision of emergency and other services.
Temporary service disruptions are a problem at rural hospitals in Saskatchewan. The latest step to address the issue will be the hiring of more full-time staff.
And I'm pleased that we have the chance to celebrate the ongoing efforts to reduce service disruptions in rural and northern communities. And today I'm very pleased to announce 77 new and enhanced permanent full-time positions will be added to 30 different rural and northern communities.
The bulk of the 77 positions are currently filled by part-time and temporary staff. But it's difficult to retain workers without offering full-time job stability.
Adding more full-time roles will help attract young professionals, support existing employees by providing better staffing coverage, improve team cohesiveness, and create a safer work environment for patients and providers.
The announcement was made in Moose Jaw, where 7 permanent nursing jobs will be added. Other rural communities like Kipling will gain 2 permanent nursing positions. The NDP opposition questions how the positions will be filled.
You know, as of this morning, according to publicly available data, we have 1,647 vacant healthcare positions in the province. And so why should people believe that these 77 that the Sask Party government will be able to fill, whereas the previous 1,647 they could not?
The SHA doesn't know how long it will take to fill the 77 permanent positions. But with many of the spots already filled by part-time and temporary workers, convincing them to go full-time could make the job easier. Wayne Mantika, CTV News, Moose Jaw.
A Quebec man is warning people about a horrible ordeal he went through at the hands of American authorities. He was fishing on Lake Champlain, something he's done many times before, when suddenly the U.S. Coast Guard approached. CTV's Matt Grillo says what happened next was a nightmare.
I'm never going to be the same. You see, it comes and goes. I can't stop it.
Edouard Lallemand is still very emotional when he talks about what happened on Sunday evening. Lallemand was out fishing near Venise en Quebec. The water connects to Lake Champlain in the U.S. But Lallemand says he knows for certain he was on the Canadian side.
I'm seeing them. They're coming towards me. And then I know in my heart, I'm in Canada. I said, they can't do nothing to me.
The boat that was approaching, he says, was the U.S. Coast Guard. They asked him to turn off his engine. He complied. They told him he was in U.S. territory.
No, I'm very sorry. I'm in Canada. And I said, you know, I'm polite enough to talk to you guys, but you cannot arrest me. You can't come across the border and pick me up. They did.
Lallemand says he started his engine and tried to make his way further into Canada, but he says the Coast Guard followed and tried pushing him into the U.S. Eventually, his boat capsized. Lallemand was in the water and says he was drowning.
You know what they're doing? They're tying to my boat to their boat. They're not even taking care of me. Not at all. I'm the one that told them. The third time I went down, coming out with water in my mouth, spitting it out, I said, throw me a buoy.
He says he was handcuffed on the U.S. Coast Guard boat and eventually turned over to Border Patrol. He was detained and placed in a holding cell without a proper explanation, he says.
I said, are you arresting me? No, sir, you're detained. I said, detained for what? I said, you aggressed me. I didn't do nothing to you guys. I didn't even hit you guys.
In a statement to CTV News, the U.S. Coast Guard says the operator was informed that he was in U.S. Customs waters. While the Coast Guard's 29-foot response boat was alongside the vessel, the operator put the vessel in motion and ignored commands to maintain course and speed for boarding purposes. The vessel then made an abrupt turn and struck the port bow of the Coast Guard. They go on to say that Lallemand boat capsized and he ended up in the water, but the Coast Guard promptly recovered him. He was eventually transferred to U.S. Border Patrol custody, and the Coast Guard says the actions of the operator of the Canadian vessel are currently under investigation.
We treat our pets better than they treated him.
After hours in a cell, Lallemand was released.
When I saw him coming from the Canadian Customs, and he was flabbergasted. I mean, I've never seen him like that. We've been together for a very long time. He's like a beaten man.
He says he was injured, but he just wants an apology from the U.S. Coast Guard, and he's speaking out as a warning to other Canadians.
I want the people to know and to beware. Stay away from the border, even if it's 500, 600 feet away from there.
Matt Grillo, CTV News, Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu.
Donald Trump faces a new crisis, a report that his name assault. Here's what we can report so far. The judge is telling court that the complainant in the case did not present credible or reliable testimony. Sighs of relief could be heard in the courtroom, where family members of the accused are sitting behind defense lawyers. However, the justice has not yet delivered a formal ruling. We're monitoring the proceedings, and we're bringing you details as soon as we get them. As soon as we know the verdict, we'll go back to London and bring you all the reaction and analysis. Now to Washington, where the White House is pushing back after reports that President Trump was told last May that he was among hundreds of names mentioned in documents relating to the late convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The Wall Street Journal says the president was informed by his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, during a routine briefing. It's noted that appearing in the files was not a sign of any wrongdoing by Trump. In response, a White House official called the report fake news. The Trump administration has been under mounting pressure to release more information about Epstein, who was friends with Trump for years. According to the president, the two had a falling out in 2004. With me now to discuss is CTV News U.S. political analyst Eric Ham. Good morning to you, Eric.
Good morning. It's good to be with you.
Nice to see you. So Trump was briefed that his name was contained in these files. Whether or not it was on that client list, we don't really know. So what is the context here? What could this mean for the president, who, as you and I have noted in our past conversations, really wants this to go away?
Well, the more the president wants this to go away, it seems the more information that we continue to find out, not just about these files, but now about the president links to Jeffrey Epstein and also to this criminal case. And not only are we getting information that the president himself is named in these files, but also we know that just yesterday we saw 3 Republicans join with Democrats to actually move a resolution forward to actually see the release of these files by the Justice Department. And so while Congress has, or at least the House has sent members home early to do away with this, and the president has filed a $10 billion lawsuit against Rupert Murdoch, the parent owner of the Wall Street Journal, what we're seeing now is this is a fight that is going to continue to drag out both in the public as well as in the courts and legislatively as well.
Why is MAGA so fractured over this?
Well, the president has made this a major issue. He made this a major campaign issue, saying that he was the one that could actually destroy the Democratic elite cabal. And that was something that MAGA certainly rooted for. And now that we see the president walking back that claim, now that he is president of the United States, it is those people who, of course, believed in the conspiracy and bought into it who are now pushing back on the president. And as this continues to unfold, we're seeing that many of those want to see this information released because they actually see it as a way to actually permanently destroy the left-wing Democratic Party, which, of course, we see the president continuing to rail against. But now that he himself is embroiled in this matter, it's becoming increasingly complicated for him, not only just with his base, but also as Democrats begin to exploit it for political gain as well.
And the DOJ is going to be meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell, who was Epstein's former girlfriend or partner. And many of the victims say, and she's facing a 20-year prison, she's serving a 20-year prison sentence for it, was really a co-conspirator. What could be gained from that meeting, Eric?
Well, that's a really good question. She's already been convicted. She's already serving a prison sentence. And you would think that all of the information had been at least come forward in her case. And so now what exactly the Justice Department is hoping to gain from these conversations, more importantly, what Congress is seeking to gain from actually having her testify, it doesn't actually do what the president is hoping, which is to see this entire scandal go away. It actually keeps the flames brewing, and also it keeps MAGA at odds with the president. So what the president is hoping for is simply not getting, even though we just see recently the courts actually ruled that the transcripts could not be released in this case.
Eric Ham for us. Eric, appreciate seeing you this morning. Eric Ham is our U.S. political analyst. Well, imagine being able to get up and walk just 30 minutes after hip or knee surgery, or climbing stairs an hour later. An Ontario company's technology making that possible. CTV's Spencer Turcott reports.
Our system is extremely robust and quite unique.
It's a groundbreaking innovation created by University of Waterloo alumni.
At IntelliJoint Surgical, we help orthopedic surgeons doing hip and knee replacements.
Armin McCurtsian co-founded the company in 2010, inspired by his father's work as an orthopedic surgeon. He saw gaps in care.
Of course, they're human. It's very difficult to measure degrees, single degrees, or single millimeters by eye, or using their training and their judgments.
So he created IntelliJoint, a sort of computer-assisted navigation system that improves surgical outcomes in hip and knee replacements.
Anywhere in the middle is good.
It uses a miniature optical camera to deliver real-time, precise measurements.
So at this point, then they would save.
It also reduces the need for invasive and costly repeat surgeries.
Patients don't have the wrong length of leg, for example, after surgery, which unfortunately does happen 50% of the time if technology is not used.
IntelliJoint's technology has been used in more than 70,000 surgeries in multiple countries over the last 15 years. But getting approval for use in Canada has taken time.
It's a difficult journey to be accepted by the Ontario healthcare system.
But recently, a big breakthrough.
We're very fortunate that our local hospital, Waterloo Regional, has access to IntelliJoint's technologies.
While access is limited across other health networks, they hope it'll continue to grow in the right direction. And their argument is simple.
If you have access to a ruler or to a level, why wouldn't you use it to put up a shelf? I mean, that's the logic that we use.
Spencer Turcott, CTV News, Kitchener.
An Ontario judge is reading her decision in the high-profile sex assault trial.
if it wasn't guilty.
A decision is being read right now in court in the high-profile sexual assault trial of 5 former members of Canada's World Junior Hockey team. We'll tell you what the judge has already said straight ahead. Meantime, the sentencing hearing for 2 key leaders in the Freedom Convoy protest continues today in Ottawa. Crown prosecutors expected to respond before the judge begins her deliberations. And Canada's economy forecast to have fallen in the second quarter, with predictions just as bleak for the third. This is according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Hello, I'm Marcia McMillan. This is CTV News Channel. Glad you could join us this morning. We begin with developing news out of London, Ontario, where the judge is right now reading her decision in the high-profile sexual assault trial of 5 former members of Canada's World Junior Hockey team. Dylan Dubé, Michael McLeod, Carter Hart, Cal Foote, and Alex Fermenton have all pleaded not guilty to sexual assault. The charges related to an encounter inside a London, Ontario hotel room back in June of 2018. The judge is telling court the complainant in the case did not present credible or reliable testimony. The judge has not yet made a ruling yet. I want to go to CTV's Adrian Gabriel. He is outside the London courthouse for us this morning. So again, I just want to emphasize what we have heard from the judge so far this morning, Adrian, that the victim's evidence was not credible or reliable.
Yeah, and that is what we heard. I've been listening in here through a Zoom link of what's happening inside the courthouse this morning. Justice Mira Karasi, as you just shared with our viewers, began the morning going through the evidence that was brought before the courts, and she has yet to deliver her verdict. Marcia, though, as you've mentioned, she says that EM, that is the alleged victim, the one who has brought these charges and first went to police with these claims more than 7 years ago, saying that she was not credible or reliable. Now, it's also interesting to note that we also heard Justice Mira Karasi say that there's been multiple conflicting statements throughout this investigation, throughout this trial, by not just EM, but the claimants, the defendants, and the witnesses. So we are awaiting the verdicts in this trial. We are continuing to hear the evidence this morning, right now, at this very moment, from Justice Mira Karasi. She's going through what allegedly took place inside that hotel room, what EM, the complainant, brought to the court, claiming that she was, her mind knew that she didn't want to do this, but her body was in survival mode, saying that she took on a porn star persona just to survive those hours inside a hotel room here in London, Ontario. And the evidence continues to be read out in court this moment.
Okay, and we should just also remind our viewers, Adrian, that we at one point thought that this was going to be a jury trial, and so we're hearing from a judge alone. Give us that background for people who may have forgotten or haven't been following along.
Yeah, so this did begin back in mid-April, as a jury trial. Now, just 2 days, Marcia, into the trial, after that first jury was selected, there was a mistrial declared, and that jury was sent home. Because a jury member claims that they had an inappropriate conversation with one of the defense attorneys for Alex Fermenton. He's one of the players who's being charged from that 2018 World Junior Hockey team. One of his lawyers spoke with a jury member inside a market just around the corner over the lunch break. The jury claimed that that conversation was inappropriate. The jury was dismissed. A mistrial was declared. A second jury was selected. Now, weeks into the trial with this second jury, they were dismissed after a juror claimed that members of Alex Fermenton's legal team, again, were laughing and making jurors feel uncomfortable when they walked into the courtroom. Now, that legal team denies those allegations, though. That second jury was also dismissed. So lots of twists and turns through this trial. Now it is a judge-alone trial, and one thing that can be perhaps viewed as a positive when it comes to public transparency for this trial, if it had continued as a jury trial, well, the jury would have arrived on a day like today and delivered their decision and gone home, and we would have never known the reason for their decision. When it's a judge-alone trial, we get a reason for decision, we get more transparency, and the public will have a clearer understanding of what led to the verdicts once they're read out today.
Okay, and again, the judge reading her opening remarks right now. Adrian Gabriel, thank you for that update. We'll check in with you in just a few moments. The sentencing hearing for two key leaders in the Freedom Convoy continues today in Ottawa. Tamara Leach and Chris Barber were found guilty of mischief months ago for their roles in the 2022 convoy that took over much of downtown Ottawa. They were protesting vaccine mandates and other pandemic measures. Leach's lawyer is expected to make submissions today. The Crown is expected to respond before the judge begins deliberations. The Crown is seeking a 7-year prison sentence for Leach, 8 years for Barber. Barber was also found guilty of counseling others to disobey a court order. The operator for the Red Chris mine in BC says 3 trapped workers in the mine are behind a wall of debris 30 meters long and 7 meters high. Newmont Corporation, which operates the Red Cross mine, says specialized drones have been sent in to assess the conditions underground. Rescuers cannot communicate with the miners who've been trapped since Tuesday. It could be weeks before crews can get them out. CTV's Yasmin Gandam has more.
Somewhere 500 meters underground in the Red Chris mine is a refuge area where 3 miners are trapped. 2 are from BC, 1 from Ontario.
Obviously, it's very concerning for the families, for the workers in the sector, and all British Columbians and Canadians.
The miners are safe, none of them injured, and according to a rescue officer, they have what they need to last for weeks.
There's water, there's food, and there's compressed air feeding that refuge station. So with that, it's all the basics you need to sustain life.
A good thing because it's unclear how long it will take to reach them and get them out. But Rideout says the workers are trained for emergencies like this.
A lot of things that have to be done in place to make sure that it is a safe and effective rescue.
The men have been trapped since Tuesday morning following what's called a fall of ground incident. This UBC mining engineer says it's an unusual event.
There's a possibility these blocks or prisms of rock could drop out of the roof of a tunnel. And it sounds like that's what's happened in this case.
The Red Chris is an open pit gold and copper mine about 1,700 kilometers north of Vancouver. At first, the trapped workers were able to communicate, but then came a second collapse, and they haven't been heard from since.
Phone lines, if they have Wi-Fi, like it would take out those networks. So that's an inconvenience. It doesn't jeopardize the worker's safety.
The mining company Newmont says it is assessing all methods available to reopen contact with the miners and get them out. The province says it is also doing everything it can to support the company's efforts.
They have time, and there's a lot of experience within Newmont that is, I'm confident that they're going to execute this in a very safe and effective manner.
But he warns it may take days. It may take weeks. Yasmin Gandam, CTV News, Vancouver.
This is day 2 of the Prime Minister's visit to the Northwest Territories, where he will co-host a meeting with Indigenous leaders. Carney spent Wednesday meeting with residents of Fort Smith and was given a briefing on the wildfire situation. The PM is meeting with the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee today. They will talk about how to move projects forward under the government's controversial Major Projects Law. The federal Indigenous Services Minister says the intent is to find ways to move ahead in a mutually beneficial manner while respecting Inuit sovereignty. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business is raising a warning flag that Canada's economy could be in for a rough go. The quarterly report forecasts the economy dropped 0.8% in the second quarter, and it could fall again in the third. Were that to happen, Canada would be in a technical recession. The report notes most businesses expect long-term supply disruptions thanks to tariffs and delays at the U.S. border. There are more than 397,000 vacant jobs in the private sector. Private investment is expected to have nosedived, down 13% in Q2, and it's predicted to drop again in Q3. Algoma Steel is calling for federal support in the face of President Trump's executive order doubling his country's tariffs on steel and aluminum to 50%. The Ontario steel producer says it's applied for $500 million in funding through a tariff loan program meant to support companies impacted by the levies. New numbers from StatsCan show Canadians were spending less money in May. Retail sales decreased by 1.1% in May, falling to just over $69 billion. Retail sales decreased in 9 provinces, with Ontario posting the biggest decline, 2.1%. Motor vehicle and parts dealers recorded the largest decrease in May, falling by 3.6%. Farmers in southern Alberta are thankful for this above-average July rainfall. Many have seen drought-like conditions for the last number of years, and the moisture is just what their crops need to thrive. And now they're hoping for some sunshine to help finish the plants in time for harvest. CTV's Kevin Fleming reports.
He hasn't seen this much rainfall in July for years, and Leroy Newman says his malt barley crop needed it. After seeding in the spring, the soil dried up once the seeds sprouted, and the growing stalled.
The heads were all there. They weren't going to fill, and we thought, oh God, another crop of light barley or off grades, right? Because they wouldn't finish off. They just start killing the plants off. All of a sudden the heads are filling, everything greened up. Right now it's even fallen down because the crops are so big.
Newman and other farmers have seen close to 130 millimeters of rain since July 1st, and their crops are showing it. Newman says gentle rain is much better than thunderstorms that drop a lot of water in a short time.
The moisture for the future, it's going to be so nice to have subsoil moisture next year. For the beginning, just for grasses, because the grass is so devastatingly dry.
Near Mossley, Glenn Gateman says his cattle pasture really needed the rain, and his seed crops are all doing well.
It's been a real turnaround, you know. This time last year, last July, 35 above pretty much every day, virtually no rain, and here anyway, and this year it's just a complete change.
Now southern Alberta farmers need some sunshine and are hopeful they won't see any hailstorms.
Mother Nature, you know, you just can't argue with her. She's going to do what she's going to do, but it's just nice to see that it can still rain.
Farmers say that some crops like this winter wheat and peas will be ready to harvest in a couple of weeks. And then they say they're going to be holding their breath, hoping that Mother Nature cooperates until the end of August when the rest of the harvest takes place. Kevin Fleming, CTV News, near Mossley.
Firefighters have been forced to flee the northern Manitoba town of Leaf Rapids as a raging wildfire enters the town. The fire jumped the Churchill River. All firefighters and personnel were forced to evacuate. Firefighters may not be able to return for some time. Thick smoke in the area may limit the town's ability to provide updates. Residents were evacuated to Winnipeg earlier this month. Sweltering conditions are making a comeback in southern Ontario and Quebec today as the humidity sends temperatures soaring to what it will feel like the 40s. Areas include Toronto and Montreal under heat warnings. Toronto with a high of 35, but expected to feel like 44. Montreal seeing highs of 33 today, feeling like 40 with the humidity. Even the nighttime is expected to be uncomfortable. Overnight lows of about 20 degrees in both provinces will provide little relief. In addition to the scorching heat in Toronto, our meteorologist says there is a strong possibility of severe thunderstorms tonight. Heat in both southern Ontario and Quebec will last through to tomorrow, with cooler temperatures in the evening spilling into the weekend. court that the testimony of the alleged victim, known only as EM, her identity is being protected, is not credible. And regarding the consent videos, which we have reported on a lot, the judge said this: while speaking on the video, EM does not display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking. She is not slurring her words. She speaks clearly and coherently. Joining me now with his reaction is criminal defense lawyer Nick Cake. Nick, you and I have been talking about consent ever since we started talking about this case and we started to hear the testimony and we learned about that video. Your reaction to hearing from the judge that EM's testimony is not credible and that she doesn't sound drunk?
Well, ultimately, Her Honor has heard all the evidence and she's weighed all that evidence. It's open for her to believe some, all, or none of EM's evidence. And I think the road that she's going down right now is that she didn't believe EM's evidence. There's a lot of contradictory evidence to her claim that she was drunk. And when you're looking at issues of credibility and reliability, that's one of the things that the judge is going to look to evaluate or to weigh that evidence. What has been said by the same person at different times? What has been said by others? And then again, is there any outside evidence? In this case, we had the videos, both the surveillance videos from Jack's as well as the videos taken in the hotel room, and they paint, presumably, and it looks like it was, at least for the judge, a different picture than what EM was trying to paint.
She hasn't concluded with a verdict yet, but based on what we've heard so far, what do you think? Are we looking at not guilty?
Well, from what I understand and from what I've heard is that she's essentially given that verdict without saying those specific words, in that she says that she does not find EM's evidence credible or reliable. So that's very problematic for the Crown, as well that she does not think the Crown has met their burden, their high burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. She's explaining now why she thinks that, and ultimately it looks like she's going to reach a verdict of not guilty.
And that would most likely be her formal ruling, which, as you point out, we have not heard as of yet in so many words. All right, from what I understand from our reporters who are there, our team there, we're more than halfway through. Do you expect, following that formal ruling, that we will hear from the players, the lawyers involved? Who could we hear from today? And I want to top off that question by saying, is it possible that there could be, that this is not over after today?
Okay, well, who can we hear from? We can hear from anybody. I mean, it was open for the defense lawyers to talk to the media throughout the case. Certainly there's reasons why you wouldn't do that. But now that the case is over, it seems to be going in their favor. So they may talk. The players may talk. I'm sure that their lawyers have given them advice during the trial on what to say or what not to say to the media. But it's open for them to talk now. So we may hear from them. It'd be really interesting to hear what they have to say, of course.
What about an appeal?
As it relates, well, I was going to say, as it relates to it being over, that's what Her Honor's doing right now. She's giving her reasons. Any judge doesn't want to be appealed. So she is delivering, in her opinion, what would presumably be an unappealable decision. But any verdict is open to at least exploring an appeal. So is it over? It may not be. It depends on what's going on in that courtroom right now.
Nick, stay close, please, as we learn more from the judge as she reads her opening statement. Again, we're keeping an eye on the courthouse in London. We haven't heard a formal ruling yet, but we have heard, again, from the judge saying that she did not believe that the witness's testimony was credible. She questioned that testimony, and she is continuing to deliver her remarks today. Again, being reported from the courtroom, sighs of relief could be heard. According to our CTV News team, family members of the accused are sitting behind defense lawyers. We'll have more analysis straight ahead. Don't go away.
MasterChef, Wednesday on CTV.
5 former members of Canada's World Junior Hockey Team. It is a case that revolves around the issue of consent. Here's what we know so far. The judge has told the court that the testimony of the alleged victim, known as EM, is not credible. And regarding those consent videos, the judge said, while speaking on the video, EM does not display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking. She is not slurring her words. She speaks clearly and coherently. So again, we're waiting for the judge to issue a formal ruling, but what we have heard so far indicates that she does not believe the testimony is credible of the alleged victim, EM. EM's identity is being protected. Adrian Gabriel and our team from CTV is there at the courthouse. We're going to bring you developments as we get them. And of course, we're watching to see, as things wrap up there in London, who will go before the cameras. Prosecution, defense, possibly the players, we don't know. We don't know. So we're going to continue to monitor that. A Calgary couple gave tearful apologies in court before being sentenced for the death of their toddler. The couple abused the little boy and didn't give him any medical help. The family of Gabriel Sinclair Pasqua say they want his short life to make a difference for others. CTV's Alicia Fieldberg has more.
Loved ones wear orange for Every Child Matters, including the little boy pictured on their chests. Gabriel Sinclair Pasqua died in October 2021. A judge sentenced each of his parents to 6 years in prison.
Sentencing to us doesn't really matter. Nothing will bring Gabriel back.
Sonia Pasqua and Michael Sinclair pleaded guilty to manslaughter in December. Most of Gabriel's life was happy. Shortly after birth, he went to a loving home in Taber, but he had to be returned to his biological parents and was abused. The 20-month-old died weeks later. He had head injuries, burns to a third of his body, and was emaciated. At sentencing, the judge said he suffered severe pain and his parents chose not to provide medical attention to alleviate his pain and ultimately save his life.
Well, the 17 and a half months with Gabriel was incredible. He was a very special boy with a good sense of humor. He was smart, and he just made us so happy.
Before the judge's decision, Pasqua and Sinclair cried, telling court, "I'm sorry for everybody that was involved in this tragedy, and I failed my son." Neither parent would give details about how Gabriel was injured. Text messages between them in the days before their son's death discussed needing him to heal before they sent him away because we still need him as a paycheck. Gabriel's loved ones hope his story helps protect other kids by sparking changes from the province and Child and Family Services.
So he doesn't go away in vain. And let's set up a meeting and let's get this straightened out because it's a mess. And children are dying every day in Alberta.
They've been sentenced to 6 years each, more than the defense wanted, but less than the Crown wanted. But with time served, Pasqua has about 4.5 years and Sinclair has about 2.5 years left to serve. Alicia Fieldberg, CTV News, Calgary.
A disturbing story coming out of Brampton, Ontario, where a defense lawyer has been shot and his office targeted in an alleged arson attack. CTV's Rahim Ladani tells us both incidents occurred within 24 hours.
Boxes of files and computer equipment that appear to be burned can be seen through the shattered window of this law firm in downtown Brampton. It's the second violent incident in less than 24 hours after a shooting early Tuesday evening.
I feel bad for the lawyer, and this is crazy. The fire this morning, yeah, it's scary because look at us. We're living right underneath this.
A source has confirmed to CTV News the victim who was shot is Manbir Sodi, a criminal defense lawyer. His name is on the outside of the building. Peel police responded to the area of Queen Street West and George Street North just after 5:30 p.m. Tuesday. Paramedics transported one person to a trauma center with serious injuries and later said his injuries were non-life-threatening.
When I heard a couple of shots being fired over here, we heard that and we were first of all thinking like it was maybe a car back shower, And when we came out, we were seeing a couple of kids running around and then there was a guy running outside. It was all crazy mess.
Police have not confirmed any details about the fire. However, residents who live in the building above the law firm say they were woken up in the early morning hours.
Around 2:30 a.m. in the morning, I heard like there's a fire alarm, and we just went downstairs and saw that this law firm has been fired down.
Security cameras are attached to the outside of the building, which police will review as part of their investigation.
Rahim Ladani, CTV News.
Just ahead, a verdict is expected today, any moment now, in the sex assault trial of 5 former members. Told the court that the testimony of the alleged victim, known only as EM, is not credible. Now, regarding those consent videos presented at the trial, the judge said, and this is a direct quote, "While speaking on the video, EM does not display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking. She is not slurring her words. She speaks clearly and coherently." Dylan Dubé, Michael McLeod, Carter Hart, Cal Foote, and Alex Fermenton have all pleaded not guilty to sexual assault. The charges are related to an encounter inside a London, Ontario hotel room in June of 2018. CTV's Adrian Gabriel is standing outside the London courthouse this morning. The judge, Adrian, has been reading her verdict since about 10 a.m. Eastern. She hasn't made a formal ruling, but bring us up to speed. Where are we?
She's still going through the evidence that was presented to the court this hour. I'm just listening in. We have a direct Zoom link into the courtroom this hour. Justice Mira Karasia, at this very moment, is going through the testimonies of Boris Kachuk, one of the 2018 World Junior Hockey players who has not been charged in this case, his testimony, as well as Taylor Radish's testimony. That is another member of that 2018 team who has not been charged, though they were inside that hotel room, room 209 at the Delta Chelsea Hotel, the Delta Armories, rather, hotel here in London, Ontario, back in June 18th and 19th of 2018. And she's talking through what they brought to the stand, what they said during their testimony, that when they walked in the room, they saw a young woman on the bed. Though to their recollection, she had the sheets over top of her, and they couldn't tell whether or not she was naked or not. After a short while, they both left the room. So we're still at this point going through the evidence that was brought to the court, as you've shared with our viewers, a few interesting points here that Justice Maria Caracia has brought up as she began giving her evidence shortly after 10 a.m. Eastern Time here this morning in London, Ontario. One, that she said that there was conflicting reports from the alleged victim, from the defendants, as well as from the testimony of individuals, not just during this trial, but during the police investigations that have taken place over a number of years here. We then also heard her say that she cannot find EM, that is how we are identifying the complainant in this case, saying that they cannot find EM her as credible or reliable. And now, while speaking on video, and some of the video, there were some videos taken of EM on that night where Michael McLeod, one of the defendants, is asking if she's okay with this. During those videos, Justice Maria Caracia, again, sharing that she does not appear that EM displays any signs of intoxication. She had no difficulty speaking. She did not slur her words and speaks clearly and coherently. And all of these are parts of evidence that have been brought to the courts that are forming the verdicts which we are waiting to hear this hour.
All right, and Adrian, I think it's worth mentioning again, as you and I have talked about throughout the morning, but for the benefit of our viewers who are just with us now, EM is not there. She was not there in person while she was giving her testimony. So we don't know her reaction, but we're hearing from our team inside that there were sighs of relief.
Yes. Yeah, so so just to take it one step back, you are correct. EM has not appeared in court throughout these proceedings. She in person. She has appeared virtually. When she gave her testimony and was questioned over a number of days, she appeared virtually. We believe that she is watching today's proceedings virtually as well. Upstairs, we do have colleagues who are inside the courtroom. We have colleagues inside the overflow room. I'm tuned in here outside the courthouse. We've got all our bases covered. And from our colleagues inside the courtroom, they say when we first heard Justice Maria Caracia say that she did not find EM's testimony or EM to be credible or reliable, we heard from supporters and what we believe to be family members of EM inside the courtroom gasp and also begin to cry. We also heard sighs of relief. And those are just some of the reactions that we are hearing happening inside the courtroom. Again, as we await these verdicts, 5 members of that gold medal winning 2018 World Junior Canadian hockey team have been charged with sexual assault. Michael McLeod also facing one additional charge of being party to the offense. Michael McLeod sent out text messages on that night, which have been brought as evidence through this trial, saying who wants to have a 3-way come to room 209. All of these facts are being brought up as we speak right now by Justice Maria Caracia.
Adrian, thanks for that. We'll check back in with you. Earlier this morning, a group of protesters rallied outside the court in a show of support for the alleged victim.
Our goal is really to show EM that we believe her, and for all survivors that regardless of legal outcome, regardless of whether survivors engage in the legal system or not, that we're here for them as sexual assault centers, that we believe them, and that we're here to support them. This case has been very frustrating to watch. There have been a number of twists and turns, mistrials, jury dismissals, and the marathon cross-examination that EM sat through was she showed an incredible amount of bravery. But it has been really just further evidence that the civil criminal systems were not designed for survivors, and that we really need to see some big systems change.
Jesse Roger joins me now, Executive Director of Innova, an organization that provides shelter, counseling, and resources for those impacted by gender-based violence. She's just outside the London courthouse. Thank you for being with us. I want to start by getting your reaction to a number of things we've heard from the judge so far, beginning with her saying that EM's evidence was not reliable or credible in her view. Your thoughts?
It is frustrating and infuriating, but not surprising. That's the conclusion that was come to.
She also said that EM appeared sober in those 2 called consent videos. She said, and I just want to read directly the quote, "While speaking on the video, EM does not display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking. She is not slurring her words and speaks clearly and coherently." Your thoughts?
Incredibly frustrating, and a complete lack of trauma and violence informed
A complete lack of what? A lack of what, sorry?
Of trauma and violence informed lens. Like, people don't always look the same when they are intoxicated. People don't always look the same when they're scared. People don't always look the same when they're terrified about what's going to happen next. And so being able to sort of determine that she was not slurring her words and she was presenting in a certain way meant that she was sober and she was actively consenting is such a problem.
You know, this has generated a lot of conversation around not just consent, but the willingness of victims to come forward.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's safe to say I think we kind of know the direction the judge is going.
Yes.
We haven't heard from her formally, formal ruling, but what will it mean ultimately for people who are thinking about going to the authorities and sharing their story with what has happened to them? What will be the impact of this verdict in your eyes?
The impact will be far-reaching, and we've already heard it. We hear it from survivors every single day at our sexual assault center and sexual assault centers across the country. They rarely report to police. They rarely ask about pressing charges. They rarely engage with the legal system because justice is not something that is attainable to them. And watching this happen is just a reaffirmation of that. And so I'm very worried and very very sad for EM. But I am terribly worried for the number of victims and survivors who are watching and listening all across the country.
You're worried?
Yes. I'm worried that they won't come forward and get the help that they need. I'm worried that they don't think that people will believe them. I'm worried that they are going to be isolated and going to be made to feel like this is their fault when it's not. And so I think it's important for advocates like myself and my colleagues who are here today to remind people, to remind our communities that you will be believed. There are places that are ready to listen to you and to hear you and to support you with whatever it is that you need for your healing journey, whether that's going to police or not.
Jesse, I'm really glad you could take the time to speak with us. Jesse Roger is the executive director of Inova, an organization that provides shelter, counseling, and resources for those impacted by gender-based violence. I just also want to mention ctvnews.ca, thanks to Jesse, because this case could be triggering for people watching. On our website, there are a number of phone numbers, resources available to people who have experienced sexual assault or trauma. Now, inside the court, the judge has told those inside that she is now about halfway through the decision. They've taken a 15-minute break. So stick with us here on CTV News Channel for the very latest. We're going to have full analysis and reaction. We'll bring you all the details. And again, ctvnews.ca has some background on this. And again, those numbers there, those crisis lines are there if you need to reach out. Researchers at St. Justin Hospital in Montreal say that they have made a breakthrough discovery regarding long COVID. They believe they have identified a potential biomarker for chronic fatigue syndrome, a disorder that can be triggered by a viral infection. Researchers found people with chronic fatigue have higher levels of the protein in their plasma. Dr. Hélène Moreau says the discovery is encouraging and could give new hope to those living with long COVID.
The hope for people suffering of long COVID is because 50% of them will develop ME/CFS over time because they meet not only the same symptom, but they have the Keynesian consensus criteria associated with ME.
The next step is a randomized clinical trial, which is expected to begin in the coming months. Saskatchewan says more help is on the way for rural hospitals. 77 full-time positions are being created across 30 communities. As CTV's Wayne Mantika tells us, the government hopes it will help stabilize the provision of emergency and other services.
Temporary service disruptions are a problem at rural hospitals in Saskatchewan. The latest step to address the issue will be the hiring of more full-time staff.
And I'm pleased that we have the chance to celebrate the ongoing efforts to reduce service disruptions in rural and northern communities. And today I'm very pleased to announce 77 new and enhanced permanent full-time positions will be added to 30 different rural and northern communities.
The bulk of the 77 positions are currently filled by part-time and temporary staff. But it's difficult to retain workers without offering full-time job stability.
Adding more full-time roles will help attract young professionals, support existing employees by providing better staffing coverage, improve team cohesiveness, and create a safer work environment for patients and providers.
The announcement was made in Moose Jaw, where 7 permanent nursing jobs will be added. Other rural communities like Kipling will gain 2 permanent nursing positions. The NDP opposition questions how the positions will be filled.
You know, as of this morning, according to publicly available data, we have 1,647 vacant healthcare positions in the province. And so why should people believe that these 77 that the Sask Party government will be able to fill, whereas the previous 1,647 they could not?
The SHA doesn't know how long it will take to fill the 77 permanent positions. But with many of the spots already filled by part-time and temporary workers, convincing them to go full-time could make the job easier. Wayne Mantika, CTV News, Moose Jaw.
An Edmonton police officer has been cleared of wrongdoing after he punched a man multiple times during an arrest 2 years ago. The Alberta Serious Incident Response Team released its report into the altercation from February 2023 to today. Video from an apartment building camera was used to piece together what happened. ASER determined that the 7 punches thrown by the officer were a reasonable action of self-defense after the man attempted to punch the officer first. At the time, Edmonton police were attempting to arrest an 18-year-old for driving erratically. His charges of obstructing and assaulting an officer were withdrawn in 2024. We're going to take a short break. Just ahead, the latest on efforts to reach 3 trapped workers at a Red Chris mine in BC. Stay with us. Minute recess this morning. So there is a break. They will return while the judge will continue after this 15-minute break. So far, she has told the court that she's halfway through her decision on 5 former World Junior hockey players who are charged with sexual assault. Justice Maria Caracia has told the court that the testimony of the alleged victim, known as EM, is not credible. And regarding what she called the consent videos presented at the trial, the judge said that while speaking on the video, EM does not display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking. She's not slurring her words. She speaks clearly and coherently. Please stick with us here on CTV News Channel. We're going to have the latest on this case, and you can follow along with ctvnews.ca for developments as well. We've got people inside court who are following along with the justice reading out her verdict. Some new details this morning on the efforts to reach 3 miners trapped below ground at the Red Chris mine in northwestern BC. The operator of the mine, Newmount Corp, saying this morning that the 3 trapped workers are behind a wall of debris that's about 30 meters long and 8 meters high. Drones have been brought in to assess the conditions underground. A remote-controlled scoop is being used to remove debris and restore access to the refuge chamber where the workers are. They became trapped Tuesday after 2 rock falls. The company says they have enough air, food, and water for an extended stay. With me now is Dwayne Tennant, professor of geotechnical engineering at the University of British Columbia. Good morning. Thanks so much for being with us.
Good morning.
So what is or are the greatest challenges in trying to reach these miners?
The biggest challenge right now is probably just the size of the amount of debris that's fallen from the roof or the walls of this tunnel, because 20 to 30 meters length and up to 7 or 8 meters high is probably something in the order of 1,000 cubic meters of rock. So we have to get the rock out, but we also have to support the now bigger tunnel to have safe access into that area where the people are trapped.
What are some of the dangers inherent in trying to remove that rock to get to the miners?
Well, it's a fairly routine thing for mining to be removing rock anyways from tunnels. We do that all the time as we're advancing new tunnels. But here we have a section of an existing tunnel that's collapsed. To minimize the risk, they've mobilized a remote-controlled scoop so that now you're not putting people in harm's way. There's a piece of machinery that could be hit by some falling rock, but they'll use that scoop to gradually advance a certain distance, and then they will come in and they'll stabilize the walls and the roof of the tunnel and advance the distance and stabilize. So they repeat that cycle until they can get through that 30 meters of blocked tunnel.
For those of us who are unfamiliar with a mine, the fact that they are in this refuge, what does that tell you? I mean, would they run there knowing that they were in danger? Can you kind of lay that out for us?
They probably didn't run there. They were working well beyond the area where the fall of ground or this collapse occurred. They were alerted to that and then went to the refuge station primarily because you had good communication, or they had temporarily good communications to the surface. So the refuge station is a safe place to be. They're primarily there in case of underground fires, but in this case, it's a place where it's comfortable, safe. You got food and water and fresh air, and so the people that are trapped just need to be patient. There's no point in having the rescue personnel put themselves in harm's way as they slowly advance through the collapsed portion of the tunnel.
So will they be trying to restore communication at the same time that they are trying to rescue these men, Dwayne?
I'm anticipating that the existing communication that was lost was probably a physical wire running down the tunnel that's been severed. They may not be able to do that until essentially the same time that they get through the tunnel. At some point, the amount of debris that's there is going to be diminished, and the noise and light can be seen on either side of the blockage. But the people that are trapped shouldn't be approaching that area until it's safe to do so. So they'd be instructed just to hold back, stay in that refuge station until that tunnel is completely secured.
And my last question then for you, Dwayne, when we hear it's going to take a couple of days, does that seem reasonable to you, or would you expect longer?
Yeah, that seems reasonable to me. So they've already, they probably have a day's worth of work already completed. but I can anticipate maybe a few more days to fully secure that tunnel.
Dwayne Tennant, he's a professor of geotechnical engineering at the University of British Columbia. Really appreciate your analysis and expertise on this subject today. Thank you.
My pleasure.
So we are keeping an eye on the courthouse in London today. The judge reading the decision in the trial of the 5 former World Junior hockey players with sexual assault has taken a 15-minute recess. We're going to take a short break here. We've got new details straight ahead. Again, we're watching this courthouse in London today as the judge has so far said that she finds the testimony of EM to be a 15 minutes break, which should be coming to an end in just a few minutes. I want to bring you up to speed on some brand new details. When the judge called recess, members of the family of the players, they approached the players. They were shaking hands. They were hugging their defense lawyers, and the players were shaking hands among themselves. The players also, according to our team inside, were hugging one another. We're going to have more details coming up as, again, we're waiting for a formal ruling from the judge. But so far, she has said that she does not find the defendants, the alleged victims' testimony to be credible. We're going to have more straight ahead from London. Don't go away. You're watching.
Tomorrow on your morning, reaction to the verdict in the sexual assault trial of 5 former World Junior hockey players. Start your morning with us Friday on CTV.
Judge has already said, coming right up.
Obviously, it's very concerning for the families, for the workers in the sector, and all British Columbians and Canadians.
Following the latest from British Columbia, the Premier there, David Eby, ongoing efforts in northern BC at a mine that mines both gold and copper. 3 workers have been trapped since Tuesday. They're said to be safe, but communication has been lost with them. And on the economy, the forecast falling for the second quarter, with predictions now just as bleak for the third quarter. That's according to Canada's Federation of Independent Business. I'm Todd Vanderheiden. This is CTV News Channel. It's great to have you with us from across the country on this Thursday. We are tracking the very latest from a high-profile trial in London, Ontario. Some live pictures coming in right now. The case involving 5 top hockey players accused of sexual assault in an incident from 7 years ago. We are waiting for the official verdict to come out. The 5 men are all former members of Canada's World Junior Hockey team. Here's what we know so far. The decision began to be read by the judge at about 10 o'clock Eastern, so that's 2 hours ago now. Here's a key piece of information for you as well. The judge, in reading her decision, telling the court the testimony of the alleged victim, who is known only by her initials EM, a judge saying that testimony is not credible. And again, that could be crucial. This case does involve consent. The judge also referencing videos from the night in question, videos presented at the trial, saying while speaking on the video, again, the complainant EM does not display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking. She is not slurring her words. She speaks clearly and coherently. The 5 players in question, Dylan Dubé, Michael McLeod, Carter Hart, Cal Foote and Alex Formanton have all pleaded not guilty to sexual assault. You can hear some of the protests as well, because there were protesters there and continue to be outside of the courthouse, and you can hear them yelling in the background. The charges all relate to an encounter inside of a London, Ontario hotel room back in June of 2018. So again, we're talking about 7 years ago now. And you can see some of those protesters. When the judge called a recess, we're also hearing that members of the families of the players approached one another, and they were shaking hands and hugging defense lawyers, and that the players were also hugging. Again, there is a recess going on right now, and the recess is over now, I'm hearing, and the court is back in session. The judge will continue to read that decision. We don't have a verdict yet. It's important to point that out, but there are some indications coming in. Again, the judge saying that she doesn't believe the complainant, some of those statements are credible. Let's bring in defense lawyer Monty McGregor, who's been following this story very closely here. So, Monty, immediately I've got to ask you, this idea of the complainant being not credible according to the judge, what does that say to you? What does it mean?
I think the writing's on the wall here, Todd. Frankly, I think all of these men are going to be acquitted because that's the crux of the Crown's case. It's built on the credibility and the reliability of her testimony. Credibility means she's not trustworthy if that's the finding by this judge. And if it's not reliable, then that goes to the accuracy of the depiction of events from her view. So I don't see these men getting convicted. I think we're about to hear that they're all not guilty.
We want to point out as well that when the judge took that recess, which has just ended, she was about halfway through reading her verdict out and reading her thoughts on the case. So we could be maybe an hour and a half away, perhaps, maybe, from actually having the verdict come out. Your thoughts on how this is played out now? We've been hearing different things, and we heard about the defense lawyers hugging each other and the players as well as the recess was called. Monty, what does that mean?
That means to me, as I said, that they have upset the proof of the prosecution, and they're likely not guilty here. I think if you've watched this case, and the uniqueness of this case, Todd, is that every single day of the evidence played out extensively in the media. That doesn't happen in most cases. You're not there to hear and see what the views of the people are, but it was clear from the outset that EM, or the complainant, had significant and numerous problems with her testimony, including numerous inconsistencies. And that includes major shifts in her version of events. When the initial police investigation started, it was about whether or not she was intoxicated. That shifted around the time of the civil case to where it was now she was under duress or too much pressure. In her own assertions in the evidence, where she said, which one of you blanks is going to come have sex with me? It's about whether or not it's voluntary and consensual. And then the judge has made specific reference to the most damning evidence against the prosecution, which is those videos where she's clear, concise, and articulate about her consenting and it being voluntary. So it's hard to overcome those hurdles if you're trying to prosecute somebody on sex assault when it comes down to consent, when you have so much ammunition for the defense.
I want to remind our viewers, of course, of the charges. If we can bring up that graphic just to give people a sense of what we're talking about here. 5 former junior hockey players, each charged with sexually assaulting a woman in London, Ontario, back in June 2018. And if we can bring up the allegation as well of what was said here. This is, of course, very important in the larger context of the case for people to get a sense of what the allegation was. The Crown arguing the woman did not give voluntary consent to sexual acts involving multiple men. So, Monty, the other key piece here that we're hearing from the judge, and again, we want to be careful and clear that we don't have the verdict yet, but we are getting some indications, as you're telling us, the idea that the videos that were presented at the trial from the night in question, the judge saying that the complainant, EM, doesn't display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking, not slurring her words. In fact, she speaks clearly and coherently. Your takeaway?
Yeah, to me, as I said, that's sort of the best evidence, as opposed to a lot of times with sex assaults, it's he said versus she said, as this is what I thought was going on. If the complainant is making an assertion so vividly and clearly about it being a consensual act after the occurrence, almost imminently, then that really calls into question what she is saying about the lack of consent. And I think what happens, unfortunately, in a lot of sex assault cases and sex assault scenarios is, because this happens every day in courtrooms across Canada, Todd, where you have somebody that's got, like, they're trying to save face and they've got a buyer's remorse. And I appreciate that we have to have a voice for survivors or victims of sex assault. But what can also happen here is you can just look at the situation from, a distance without giving it the scrutiny and saying a young woman is in a room with multiple men. That must be morally distasteful and must be wrong. But that's not necessarily legally unlawful, and people choose to do that. And here it appears that these gentlemen did everything they could under the law to obtain consent. She provided it, and then they engaged in an act that was sexual. And given that, if that's the case, and that what seems to be the direction that the judge is going in, then they're not guilty.
Monty McGregor joining us, criminal defense lawyer, with his take as we await the verdict in this high-profile trial. Monty, thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
Todd, very good to be on, as always. Thank you and have a great day.
Absolutely, you as well. We are following this developing story closely from London, Ontario, and CTV's Adrian Gobriel, our eyes and ears. He is just outside the court. Let's bring him in the conversation. He's been covering this extensively. Adrian, we know that the recess is now over. The judge continues to read out her decision. Can you bring us up to speed on what we've seen throughout the day? And obviously, as you know, you've been there, there are protests as well going on outside of the courthouse.
Yeah, I'll get to those protests in a moment, Todd. I can talk specifically to what's happening right now inside the courtroom. I have a Zoom link on my computer to my left here where I'm listening and watching the proceeding take place as Justice Maria Carrassia reads out her verdicts. Now, she hasn't delivered the verdicts yet. Right now, she's still going through the evidence that was brought to court. As you mentioned, they went on recess. They're now back from recess. Justice Maria Carrassia about halfway through, going through the evidence, getting to her verdicts, and then giving her reasons for the decision. Right now, she's speaking to the testimony of Brett Howden. He was one of the members of that 2018 World Junior Hockey team who was not charged. Howden was called to the stand by the Crown, appearing to potentially be one of the Crown's star witnesses. Though when Mr. Howden began his testimony during this trial, he said that he couldn't actually remember many of the facts that the Crown were trying to prove during this trial. We just heard Justice Maria Carrassia say that it was apparent that Brett Howden's memory was severely distorted by the amount of alcohol that he drank that night. Now, we've also heard throughout the day here during the evidence from Justice Maria Carrassia that EM, that is the alleged victim, that's how we are identifying her, has not been found to be credible or reliable. Though we are still waiting for those verdicts. There will be multiple verdicts read out. There's 5 players here from that gold medal winning junior hockey team who are facing charges of sexual assault. Michael McLeod with an additional charge of being party to the offense for sending text messages out that night, inviting people to the room for a, quote, 3-way. Now, as you mentioned, Todd, as well, protesters outside. It's pretty quiet here right now outside the courthouse because many are inside, either in the courtroom or in the overflow room, watching the Zoom link, which I'm watching here on the outside. But each of those players had to walk through the front doors behind me this morning. And with dozens of protesters, some here to support them, some here to support the alleged victim, calling out sorry, as we just hear the storm here behind us, there's a storm rolling through. Some of those people calling out and jeering and you know, screaming at the players as they walked in. A really highly charged, emotional day here at the courthouse, Todd.
CTV's Adrian Gabriel with the very latest, our eyes and ears as the judge continues to read out and go over some of the evidence. Good to see you, Adrian. We'll check in again.
Thank you.
All right, meantime, we're getting some breaking news coming in from the world of professional wrestling. There are reports one of the biggest legends of wrestling, Hulk Hogan, has died. This is according to a report coming in from TMZ that medical personnel were dispatched to Hulk Hogan's home in Clearwater, Florida earlier today. Hogan dominating the pro wrestling scene for almost 4 decades, the biggest name in a galaxy of stars during the sport's golden years, really, in the 1980s and 90s and beyond. Remembered for epic battles with all sorts of different wrestling superstars, including Andre the Giant, King Kong Bundy. Hulkamania extended beyond the ring as well, with Hulk Hogan appearing in different Hollywood blockbusters like Rocky III, different television series as well. Now, here's what we know. The wrestler's cause of death, reportedly a cardiac arrest. Hulk Hogan, 71 years old. He, yes, would go on to become an ardent supporter of President Donald Trump. In fact, he appeared at the Republican National Convention at one point as well to endorse Donald Trump. The World Wrestling Federation and WWE also saying, saddened to learn of this. They call him one of pop culture's most recognizable figures. Again, we're hearing that Hulk Hogan has died at the age of just 71 years old. The medical personnel were dispatched to his home in Clearwater, Florida, and that he had died of a cardiac arrest. We'll continue to follow this breaking news for you right here on CTV News Channel, bring you all the developments and details as they come into our newsroom. All right, to British Columbia. Some other headlines we're following on this Thursday. The operator at the Red Chris mine in northwestern BC saying 3 trapped workers are now behind a wall of debris that's between 20 and 30 meters long and 7 meters high. Newmont Corporation, which operates that mine, which mines both gold and copper, saying specialized drones have now been brought in to try to assess the conditions underground. Rescuers cannot communicate with the miners. Must be extremely a frightening situation. They've been trapped now for 2 days, since Tuesday. It could be weeks, in fact, before crews can get access and get them out. We're hearing that they are uninjured. CTV's Yasmin Gandam has more.
Somewhere 500 meters underground in the Red Chris mine is a refuge area where 3 miners are trapped. 2 are from BC, 1 from Ontario.
Obviously, it's very concerning for the families, for the workers in the sector, and all British Columbians and Canadians.
The miners are safe, none of them injured, and according to a rescue officer, they have what they need to last for weeks.
There's water, there's food, and there's compressed air feeding that refuge station. So with that, it's all the basics you need to sustain life.
A good thing, because it's unclear how long it will take to reach them and get them out. But Rideout says the workers are trained for emergencies like this.
A lot of things that have to be done in place to make sure that it is a safe and effective rescue.
The men have been trapped since Tuesday morning following what's called a fall of ground incident. This UBC mining engineer says it's an unusual event.
There's a possibility these blocks or prisms of rock could drop out of the roof of a tunnel. And it sounds like that's what's happened in this case.
The Red Chris is an open pit gold and copper mine about 1,700 kilometers north of Vancouver. At first, the trapped workers were able to communicate, but then came a second collapse, and they haven't been heard from since.
Phone lines, if they have Wi-Fi, like it would take out those networks. So that's an inconvenience. It doesn't jeopardize the worker's safety.
The mining company Newmont says it is assessing all methods available to reopen contact with the miners and get them out. The province says it is also doing everything it can to support the company's efforts.
They have time, and there's a lot of experience within Newmont that is, I'm confident that they're going to execute this in a very safe and effective manner.
But he warns it may take days. It may take weeks. Yasmin Gandam, CTV News, Vancouver.
All right, thanks very much, Yasmin. Coming up, a gloomy economic forecast for Canada, the impact of American tariffs launched by President Trump against our country 6 months ago, and all the impact. We'll have more after the break. You are watching CTV News Channel. Stay with us.
If it happens here or around the world,
players who have been accused of sexual assault. The judge is reading through the evidence right now, and as soon as we get that verdict, we will bring it to you live right here on CTV News Channel. We're going to have lots of analysis and commentary as well. We're also tracking this, and unfortunately, some bad news on the economy, potentially anyway. The country's Federation of Independent Business is raising a red flag that Canada's economy could be in for a rough ride. You guessed it, a lot of it due to President Trump. Its quarterly report forecasting the economy dropping 0.8% in the second quarter and could fall a further 0.8% in the third quarter. If that were to happen, yes, we would be in a technical recession. The report notes most businesses do expect long-term supply disruptions thanks to President Trump's trade war against Canada and all the tariffs and delays at the American border. There are more than 397,000 vacant jobs in the private sector. Private investment is expected to nosedive, down 13% in the second quarter and predicted to drop again by about 7% in the third quarter. All right, after the break, firefighters forced to evacuate as a raging wildfire enters a town in northwestern Manitoba. We're going to have the latest on that right here on CTV News Channel. Stay with us. Incident from 7 years ago now in June of 2018. The judge in the case has resumed reading her decision, going over evidence. She began reading out her decision and going over the evidence in detail about 2.5 hours ago. It started about 10 o'clock Eastern. 2.5 hours later, she is still doing that. There was a brief recess about half an hour ago, and the court is now back in session. Now, a couple of key takeaways here. This alleged incident and the complainant, we know her by her initials EM, had said that this was non-consensual, but we are getting some early indications of the potential verdict that we may get. We're not sure, but here's what we do know. The judge has said that she does not believe the complainant is credible. We also are hearing that when the recess happened, some of the players were hugging one another and their defense lawyers as well. Again, we're following this very closely, and we are expecting a verdict this afternoon Eastern, maybe in the next hour and a half. We'll be following it very closely. We've got lots of analysis and commentary as well over what it means. There are protests as well outside of the courthouse. A number of different protest groups angry over this story, angry over what may happen, angry over the possibility that the players may be acquitted. We simply don't know at this point how it's all going to play out. As we continue to follow that, let's get some other news here. Firefighters have been forced to flee a town in northern Manitoba, the town of Leaf Rapids, as a raging wildfire is now entering the town itself. The wildfire jumped the Churchill River, according to the town. All firefighters and personnel were forced to evacuate as a result of that, as a precaution for their own safety. Firefighters might not be able to get back into the town for some time either. Thick smoke in the area may also limit the town's ability to provide updates. Residents were already evacuated down south into Winnipeg earlier this month. And some sweltering conditions are making a comeback in both southern Ontario and Quebec as humidity sends temperatures soaring to what could feel like the 40s. Areas, including both Toronto and Montreal. Take a look at the screen, gives you a sense, and this is going to affect millions of people, by the way, not just in the greater Toronto area, but in the Montreal area, Ottawa, you name it. Here are the heat warnings. For Toronto, it's going to feel like 35. That'll be about 44. Montreal, 33 and about 40 degrees. A lot of humidity as well. So if you are watching us in either of those provinces and you live in those parts of the provinces, take note. Even nighttime is expected to be uncomfortable with lows around 20 degrees. That's not going to provide a lot of relief, according to Environment Canada. Adding to the scorching heat in Toronto, meteorologists say there's also a strong possibility now of severe thunderstorms between 6 and 9 Eastern. Heat in both southern Ontario and Quebec expected to last until tomorrow, and cooler temperatures will be spilling into the weekend. Now, we want justice. This is what some of these protest groups are saying today, gathering outside of a courthouse in London, Ontario, as the judge is now delivering her decision in a high-profile sex assault trial of 5 former top hockey players. They were all with Canada's World Junior team 7 years ago. We'll have the latest from the courthouse and ongoing coverage of the story when we come back. Stay with us. A verdict is expected in the next hour or two, likely, in a very high-profile sex assault trial. It involves 5 former top members of Canada's World Junior Hockey team. The judge in the case is now reading her decision. It really involves the issue of consent. That's at the heart of this, and the court is being heard that the testimony of the alleged victim, known only as EM, those initials EM, the judge saying that she did not find the testimony of that complainant to be credible. Also, regarding some of those videos that were presented at the trial, the judge saying, quote, while speaking on video, the complainant, EM, does not display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking. She's not slurring. She speaks clearly and coherently. So remember that now as we get closer to a verdict. That is potentially, possibly an indication as to how this may play out. Let's remind you of what we're talking about here. Dylan Dubé, Michael McLeod, Carter Hart, Cal Foote, Alex Formanton have all pleaded not guilty to sexual assault. Take a look. You'll see this video of some of them arriving here, and you can hear the crowds just screaming. There are protests going on right outside the courthouse today as they were arriving by different groups that are saying that they feel this trial is crucial for women's rights, and some of these activist groups concerned about how this verdict could actually go, talking about the system is on trial too, we believe EM, and on it goes. The charges are all related to an incident inside of a hotel room in London, Ontario, back in June of 2018. And CTV's Adrian Gobriel is standing by. He's right outside the courthouse. And Adrian, bring us up to speed on what's going on in the court right now, because I know you're following closely.
I am. That's right. I've got a Zoom feed up with the proceedings taking place this hour inside of the 14th floor here of the London, Ontario Superior Court. Todd, Justice Mira Caracia is still kind of going through the evidence that was presented to court through this 8-week trial. Now, as you mentioned, she began the day saying that she did not find EM, that is how we are identifying the alleged victim, the complainant in this case, as credible or reliable. We are running through the different testimonies that have taken place through this trial, including multiple members of that World Junior Hockey team who have not been charged, and why she finds that some of their testimonies were either, didn't kind of go along with the complainant's events of that evening, how the complainant remembers the events of that evening. And so we are awaiting right now the verdicts, and it's going to be multiple verdicts here, right? We have 5 individuals from that gold medal winning team, each charged with sexual assault, an additional charge of being party to the offense for Michael McLeod. And once those verdicts are read out, we're also going to receive a reason for her decisions, something that wouldn't have taken place, Todd, if this had been a jury-only trial. So initially, there was a jury that was sitting on this case. That first jury was dismissed after the first 2 days due to a mistrial, because a member of the jury said that that a member of the defense counsel had spoken to them in an inappropriate manner at a nearby market over the lunch hour. Then a second jury was selected. They were dismissed after a juror on that panel of jurors claimed that the same defense counsel was laughing at them and making them feel uncomfortable. So this is now a judge-only trial. And when it comes to transparency for the public, especially for a case that has this much, of a spotlight on it, Todd, then hearing a reason for decisions might be beneficial for the public, and those reasons will be closely scrutinized as well.
Absolutely. Adrian Gobriel, good to see you, Adrian. We'll check in again. I know you're following it very closely here as we wait for that verdict to come out. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Todd.
We were talking a little bit about those demonstrators outside. It's a big part of the story, of course. It's a high-profile trial involving some high-profile defendants, obviously, hockey players, and some of these groups are angry. They say the justice system itself is on trial here. Listen to this.
Our goal is really to show EM that we believe her, and for all survivors that regardless of legal outcome, regardless of whether survivors engage in the legal system or not, that we're here for them as sexual assault centers, that we believe them, and that we're here to support them. This case has been very frustrating to watch. There have been a number of twists and turns, mistrials, jury dismissals, and the marathon cross-examination that EM sat through was she showed an incredible amount of bravery. But it has been really just further evidence that the civil criminal systems were not designed for survivors, and that we really need to see some big systems change.
All right, stay with us for that. Meantime, we do have some breaking news coming in from the world of professional wrestling, where one of the legends in the industry, Hulk Hogan, has died. Here's what we know. Medical personnel dispatched to his home in Clearwater, Florida earlier today. Oh boy, Hulk Hogan dominating the pro wrestling scene for almost 4 decades, the biggest name in a galaxy of stars during really what was the golden era of wrestling back in the 1980s and 1990s. And it really didn't get much bigger, if it did at all, than Hulk Hogan. I mean, he was really at the top, fondly remembered for epic battles with superstars like Andre the Giant, King Kong Bundy, and Hulkamania extended beyond the ring. He appeared in Hollywood films, 3 different television shows. He's also was a big supporter of President Trump. He appeared at the Republican National Convention in this famous scene where he ripped open one of his shirts and underneath he had a Make America Great Again or a Trump supporter T-shirt underneath. We're hearing the wrestler's cause of death was a heart attack. He was 71 years old, and we're just getting this from the Clearwater Police Department in Florida. I'm going to read some of this to you here. Clearwater Fire Department, Police Department responding to a medical call at 9:51 a.m. Eastern in the 1000 block of El Dorado Avenue in Clearwater Beach. The nature of the call was for a cardiac arrest. A 71-year-old resident, Terry Bolia, also known as Hulk Hogan, treated by the Clearwater Fire and Rescue crews before being taken to a local hospital where he was pronounced deceased. So that is coming from the Clearwater Police Department. Hulk Hogan, just a legend in the world of wrestling. We're going to have ongoing coverage of his impact. There you see, of course, the T-shirt that he ripped open with the Trump Vance slogan on it at the Republican National Convention. A lot more on his lifetimes, his legacy, his impact. There he is with Johnny Carson. His impact on pop culture throughout the day right here on CTV News Channel. A man who, of course, got his fame through wrestling, but would go on to become a lot more than just a professional wrestler. All right, we're also tracking this in British Columbia. Let's get to it. New details on efforts to reach 3 different miners. A terrifying situation for them. They're trapped below ground at a mine in a remote part of the province in northwestern British Columbia. It's the Red Chris mine. The operator of the mine saying this morning the 3 workers are now stuck behind a wall of debris that's somewhere between 20 and 30 meters long and 7 to 8 meters high, and that means accessing them is very difficult. Here's what else we know. Specialized drones have been brought in to try and assess the conditions underground. A remote-controlled scoop is also being used to try and remove debris and restore access to a refuge chamber, as it's known as. That's where the workers currently are. We're hearing they're not injured, but obviously a very scary situation for them to be trapped underground. They became trapped 2 days ago on Tuesday after 2 rock falls in the region. The company is telling us they've got enough air and food and water for those miners for an extended stay and that they do not appear injured. But communication is an issue. There has been spotty, sporadic communication. Trying to keep in touch with them has been difficult as well. Let's bring in Sean Rideout. He is the Chief Mine Rescue Officer at Workplace Safety North. Sean, thanks for taking the time for us here at CTV. Your thoughts on this story, what you make of it?
It sounds like they're progressing well. So I had a conversation this morning with the drone company who we work with in partnership all the time for mine rescue events. We've done a lot of training with them, and they're actually trained in mine rescue to respond to emergencies like this. So this is right in their wheelhouse, and they have the best of the best on scene to be able to provide the rescue that they need.
Yeah, we're going to show, if we can, the map just to give our viewers a sense of where this is happening in British Columbia. We know it's far. I believe it's about 1,700 kilometers north of Vancouver in the northwestern part of the province. They mine both gold and copper there as well. I know you're based in Ontario, but you do some of this stuff, of course, and you are definitely an expert who's been on the front lines of trying to help people out. How challenging, based on what you're hearing, Sean, is this operation?
It's actually a pretty straightforward rescue on what they're trying to do. So with the fall of ground, they have remote capable equipment. So think of like your kid's remote control, just it's large scale. So it's they're using large remote operated LHDs to remove the broken rock. And once they can gain access and at least clear a path, they'll be able to fly the drone in. And the intent when talking with Matt this morning was they're going to attach cameras and lights to the drone so that when they go in, they can get a visual of how the workers are. And they can attach stuff like lightweight stuff like notes or markers so that there can be communication, it being primitive, but it still gets the message across.
When we talk about a refuge station and the fact that it's well supplied here, stocked for a, quote, extended stay, can you just explain what that is? I mean, I guess this is obviously standard operating procedure. When you're underground, you've got to have places where miners can go in the event of an emergency.
Yeah, so a refuge chamber is essentially a steel structure that's put in place underground where workers will go to when there's an emergency. And it's a very safe area. So there's compressed breathing air in there, there's compressed air lines, there's water, there's food, it's lit, and it's ran by batteries. So they have all the stuff that they need to be able to survive. Right now, it just becomes a practice of patience, waiting for the rescuers to get into them safely. Not only will they have to extricate the broken material out of the area, they're going to have to rehab that area and make it safe so that workers can transport through.
Hey, tricky question. Any sense of a possible timeline here, how long this might take?
It's hard to tell, right? I mean, the removal of the broken material, if nothing else continues to fall, it could be pretty short. So I had gotten some updates this morning that they removed about 80 buckets. So in an 8-yard bucket, so you're looking at about 640 cubic yards of material. So that process, within a couple of days, they should be able to remove the material and get the drone in. I would say, if not late tonight, by early tomorrow morning, they'll be flying the drone into the workers.
Hey, Sean, I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to join us here on CTV News Channel and give us your take on this story playing out in northern BC. Much appreciated.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
You as well. All right, when we come back to our top story here, some live pictures coming out of London, Ontario, as we await a verdict in a high-profile trial. 5 former World Junior hockey players are on trial in an alleged sexual assault incident that happened 7 years ago. The judge is going through the evidence. She's been reading through the evidence for the better part of 3 hours now. We still do not have a verdict, but there are some early indications. The judge has indicated that she does not believe the complainant here, the woman who we can only identify as EM, does not believe that her testimony is credible, and that could be an indication of what may be to come later today. You're watching CTV News Channel. We'll have that and more when we come back. Stay with us.
Martin Short hosts an all-new Match Game Wednesday on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
the second quarter and could fall a further 0.8% in the third quarter. Now, if that were to happen, you guessed it, we would be in a technical recession. The report notes most businesses do expect long-term disruptions because of Donald Trump's trade war against Canada, tariffs, delays at the American border. Currently, there are about 400,000 vacant jobs in the private sector. And here's another flashing red sign. Private investment is expected to have nosedived 13% in Q2 and expected to drop another 7% in Q3. Joining me now is Simon Gaudreault. He is the Chief Economist and Vice President of Research at the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Simon, thanks for taking the time here. And let's talk about how big of a downturn we're talking about.
Sure. Thanks for having me. It's big news, contraction in the second and third quarters of this year, and it's certainly not the news that we would have liked to see. However, the contraction is probably not as severe as what we would have expected at the beginning of this year when the trade war started.
How much of this is because of Donald Trump and the tariff war that he's launched against Canada, and, Simon, all the unpredictability that we're still going through right now?
There's no question that the reason why we're seeing and forecasting a contraction is because of this uncertainty. There is still a lot that is unknown at the moment. We don't know if something concrete is going to be announced on August 1st. We don't know if it's going to be mitigating some of the negative impacts of this new policy by the U.S. administration. Are we going to be able to cut a deal where a lot of our goods are going to remain exempted under the free trade agreements? And a lot of businesses are uncertain about what they want to do with their own business. That's why we're also forecasting that investments and hiring are going to be contracting in the second and third quarter of this year. This is not good for the economy, and we need this uncertainty to sort of clear so we can have investment resuming and we can have more hiring to support the economy in the second half of this year.
Yeah, what are you expecting from the Bank of Canada in that decision coming up, Simon?
We don't see the Bank of Canada cutting rates on their next policy meeting at the end of this month. If rate cuts are going to happen, it's more likely to be towards the end of this year. Right now, the bank is not just seeing enough signs that core inflation is moderating enough for them to be satisfied with that. They're probably waiting to see a few more months of receding inflation, especially like the core categories that they're paying a close attention to. So rate cuts coming probably later in the fall.
Simon Gaudreault is joining us. He's Chief Economist and Vice President of Research at the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. He is in Montreal today. Simon, thanks for your time, as always. Much appreciated.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and as we go to break, back to our top story today, we're following this. A verdict is coming soon in the junior hockey sex trial involving 5 former top players from the hockey world. They were all on Canada's World Junior team 7 years ago and then charged with an alleged sexual assault. We are expecting a verdict in the next hour, give or take, as we continue to follow it closely, both inside the courtroom and protests outside, by the way. A lot of angry people worried about what the verdict may be, some of them saying the justice system itself is on trial. You're watching CTV News Channel. We'll be right back in a moment.
MasterChef Wednesday.
That's usually how it works with the show's lovable star returning to the screen. A lot of us have heard of that popular health benchmark, walking 10,000 steps a day, but new research shows we may be, in fact, overstepping. Aiming for just 7,000 steps a day is a great goal. That's according to a study published in the top British medical journal known as the Lancet Public Health Journal. Researchers found people who take 7,000 steps daily have a 47% lower risk of living longer, and also reduces the risk of other health issues, including cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and dementia. By the way, that unofficial 10,000 step target that we've heard about actually originates from a Japanese marketing campaign, and it is not based on health guidance. You learn a new thing every day. The Just for Laughs Festival is underway in the city of Montreal. A lot of big names, also a chance for some new local stars to be born on the street. Quickies is the name given to a series of free mini shows happening every night at 6 o'clock that allows Canadian talent a chance to gain an audience. The Just for Laughs Festival, JFL, calls them a comedy appetizer before they enjoy the indoor bigger shows. Listen to this.
It's been really, really fun to see this all come together and all of my friends being able to like hit the stage at Just for Laughs, sometimes for the first time, sometimes for the second time. Yeah, so it's great.
The festival continues in the city of Montreal until July the 27th. I was just there. They blocked off the streets. Lots of cool shows. Great to see comedy in Canada. And tens of thousands of pop culture fans, superhero fans, sci-fi fans, throwing on their capes, costumes, maybe their spaceships, for the world's largest Comic-Con in the world, and that would be in San Diego, California.
We just like to show off characters that we enjoy and to just cosplay and get recognition from other people in the community who love to watch the same shows and play the same games as us as well.
Okay, so let me set this up here. About 135,000 diehard fans are expected to descend upon San Diego, California for a convention that goes on for 4 days. If you haven't bought your tickets, unfortunately, hate to be the bearer of bad news, it's sold out, as it often is. This year features all sorts of exclusives. You know, the big Hollywood studios, they come out with movies, they bring out the stars, they give all sorts of teasers and previews. For example, the new Predator movie, series all about Alien is coming out. There's also a special appearance by the guy who created Star Wars, George Lucas. He'll be there too. Star Wars, of course, expanding a lot under Disney. Also, and this is interesting, superhero studios, Marvel and DC, are sitting out this year, which is, you know, kind of sad because we always like to get info from them. But there are a lot of star-studded panels from some of the biggest television shows and movies as well. And, of course, a whole lot of fun for the fans. And, you know, also an opportunity to spend a lot of money on cool stuff that you may not need, but it's still cool to have in your collection. All right, back here in our country, take a look. Live pictures coming in from London, Ontario. We are waiting for a verdict in a high-profile trial involving 5 former players for Canada's World Junior team who stand accused in a sex assault case. We're waiting for that actual verdict. Could be in the next hour or so. We're already getting some indications, though, of where this might go. The judge has said she does not find the complainant, a woman known only by her initials of EM, does not find the complainant to be credible. And that could be a sign of what's to come. You're watching CTV News Channel, ongoing coverage of that, the day's other top headlines, when we come back in about 2 minutes. Stay with us on this Thursday.
Tomorrow on your morning, reaction to the verdict in the sexual
then not guilty. If it wasn't, guilty.
Thursday, July the 24th. Here are our top headlines on CTV News Channel. A decision is being read right now in court in a high-profile sex assault trial of 5 former members of Canada's World Junior Hockey team as protests outside by different groups saying the justice system itself is at stake in this trial. We'll have extensive coverage coming up in just a moment. Plus, saying farewell to a wrestling legend, Hulk Hogan, the superstar who took the sport mainstream in the 1980s and 90s, inspiring a generation, has died at the age of 71 of a heart attack in Florida.
Obviously, it's very concerning for the families, for the workers in the sector, and all British Columbians and Canadians.
And that from the Premier of British Columbia, David Eby. Ongoing rescue efforts at a mine in northern BC where 3 workers have been trapped for 2 days now. The miners are said to be safe, although communication with them has been on and off. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. This is CTV News Channel. It's great to have you with us from across the country on this Thursday. And let's get to our top story and show you what's happening right now. Live pictures coming in from London, Ontario, and outside of the courthouse. Inside, a judge in the trial of 5 former World Junior Hockey players is reading her decision. Those 5 men, at one point top players in the world of hockey, many with a lot of experience in the NHL and beyond, charged with sexual assault in connection with an alleged incident back in June of 2018, 7 years ago now. A couple of takeaways. We do not have the verdict. It's very important to emphasize and underline. We do not have a verdict, but we do have a bit of an indication of which way this potentially could go. Let me tell you what happened. Earlier today, the judge saying that the complainant, a woman we can only identify by her initials EM, has said, the judge saying that EM, in the judge's mind, did not have credibility. The judge also saying that some of the videos that were displayed at the trial did not show any signs of intoxication on the part of EM. And again, the judge saying testimony not credible, and there was a brief recess that happened. The trial is now back in session. The judge continuing to read through the evidence and going over closing arguments by both sides. We can also tell you that during a brief recess, there was hands being shaken and there were hugs back and forth between some of the players and their family members and some of the defense lawyers as well. So just keep that in the back of your mind here as we bring in CTV's Adrian Gabriel, who is standing by outside of the courthouse today. He's been following it very closely. He's got a video link inside of the courthouse. And Adrian, what's happening right now?
Justice Maria Caracia, Todd, is still going over the evidence that was brought to the court by both the defense and by the Crown. She's been going through the evidence player by player, defendant by defendant. We're now on the last defendant or nearing the last defendant. So she's about 3/4 of the way through delivering her verdict. Now, important, as you just shared with our viewers, that we do not have a verdict yet. She's just been going through the evidence and highlighting some of those important points that you just shared with our viewers, that she did not find EM to be credible or reliable. Gives us an indication as to where these verdicts may potentially head, but we want to be careful that we're not playing a guessing game here. We're still waiting for those verdicts to come down. 5 players facing sexual assault charges. Michael McLeod also facing an additional charge of being party to the offense. And so we wait as the evidence continues to be shared. Now, interestingly, once those verdicts are delivered, we are also expecting to receive a reason for the decisions, and those will be closely scrutinized. And we're getting a reason for the decisions, and the public's going to receive those reasons for the decision because this is now a judge-alone trial. Initially, this was a jury trial. With the jury, if a jury was here today delivering their decision, they would give the verdict and they would walk away. We would not hear how they reached their decision, but with a judge-alone trial, we do receive that. And the reason there is no jury, Todd, is because 2 days into this trial, the first jury was dismissed following a mistrial. And then a second jury. Weeks later, a new jury that was selected was also sent home, both times alleging inappropriate interactions with members of the defense counsel. Those allegations denied by the defense counsels, though just a small glimpse into the winding road that's led us to today. decision day.
Absolutely. And you mentioned a lot of the drama. And Adrian, I know you have been covering this story for quite a while. You know, also the high profile nature of it, you know, in a country that loves hockey. There are protesters outside the courthouse as well who have said, you know, the criminal justice system, in their minds anyway, is on trial here, not just those 5 men.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, we heard today, this morning, dozens of protesters outside calling for justice. They want justice. Now, justice will be served today. Justice Maria Caracia will deliver her thoughtful decision. She's going over the evidence now. Now, will it be the justice that some members of the public want to see served? Perhaps not, though justice will be served. And there have been, you know, as you mentioned, protesters. There's been people outside the courthouse today, Todd, who've been here in support of the players. It has been quite a highly charged day here, the culmination of an 8-week trial with the national media attention. I can share that there's media from every single outlet across the country here today, as well as across parts of North America. There's documentary film crews that are here today. They've been here for nearly the entire 8-week trial. I know that parts of 2 separate books are being written about the trial that's taking place. Just a small glimpse of the attention being paid here to this historic trial. All right, CTV's Adrian Gobriel following it very closely, and we will bring you the verdict as soon as it comes in and get Adrian back with us. Thanks for this in the meantime. Thanks, Todd. All right, so let's break it down a little bit more into what's at stake here, the original charges, the issue of consent, and what we have heard from the judge so far in this case in terms of credibility or not of the complainant. Criminal defense lawyer Nick Cake is standing by. Nick has been covering this and helping us make sense of this whole trial for a long time. And here we are, Nick, on decision day. It's good to see you again. Thanks for your time.
Not a problem, Todd. Good to see you. What can I do for you?
Yeah, so let's start with this, the judge saying, you know, I do not believe the complainant. Some of the, you know, testimony is credible. Nick, what does that say to you, first off?
Well, it's one way to give a decision. I mean, Her Honor came right out of the blocks and said, listen, I don't think that EM was credible or reliable. I don't think that the Crown has met their high onus of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And now, if you imagine you're sitting back in high school math class and you're taking your math test, and right on the top of the instruction, it says, show your work. Well, now that's what Her Honor is doing. So she's kind of given a glimpse into where her judgment may go, and now she is showing her work as to how she got there. She's laid out all of the evidence that she heard, and soon she'll take a turn and now start applying that evidence to the established jurisprudence, to the cases that have come before, and she will then follow the tests in those cases and get to her determination of credibility and reliability, not only of EM's evidence, but of all the evidence that she's gathered.
Yeah, we're going to show, if we can, the 5 players as we were showing some footage here. But just so people are aware, I mean, some of these guys, you know, had careers in the NHL. You know, they were all part of Canada's World Junior team back in, you know, 2018. And here we are, and they have really been at the center of this for quite a while now. We're going to show some of the charges as well, Nick, as you and I are talking, so people at home are aware what we're talking about. The 5 players charged with sexually assaulting a woman in London, Ontario, in a hotel room in June of 2018. And we're also going to show the allegation as well of exactly what's going on. The prosecution arguing that the woman at the heart of this did not give voluntary consent to sexual acts involving multiple men. If we can also show what the penalty could be potentially if convicted, a maximum penalty, 10 years in prison. There is no mandatory minimum sentence in this case. All right, let me ask you about the videos, because there again, the judge, perhaps, Nick, giving us an indication, saying that in these videos, the complainant does not appear to be intoxicated. There's no slurring, there's no stumbling. And again, the takeaway there, because at the heart of this, it's all about consent. So can you put those two together and again, tell us what you think?
Well, sure. At the heart of it, it's consent. Now, how do we get there? We get there to, well, we have to determine what is credible and what is reliable. So what Her Honor is doing when she talks about the consent videos and the manner in which EM has presented herself within the consent videos is she's taking one piece of evidence and comparing it to other evidence that she has heard. Particularly in this case, what she's doing is she's comparing how EM appeared in the consent video and comparing that to what EM said about her level of intoxication, because of course the Crown wants to show that voluntary consent was not there. One of the angles that they're trying to do that by is by showing that EM lacked the operating mind, that she was intoxicated, and so through her intoxication that she could not then actually give her consent. So EM being intoxicated is something that would be important for the Crown's case. But Her Honor seemingly is saying, well, hold on. EM says she's intoxicated, but we have the videos in the hotel room where she's not slurring, she's not stumbling, she's speaking clearly, she's not presenting as an intoxicated person would be. But even as well, we have the surveillance video from Jack's bar, wherein EM seems to have the wherewithal to have a debate with the bartender about being shortchanged on a drink. That's something else that Her Honor mentioned during her overview of the evidence. And so Her Honor's taking all that objective evidence that she found in the video and applying it to the subjective evidence that EM was giving on the stand in order, again, to assess EM's level of credibility and reliability and what weight she can give to her evidence. Because Her Honor can believe some, all, or none of what EM had to say. And so she may accept EM's evidence on some aspects, but it appears that she's not going to accept EM's evidence as it relates to her level of intoxication.
What do you make, Nick, of all the media attention and all of the protests that are playing out right now outside of the courthouse itself?
Well, this is the court of public opinion, and the court of public opinion has their right to protest. They have their right to raise their concern and to air their grievances and to show their support. And that's all fine and good. And I welcome that. But what we need to focus on is what happened inside the courtroom, because the court of public opinion, although they are powerful, I firmly believe that the court of justice has more power. And ultimately, Her Honor is going to give the decision. And that's going to be the decision that carries the day. No matter what the court of public opinion may think, ultimately, it's the credibility and the reliability of the evidence. It's that high standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And Her Honor is determining whether or not the Crown has met their burden. It appears, although, again, we have not heard firmly or distinctly, but it appears that Her Honor believes they have not. But ultimately, that's likely not going to silence the protesters outside. No one is going to be happy with this verdict, but for, I suppose, the 5 defendants. But I hope that the public can accept this verdict. You may not agree with it, but you have to accept it, because this is the system, and the system worked.
Right, and we saw some of the signs that the protesters had, Nick, as you and I were talking a moment ago. You know, we believe survivors, justice for survivors, EM, which is the initials here for the complainant. EM, thank you for being courageous. Some have indicated in interviews with the media, including here on CTV, that they feel the criminal justice system itself, Nick, is on trial, not just the 5 players.
Well, certainly the manner in which we prosecute sexual offenses in our country is in the spotlight here, because this is a very highly publicized sexual assault trial. And certainly EM was a courageous individual, and she came forward and she told a very difficult story. But ultimately, again, just because one person says that something happened does not mean that it happened, because you have 5 other people saying, well, hold on, that didn't happen. And so we can't just take EM's word for it in the criminal justice system. Her evidence has to be credible and reliable. And by that, I'm not saying that we need to corroborate her evidence. It can simply just be her word. But this is a case where her word in the courtroom was not the only words that she spoke, and was not the only available evidence. And so ultimately, Her Honor is looking past just what she said and looking at the evidence as a whole to determine whether or not the Crown has proved their case.
Defense lawyer Nick Cake with his take. Good to see you, Nick, as always. We'll be following closely, and we'll get you back on as soon as we get a verdict as well.
Sounds great.
All right, and keep it here on CTV News Channel as we follow that developing story out of London, Ontario. But we're also tracking this from northwestern British Columbia, and some new details and ongoing efforts to reach 3 men, miners, trapped below ground in the northwestern part of the province at the Red Chris mine, as known as. They mine gold and copper there. The operator of the mine saying today that the 3 trapped workers are behind a wall of debris that's quite large, 20 to 30 meters long, about 8 meters high. Specialized drones have been brought in to assess all the conditions underground. This is obviously very tricky, very challenging. You're talking about a rock fall recently that led to this situation. The men are in what's known as a safety refuge. This is sort of a steel case, a box of sorts, a large one, in which they have food and supplies, and they are said to be uninjured, but communication is an issue because they are underground. A remote-controlled scoop is being used to try and remove some of the debris and get access to that chamber where the workers are. They became trapped on Tuesday because of 2 rock falls, in fact, in the region. The company is saying that the miners have enough air, food, and water for an extended stay. It's just not clear how long it might take to get them out. A wildfire that forced the town of Leaf Rapids in northern Manitoba to evacuate has now entered the community itself.
There's houses burning. Oh my God.
At least 1 home and some vacant structures in Leaf Rapids have been damaged after the fire jumped the Churchill River and spread through the town's industrial area. Essential workers were forced to retreat, firefighters battling the flames. Canada's point person on trade negotiations with the United States, Dominic LeBlanc, is in Washington, D.C. today, meeting with American senators in ongoing efforts to try and reach a trade deal and stop this trade war that President Trump launched against Canada when he was back in the Oval Office. LeBlanc saying these are complex negotiations driven by the 2 countries' equally complex relationship. Listen to this.
There is no comparator with other countries in terms of the way the trading and security relationship between our countries has evolved. That's why these are complicated conversations. But Canadians expect us to take the time necessary to get the best deal we can in the interest of Canadian workers. So we're only going to be in a position to accept a deal when the Prime Minister decides that it's the best deal we can get in the interest of Canadian workers and the Canadian economy.
Canada's premiers wrapping up 3 days of meetings in Ontario this week. The Prime Minister was also there. The clock ticking on an August the 1st deadline to reach a trade deal with the Americans. So we're now talking about 8 days from now. Very unpredictable. At the end of the day, a lot of it lies with one man, that's President Trump, and what he wants to do. Canada's largest grocery store chain saw a big boost to its bottom line as consumers turned to local and discounted brands. Loblaws beat second quarter revenue and profit forecasts driven by strong demand for essential products like groceries, medicine. Loblaws retail sales climbing 5.4% year over year. The company says the Buy Canadian movement, sparked by that trade war launched by President Trump, has people switching over to locally made goods, and that is helping Canadian producers. Good news. All right, as we go to break, more live pictures coming out of London, Ontario, as we are waiting for a verdict to come out. The judge is going through evidence. She's going over the closing arguments of the prosecution and the defense here. 5 former players with Canada's World Junior Hockey team stand accused of sexual assault. You are watching CTV News Channel. We'll have more in a moment. Stay with us.
American Ninja Warrior, all new, Monday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
Do you want to hear something nuts? Yesterday, I sprained my wrist opening a jar of pickles.
Oh, come on, that's nothing.
I sneezed too hard and threw my back out. I'm on so many
Earlier today in Clearwater, Florida. That happened just outside of his home today, and as a result, he has died. He was transported to hospital and pronounced dead at the hospital. I think it's fair to say it didn't get any bigger than Hulk Hogan when it came to professional wrestling, certainly in terms of, making it very popular and injecting itself into the mainstream of pop culture. This is a guy who helped to popularize wrestling back in the 80s and 90s, was around for almost 4 decades in the world of professional wrestling, the biggest name really in a galaxy of stars. There's some pretty epic battles, too. If you're a wrestling fan, you might remember Andre the Giant, King Kong Bundy. Hulkamania extended beyond the ring. He appeared in Hollywood movies like Rocky III, a number of television shows. He was also a big supporter of President Trump. And at one point, he came out on the Republican National Convention one of the nights and pulled off his T-shirt and had a Trump Vance T-shirt underneath. The wrestler's cause of death, again, a heart attack at the age of 71. David Meltzer is my guest. David is the publisher. He's the editor of the Wrestling Observer newsletter. David, thanks for taking time for CTV News. Great to have you part of our coverage under, I wish it was better circumstances. Your reaction to this news about Hulk Hogan?
I mean, it was shocking, and then it was not shocking in other ways, because we knew he was in his health issues. He'd had some significant health issues since having neck surgery. Yeah, I mean, he was just an iconic figure. He changed the entire game, the whole face of professional wrestling. The whole world of wrestling is totally different because of him and Vince McMahon. They just, they were a team that really put pro wrestling, changed it from regional to national promotions. And he was one of the most charismatic figures, probably the most charismatic figure as far as like in the pro wrestling ring all over the world. He had an act, and the act worked. People loved it. And then when he was older, he changed the act up a little bit and was a big star as a heel too. So, as far as that goes, I mean, it's very controversial life, to be sure, in so many ways. But, as far as like being someone who fans paid money to see, there was nobody bigger.
Yeah, and really larger than life, Dave, and I'm glad you talked about that, because a lot of us will remember, Hulk Hogan and the impact that he had, sure, on the world of wrestling and the theatrics of it all, but also we talked about the television shows, we talked about the movies. Later in life, we're taking a look at it now, the political endorsement of President Trump, and, just this guy who, although he could have a very kind of in-your-face side, there was also a softer side to Hulk Hogan, or Terry Bollea, as his real name was. Your thoughts on the impact that he kind of had and has had really on pop culture beyond necessarily the wrestling ring?
Well, it's just something. I mean, it's like a guy everybody knows who's always been around. I mean, much bigger than most athletes in the sense of name recognition. And people know the act and the interview stuff. He's but yeah, I mean, it's just like, you ask 100 people on the street at any time, anywhere in the world, name a pro wrestler outside of England, and most of them are going to say Hulk Hogan, even more than The Rock, who's a giant movie star today. But he's just, in many people's eyes, like when they think of a pro wrestler, that's your guy.
Yeah, we're going to bring up the statement, if we can, issued by WWE, just to give a sense to our viewers of what they're saying about the passing of a man who was really a legend in the industry. And, obviously a lot of people are, wondering how this could have happened. And as you're saying, very suddenly as well. Was there an iconic moment that you can remember, Dave, for Hulk Hogan? I know there were a lot of them. Talked about Andre the Giant, talked about a number of these different things that people might remember. I remember, Hulkamania, right? That was huge. And also King Kong Bundy, and on it goes. Here he is with a much younger Donald Trump back in the day as well. A man who, there he is with Muhammad Ali as well. Your take, something that jumped out for you from his career?
There's just so much. I mean, I remember seeing him in the AWA, and just the crowd reactions that he would get was incredible, and the drawing power that he had. And then when he beat the Iron Sheik to win the WWF championship was a change, started the change in wrestling from regional to national. And if there was no Hulk Hogan, I don't know that WWF in this form would have made it. Vince had very big ambitions. But without Hulk Hogan, I don't know that he could have pulled it off. You know, I mean, he was fighting a lot of different promotions and everything like that. Hogan was his ace in the hole, you know. Take him out of wrestling and the business changes in a great way. It's hard to really envision it, you know, how it would be, but he changed the history of the business. And then later when he turned heel, you know, with WCW, I mean, that was the, you know, at the Bash at the Beach. I mean, that was a giant moment again. It signaled the first time that WWF was actually number 2 for a little while in pro wrestling. And then he came back, you know, WCW folded. He came back, had his kind of like some nostalgia matches and things like that. But, you know, and then, you know, I mean, the whole Gawker thing, you know, when the videotape that they got on him, horrible thing for him. And, you know, that was, you know, later in life, you know, he would go to the shows and he would be booed. But in the right circumstance, Republican convention, you know, a lot of people didn't know that. So I think it was more, a lot of wrestling fans knew about it, but in the general public, maybe it wasn't as big. So, but yeah, you know, he was starting a freestyle wrestling league right as we speak. You know, they were about to do their first show August 30th. So, you know, he was going to go back as far as being the public face of an attempted wrestling startup in a very different way, you know, before his passing.
Dave, I really appreciate you taking the time and all of those insights here with us on CTV News in Canada and giving us your thoughts on the passing of Hulk Hogan. Super appreciate it. Thank you for this.
You're very welcome.
Dave Meltzer joining us there. He is a publisher, editor of the Wrestling Observer newsletter. All right, we are still waiting for developments on this. Live pictures from London, Ontario, outside of a courthouse. Inside, the judge is reading her decision on a trial involving 5 former World Junior Hockey players, high-profile NHL players accused of sexual assault. Now, there is no verdict yet. The judge is explaining what the Crown must prove in order for the court to reach a conviction. She says the Crown needs to prove 3 things: that the accused touched the complainant, that the touching was of a sexual nature, and that there was an absence of consent. Keep it here for the very latest here on CTV News Channel when we come back. Stay with us. 5 former top hockey players. They were all with Canada's World Junior team 7 years ago, stand accused in a sexual assault case. Right now, what's happening is the judge is reading over her decision. She's going over the arguments of both the prosecution and the defense. The 5 men again charged with sexual assault. The judge, though, in a indication of what might be coming here. We want to be careful. We do not have a verdict. We don't want to be predicting, but we can tell you what the judge herself has said a couple of hours ago as she was reading over different things in the case. And one of those things was that the judge did not believe that the complainant in this case was credible. So take that for what it is. That's all we know. There's also some commentary about some of the videos. The heart of it all, of course, is about the issue of consent. This alleged incident said to have happened in a hotel room in June of 2018. So we're talking about a little over 7 years ago. There is a lot of media attention. There's a lot of reporters outside the courtroom. There are also protesters as well, some of whom say that the criminal justice system itself is on trial. A lot of signs. We believe survivors. We stand with EM. That's the initials we use for the complainant, the woman at the heart of this. We stand with her. We believe survivors. And on it goes. Let's bring in CTV's Kamal Karamali, who's standing by in our national newsroom. He's following the story very closely as well. And the day's proceedings, the judge is going through a lot of stuff here, Kamal. It began at about 10 o'clock Eastern, so we're now talking about 3.5 years ago with one recess that was taken about 15, 20 minutes or so earlier.
Yeah, and we're in our second recess. Justice Maria Caroccia now taking another 15-minute recess, just announcing that a few moments ago. So in reading this hours-long verdict and now having to take a second break, and as you mentioned, no verdict decided just yet, but heavily indicating in which direction she is leaning towards. She said the Crown must prove 3 things: that there was touching was sexual, and the third, sexual touching, was not consensual. It is that third item that she has apparently taken issue with, saying that she believes that she didn't find EM, who's the alleged victim in this case, credible or reliable, and that the Crown did not prove its case. According to reporters in the courtroom, there was an audible sigh of relief. One of the hockey players on trial here, Michael McLeod, his parents, who have sat through the entire trial, both crying, as was one of his brothers. Carter Hart, another player, his mom was also crying when those words were read. And some of the men even turned around to look at their family members with looks of relief on their face, once again, according to reporters in the courtroom. So already some relief being shared by these accused, the 5 hockey players involved. Another bombshell and keynote that was revealed in this nearly 3-hour verdict being read by Justice Maria Caroccia was that she did not believe that EM displayed any signs of intoxication. So she said, quote, while speaking on the video, and the video she's referring to is McLeod recorded a video asking if she is okay and what is happening was consented in terms of the acts. So Caroccia saying that while speaking on the video, EM does not display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking. She is not slurring her words and speaks clearly and coherently, although EM has also said she doesn't remember recording the videos until they were shown to her by her lawyer. So 2 very, very important takeaways here from the verdict being read by Justice Maria Caroccia at this hour. As you very well know, there have been a lot of recapping and recounting taking place in this verdict. Todd, we know that she went over what each defense lawyer for each of the accused argued in detail. She went through what EM has said in detail as well, and also recapping what Crown argued as well. So a lot of recapping and recounting taking place in the last hour or so, and we're now in a 15-minute recess before things proceed again.
CTV's Kamal Karamali with the very latest from the trial. Thanks, Kamal. Much appreciated. All right, so obviously lots at stake here as we continue to follow that, and we'll bring you updates as they come in. We're also tracking this breaking news that's coming in involving one of the most memorable stars from professional wrestling, Hulk Hogan, who's died at the age of 71. He was found by medical teams at his home in Clearwater, Florida earlier today. A sudden death here, dying of a heart attack. Hulk Hogan was one of the key people who helped to popularize wrestling back in the 1980s and 90s, but his career extended far beyond just wrestling. He was in movies, he was in television shows. He was also a big supporter of Donald Trump in recent years and appeared at the RNC, the Republican National Convention, in a controversial move. This is a man who some say professional wrestling would not be where it is today if it wasn't for him and the key role that he played. But let's talk about that Republican National Convention and a rousing speech that he gave, Hulk Hogan, shortly after Donald Trump had just been grazed by an assassin's bullet. Listen to this.
What happened last week when they took a shot at my hero? And they tried to kill the next president of the United States. Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Yeah, well, you can imagine that appearance got a lot of buzz. In fact, Hulk Hogan's friendship with Donald Trump goes back to the 1980s when the future president hosted several Hulk-headlined WrestleMania events, Hulkamania. A lot of us of a certain age will remember just how big Hulk Hogan actually was in the world of wrestling as well. He's died at the age of just 71 years old, again, found at his home in Clearwater, Florida by emergency workers, first responders, who transported him to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. We'll have ongoing coverage of Hulk Hogan, his life, legacy, impact on the world of wrestling and beyond throughout the day right here on CTV News Channel. We're also getting some new details coming in on the efforts to try and find, rescue three men who are trapped in a mine in northwestern British Columbia right now, and what must be a terrifying situation for them. Here's the good news. We're hearing they're uninjured, that they are in a so-called safe refuge. That's a large steel room that is purposely put into mines for this very issue. When there is an emergency, this is where they can take refuge. There's food there, there are supplies there, and they can huddle there until they can actually be rescued. Here's some more details. The operator of the mine saying they're trapped behind a wall of debris, 20 to 30 meters long, 7 to 8 meters high. They're using specialized drones now to send them in, figure out what are the conditions underground. You got to be very careful in a situation like this when there has been a rock slide. In fact, there have been 2 rock falls in the region since this happened. They've been trapped for 2 days, and of course trying to navigate those drones in, make sure you can get to the men, make sure no more rock falls are triggered, and get them out safely. Very careful, of course, to make sure that there are no injuries. It could take a while for them to get out. We did speak to one person who specializes in this sort of mine safety. He's based in Ontario, but he's covering and following this story very closely. Here's what he had to say about it.
They're using large remote operated LHDs to remove the broken rock. And once they can gain access and at least clear a path, they'll be able to fly the drone in. And the intent when talking with Matt this morning was they're going to attach cameras and lights to the drone so that when they go in, they can get a visual of how the workers are. And they can attach stuff like lightweight stuff like notes or markers so that there can be communication, it being primitive, but it still gets the message across.
Both gold and copper are mined at this facility in northwestern British Columbia. And again, the company is saying that the 3 miners do have enough air, food, and water for an extended stay. We'll continue to follow this one closely for you. Just want to show you, direct your attention to what we're following as well very closely from London, Ontario. Some live pictures are coming in right now from outside the courthouse. We are awaiting a verdict in this high-profile trial involving 5 former top players, many of them with with the NHL. At one point, they were on Canada's World Junior Hockey team, and they were charged with sexual assault in connection with an incident that happened in a London, Ontario hotel room back in June of 2018. The judge started to read out her statement and her verdict. There's a lot of media attention as well. We're following it closely, and as soon as we get an actual verdict, we'll bring it to you here on CTV News Channel. Protests also, this is important to mention, outside the courthouse by groups who say the criminal justice system is at stake here. The judge also seems to be indicating that she does not think the complainant, the woman at the heart of this, is credible as a witness. So that is something to think about here as we get closer and closer to a verdict. You're watching CTV News Channel. More on that high-profile trial and the day's other top headlines when we come back. Stay with us.
MasterChef, Wednesday on CTV. Stream next day on
the second quarter and could fall a further 0.8% in the third quarter. If that happens, we will be in a recession. The report notes most businesses expect long-term supply disruptions thanks to, you guessed it, Donald Trump's trade war against Canada, 6 months and counting, as well as delays at the American border. There are about 400,000 vacant jobs in the private sector. And here's another bad sign. Private investment nosediving, or expected to anyway, down 13% in Q2 and predicted to drop again by about 7% in the third quarter. Let's bring in CTV's Jeremy Sharon, standing by in the Capitol with more on what the report says, Jeremy, as well as the takeaways here. Unfortunately, not great.
Yeah, Todd, I mean, as you've touched on, now this is one report, and it is a forecast in one sense. You know, we don't know yet what Q3 will look like, but certainly it's not a good forecast and would indicate, as you've touched on, you know, 2 consecutive quarters where Canada's GDP would be declining, which would consider or which would qualify us to be in a recession. So important to keep in mind what this report is outlining by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. And it touches specifically and gives us a snapshot really of the impact so far of this trade war with Donald Trump. When it looks at, you know, business confidence in the face of these tariffs, in the face of the ongoing trade war, investments are down 13% in the second quarter and are projected to be down another 6.9% in the third quarter. Now, when you look at the takeaways from this report, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business highlights that while forecasting or while they are forecasting contraction in the economy, certain indicators point to an economy that is normalizing in some ways. When you look at inflation, it's remaining fairly stable. It slowed to 1.8% in the second quarter and is set to rise to 1.9% in Q3. That is, an inflation rate that is stabilizing, which means, according to this report, that we could be looking later this month at the Bank of Canada holding its key interest rate. So, it's not all bad news, Todd, but it's important to look at this as kind of a snapshot, if you will, of what the economy is doing right now and how Canada's economy is reacting to Donald Trump's tariffs and the ongoing trade war. But the important thing to remember here is the uncertainty. And that means that projections and forecasts are harder than ever to make right now in the face of these threats from Donald Trump and the fact that things are changing constantly. So a snapshot in time, if you will, Todd.
CTV's Jeremy Sharon in Ottawa. Good to see you, Jeremy. Thank you.
Anytime.
A man from Quebec is warning people about a nightmare that he lived through at the hands of American authorities. Here's what happened. He's out fishing on Lake Champlain, something that he's done many times before, when suddenly the U.S. Coast Guard approaches. CTV's Matt Grillo has more in this report.
I'm never going to be the same. You see, it comes and goes. I can't stop it.
Edouard Lallemand is still very emotional when he talks about what happened on Sunday evening. Lallemand was out fishing near Venise en Quebec. The water connects to Lake Champlain in the U.S. But Lallemand says he knows for certain he was on the Canadian side.
I'm seeing them. They're coming towards me. And I know in my heart, I'm in Canada. I said, they can't do nothing to me.
The boat that was approaching, he says, was the U.S. Coast Guard. They asked him to turn off his engine. He complied. They told him he was in U.S. territory.
No, I'm very sorry. I'm in Canada. And I said, I'm polite enough to talk to you guys, but you cannot arrest me. You can't come across the border and pick me up. They did.
Lallemand says he started his engine and tried to make his way further into Canada, but he says the Coast Guard followed and tried pushing him into the U.S. Eventually, his boat capsized. Lallemand was in the water and says he was drowning.
You know what they're doing? They're tying to my boat to their boat. They're not even taking care of me. Not at all. I'm the one that told them. The third time I went down, coming out with water in my mouth, spitting it out, I said, throw me a buoy.
He says he was handcuffed on the U.S. Coast Guard boat and eventually turned over to Border Patrol. He was detained and placed in a holding cell without a proper explanation, he says.
I said, are you arresting me? No, sir, you're detained. I said, detained for what? I said, you arrest me. I didn't do nothing to you guys. I didn't even hit you guys.
In a statement to CTV News, the U.S. Coast Guard says the operator was informed that he was in U.S. Customs waters. While the Coast Guard's 29-foot response boat was alongside the vessel, the operator put the vessel in motion and ignored commands to maintain course and speed for boarding purposes. The vessel then made an abrupt turn and struck the port bow of the Coast Guard. They go on to say that Lallemand boat capsized and he ended up in the water, but the Coast Guard promptly recovered him. He was eventually transferred to U.S. Border Patrol custody, and the Coast Guard says the actions of the operator of the Canadian vessel are currently under investigation.
We treat our pets better than they treated him.
After hours in a cell, Lallemand was released.
When I saw him coming from the Canadian Customs, and he was flabbergasted. I mean, I've never seen him like that. We've been together for a very long time. He's like a beaten man.
He says he was injured, but he just wants an apology from the U.S. Coast Guard, and he's speaking out as a warning to other Canadians.
I want the people to know and to beware. Stay away from the border, even if it's 500, 600 feet away from there.
Matt Grillo, CTV News, Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu.
All right, thanks very much, Matt. We're going to go from Quebec to what's happening right now in London, Ontario, and show you some live pictures coming in. We're getting closer to a verdict in this case involving 5 former junior hockey players charged with sexual assault. Many of them would go on to play with the NHL. This alleged incident said to have happened now going back 7 years. We're going to have the very latest from the case in about 2 minutes here on CTV News Channel, but also some other headlines we're following again as we await the verdict in this high-profile case. A lot of media attention. There are protest groups outside as well. At the heart of the case, consent, and the judge seems to be indicating that are happening every night at 6 o'clock local time. It allows Canadian talent to get their own audience and make a name for themselves as well. The Just for Laughs Festival is calling them a comedy appetizer to enjoy before some of the bigger indoor shows, which bring out some of the biggest names in comedy to Montreal.
It's been really, really fun to see this all come together and all of my friends being able to like hit the stage at Just for Laughs, sometimes for the first time, sometimes for the second time. Yeah, so it's great.
Just for Laughs continues until July 27th, and over 100,000 pop culture, comic book, superhero fans are throwing on their capes for the world's largest Comic-Con in San Diego, California.
We just like to show off characters that we enjoy and to just cosplay and get recognition from other people in the community who love to watch the same shows and play the same games as us as well.
Yeah, this is a real geek fest. About 135,000 diehard fans will be in San Diego for 4 days. Completely sold out. Lots of previews, exclusives about upcoming movies. Lots of fans dressing up as their favorite characters as well. Some known, some a little bit more obscure. And there are also, of course, star-studded panels with some of the biggest actors in movies and TV shows. All right, a live look from outside London, Ontario right now. A 15-minute break is going on. Should be coming to an end pretty soon. The judge is going to be giving her own analysis and then the verdict in a high-profile case involving 5 former hockey players. We'll be right back in a moment.
Tomorrow on your morning, reaction.
If it was, then not guilty. If it wasn't, guilty.
This is CTV News Channel. It's Thursday, July the 24th. The decision is being read right now in court in London, Ontario, in the high-profile sex assault trial of 5 former members of Canada's World Junior Hockey team. I'll have more on what the judge is saying in just a moment, but a lot of protests outside by some who say the criminal justice system is also on trial here. It doesn't get any bigger than Hulk Hogan when it came to professional wrestling in a stunning turn of events. The star has died at the age of 71 of a heart attack at his home in Florida.
Within a couple of days, they should be able to remove the material and get the drone in. I would say, if not late tonight, by early tomorrow morning, they'll be flying the drone into the workers.
And there's a very delicate operation going on right now as we speak in British Columbia, as rescue crews are trying to get to 3 miners who have been trapped underground at a remote mine for the past 2 days. The men are said to be uninjured and safe, but communication is an issue, and trying to get them out after 2 rock falls in the area is also front of mind. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. This is CTV News Channel, and it's great to have you with us from across the country as we continue to follow this very closely here. What you're looking at on your screen, if you're just joining us, these are live pictures coming in from outside of the courthouse in London, Ontario. This is a huge, huge, very high-profile trial that we have been covering here on CTV for years. And now we have come to decision day, and we will be getting a verdict in the hours ahead in this case. It involves 5 former members of the World Junior team. They played for Canada. Many of them went on to the NHL after, and they stand accused of sexual assault. At the heart of this is the issue of consent. And the complainant, a woman we can only identify by the initials EM, saying that she was sexually assaulted. The judge has been reading her decision now for about 4 hours. There have been a couple of breaks, but about 4 hours now. Started about 10 o'clock Eastern this morning. We don't have a verdict yet. There was 2 recesses that have happened. I think the second recess is probably coming to an end momentarily. Here's what we know. The judge has said, number 1, that the complainant EM, that she is not credible in terms of some of the testimony that she has given. So that is likely a key piece here. Again, we want to be clear. We don't have a verdict, but the judge has said that the complainant, the woman at the heart of this, has been not credible in terms of some of the things that have been said in this trial. Number 2, the judge has said that some of the videos that were played during this trial do not show that there were any signs of intoxication by the complainant, that she wasn't slurring her words. She seemed to be okay. So again, there are questions here. We also know that after the judge said that earlier today, the players, the hockey players here, there were hugs, there were handshakes between them and their defense lawyers and their families. So just want to put that all into context for you. Again, we do not have a verdict. We don't know what the judge is going to say in the end. She's set to give her own analysis and then render the verdict in the next hour or so. This is a very high-profile case, and there are protests outside by groups who say they believe survivors, that the criminal justice system is on trial, saluting the courage of EM, the woman who came forward, and they believe that really in their mind justice is for these men to be found guilty. We don't know how it's going to play out. Some of them are very angry as well that it's come to this. We're going to be following it all for you. And as soon as that verdict comes in, we have CTV reporters deployed to that courthouse in London, Ontario, and we'll bring it to you. But in the meantime, let's bring in criminal defense lawyer Jeff Hirschberg, who is standing by. Jeff, appreciate your time here. I was giving some of the contours there just to set it up for our viewers across the country who are following this closely here as we have been. Your thoughts?
You nailed it on the head. I expect all 5 will likely be acquitted. Essentially, when the main witness has reliability and truthfulness issues, it usually means the accused will be acquitted in the end. So that is what I expect it when she's done reading her judgment.
Tell me about the issue of consent, which is at the heart here of this trial, and based on what we've heard from the judge, how the two interplay.
Well, you're innocent until proven guilty, and that means the Crown must prove that there was no consent. The players, their lawyers, don't need to prove she consented, though the evidence, in my opinion, made clear she did. The Crown in this case tried, and I believe it will be unsuccessfully, to redefine the law of consent. The attempt, if she was successful, the Crown, would be quite dangerous to everybody, because essentially the Crown was suggesting that once consent is given, the consent receiver must continuously continue to question the consent. For anyone who is engaged in sexual conduct, that makes absolutely no sense. In this case, EM, the complainant, she repeatedly asked the men if they wanted oral sex or wanted to have sex with her. She was not showing any signs of impairment, as the video showed. She advised them afterwards she'd been entirely okay with what she participated in. So if that ended with convictions, then nobody could ever truly get consent unless they continually request consent throughout the act. And so had the Crown been successful, then really all sexual acts, even those in marriage, would need to turn into contractual negotiations that continued throughout the sexual interaction.
The other thing I'm curious about is, just all of the stuff going on, Jeff, as well, around this trial. The fact that, there was a jury, then there wasn't a jury. The fact that, the judge has been now reading this for over 4 hours. The high-profile nature of those accused of being hockey players, of course, well known to a lot of Canadians. And the protests that are playing out outside of the courthouse. That really creates this very dynamic sort of mix of what's actually happening here, and how does that affect what's going on?
It's never ideal to have protests outside a courtroom when a trial is going on, and obviously that leads to the pressure of the case. I believe that the fact that this is now a judge-alone trial gives the public an understanding of why the verdict is what it is. If a jury finds an individual guilty or not guilty, you don't get to know the reasons behind that. We don't get to question the jurors like you see in the States, where they, sometimes they'll write a book, like in the OJ trial. In this case, the public can read the judgment, can listen to it later, and learn exactly why the judge found, whatever the verdict ends up being, why she found as she did. And that's the plus side to this.
I'm just curious, you will know this a lot more than I, so let me ask you a procedural question, Jeff, why you think it's taking as long as it has. People are often thinking, the judge walks out and delivers a verdict, but in this case, she's methodically going through a lot of what was presented in this trial. She's also talked about the 3 different things, that the Crown had to prove, which also front and center includes the idea that this was not consensual, but also that there was sexual touching. And just the fact that it's now taken over 4 hours. Can you explain that for us?
Well, in some cases, a judge may just give a written ruling and hand that out. But because of the public nature of this, I believe the judge feels it's very important to read out the entire judgment, and so that anyone listening, especially media who are going to then report on it, hears everything that came about during the trial, all the testimony, can report on exactly why the judge is finding the result that she gets to, how she gets there, and what the evidence was that she listened to get to that point. So it's very important, I think, that she read out, whether it takes 4 hours, whether it takes 6. I expect she's probably got another about hour and a half left. I've been listening to it to finish the analysis now that she's gone through all the evidence.
Hey, can you explain as well, and forgive my ignorance because I'm not a lawyer, the issue of appeals or not? Jeff, how does that work in a case like this?
Well, ultimately, if there's an acquittal for everybody, the Crown will have the ability to appeal this. I do not believe they will. The judgment is very thorough, and I have not heard anything that has shouted out to me like, ooh, that might be a problem. If they're convicted, there too can be appeals. There I would expect it, because after everything Her Honor has said so far, if suddenly it turned around and there was a convictions for all, I would undoubtedly believe there'd be an appeal based on what has how she could get to that after what she's already said, which is why I believe there will be an acquittal.
Jeff Hirschberg with his take, criminal defense lawyer. He's in Toronto. Jeff, thanks so much. Really appreciate being able to tap into your expertise as we follow this closely here on CTV.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right, Jeff, with some great analysis there. And just a reminder that we're waiting for this verdict. As Jeff was indicating there, it's possible we won't get a verdict now for perhaps another hour, hour and a half, as the judge is going through the testimony, going through the evidence, talking about the arguments that have been presented by both the prosecution and the defense here. And her analysis of that is all a part of it. Everybody is still inside the courtroom at this time. And then, of course, the judge will ultimately render her verdict. So stay with us here on CTV News Channel, and if a verdict comes sooner, of course, we'll bring it to you. We're also going to have a lot more testimony, or a lot more analysis of that testimony, as well as commentary on the implications of this trial. It's got international attention. You know, there's media there in London from the United States, right across Canada. There are documentaries being made about this case, books being written about it. There are protesters outside. Inspired Hulkamania.
Long before he was the face of professional wrestling, Hulk Hogan was a professional guitar player and baseball pitching prospect. He made his wrestling debut in Florida in 1977. Just 2 years later, the wrestling world would be introduced to Hulk Hogan. The Hulk won his first world title in 1985, pinning the Iron Sheik at Madison Square Garden. Hogan skyrocketed to fame, and Hulkamania was born, ushering in the 1980s wrestling boom. From movies, commercials,
would be uncivilized,
and TV shows, Hulkamania had become a worldwide phenomenon, with Hogan the industry's most popular character, becoming the first pro wrestler to appear on the cover of Sports Illustrated. In the mid-90s, Hogan would join a competing wrestling organization, Ted Turner's World Championship Wrestling, reinventing himself as a villain. Outside the ring, Hogan's fame included scandal, admitted steroid use, and an unauthorized sex tape that led to a legal battle and an award of millions. A WWE Hall of Famer, he returned to the ring in 2014, hosting WrestleMania 30 and celebrating his 61st birthday. Colorful and charismatic, Hulk Hogan will be remembered as a larger-than-life personality and a pop culture icon. Mark Barker, NBC News.
All right, we'll have more on the life and legacy of Hulk Hogan as well, right here on CTV News Channel throughout the day. Let's get to northwestern British Columbia and new details in the ongoing efforts to reach 3 men miners who are trapped below ground in a mine in that part of the province. It's known as the Red Chris mine. They mine both copper and gold there. The operator is saying this morning that the 3 workers, are behind a wall of debris between 20 and 30 meters long and 7 to 8 meters high. So now they brought in specialized drones to assess all the geotechnical conditions underground. This is obviously very delicate work. You're dealing with people who are trapped. There have been rock falls, 2 of them in the area, and as a result, they've got to be very careful in trying to extract these men, get them to safety. We also know that underground drones, a remote-controlled scoop is being used to get rid of that debris and restore access to a so-called refuge chamber. That's a big metal steel box, a room of sorts underground where the men are currently hunkered down in. They do have air and water and food, and so they are able to hang out there or hunker down there for a little while anyway. The company is saying they can stay there for an extended stay. I'm sure they do not want to, though. They want to get out as soon as possible. No doubt a very frightening experience. But rescue operators are on the scene trying to figure out the safest way to get them to safety, of course. And stay with us on News Channel. We'll be tracking that one as well. A wildfire that forced the town of Leaf Rapids in northern Manitoba to evacuate has now entered the community itself.
This house is burning. Oh my God.
Yeah, take a look at this. At least one home and some other structures in Leaf Rapids have been damaged. The fire jumping the Churchill River, spreading through the town's industrial area. Essential workers were forced to retreat temporarily. Firefighters are still trying to battle the flames, but of course they've also got to be careful about their own safety. Canada's main point person on ongoing trade negotiations with the United States is Dominic LeBlanc. And LeBlanc is in Washington, D.C. today, meeting with American senators in ongoing efforts to reach a trade deal. Remember, there is supposed to be a deadline of August the 1st for Canada to reach a deal with the United States. That's about 8 days away now. Whether we will get that deal by then, what the deal will look like, these are all good questions. LeBlanc saying these are very complex negotiations, as you can imagine, and there is so much at stake for Canada. Listen to this.
There is no comparator with other countries in terms of the way the trading and security relationship between our countries has evolved. That's why these are complicated conversations. But Canadians expect us to take the time necessary to get the best deal we can in the interest of Canadian workers. So we're only going to be in a position to accept a deal when the Prime Minister decides that it's the best deal we can get in the interest of Canadian workers and the Canadian economy.
Yeah, it all comes after 3 days of meetings by Canada's top politicians, the premiers from right across the country who met in Ontario earlier this week, along with the Prime Minister, who was there briefly, to talk a little bit as well about trying to figure out the best path forward for Canada in terms of a trade deal with the United States, and for the provinces, of course, bringing down those trade barriers, trying to do more business with one another. Canada's largest grocery store chain, Loblaws, saw a big boost to its bottom line as consumers are buying Canadian and buying discounted brands as well. Loblaws Limited beat second quarter revenue and profit forecasts, driven by strong demand for essential products like groceries and medicine. And Loblaws retail sales climbing 5.4% year over year. The company says the Buy Canadian movement, sparked by Donald Trump's trade war against Canada, has consumers switching to locally made goods. All right, live pictures from London, Ontario. Back to that. Inside, the judge getting closer to announcing her verdict in the case of 5 former World Junior hockey players who have been charged with sexual assault. The judge is saying a number of things which could indicate which way this verdict is going. And here's the latest. The judge saying, quote, EM. EM is the name of the woman at the heart of this. The initials, EM, we cannot disclose her name. The judge saying EM had a tendency to blame others. For instance, she said that a detective spoke over her, cut her off when he took her statement, so that impacted her answers. She also blamed civil lawyers for her inconsistencies, failing to catch the quote in her errors in her statement, and on it goes. All right, so the judge has also indicated as well that she finds EM has not necessarily been credible as a witness. We're following it very closely. Many people are. High-profile case. Some say the criminal justice system itself is on trial as well. You're watching CTV News Channel. Stay with us.
Martin Short.
with Ontario posting the largest decrease, 2.1%. Motor vehicles, parts dealers recorded the largest decrease in May, falling by 3.6%. Sweltering conditions making a comeback for millions of Canadians who live in southern Ontario and southern Quebec. Humidity is sending temperatures soaring. It's going to feel like it's in the 40s. Take a look. Areas including Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa under heat warnings. In Toronto, the high is 35, but it's going to feel like 44. Montreal, the high is 33 today, but it's going to feel like 40. Even nighttime is expected to be uncomfortable as a result of all the heat. In addition to the heat, in Toronto, meteorologists say there's also a strong possibility of severe thunderstorms later today. Heat in both provinces is expected to last through Thursday, and then, of course, it will spill possibly into the weekend. All right, in a moment, we are awaiting a verdict from London, Ontario in this trial involving 5 former World Junior hockey players. A judge seems to be indicating in some of the things she is saying in court that she does not find the complainant, a woman named EM, does not find her to be credible. She's also raised questions about some of the videos that were presented, seems to be indicating some issues with some of the testimony by the complainant. We're going to be following it very closely here. Again, I want to emphasize a verdict has not been reached. The judge has been talking about the evidence and talking about what the Crown and the defense have said, and the judge has been giving her own analysis for now almost 4.5 hours with 2 short breaks thrown in there. We are expecting a verdict perhaps later this hour, but it could spill into next hour as well. We've got you covered here on CTV News Channel on this and the day's other top headlines. Stay with us.
MasterChef, Wednesday on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
LGBTQ community. With more, here's CTV's Laurence Brisson-Dubreuil.
250 artists, over 120 events, 3 hubs. Fierté Montréal's festival kicks off in just 8 days. The lineup celebrates queer joy, but executive director Simon Gamache says it also rallies support.
There's a lot of hate speech on social media, a lot of hate speech that now we also start to see in the public domain. This is concerning.
He says it's time to unite and uplift 2S LGBTQ+ voices. From drag shows to film screenings to its iconic high heel race, this year's program program embraces the community's diversity. A new hub in the village invites people to explore queer history and stories. For Bollywood performer Ramiz Karim, that visibility matters.
The queer community is composed of many different subcultures and many different groups of people, and everybody wants to feel heard, everybody wants to feel visible, everybody wants to feel like they have a place to belong.
Events are also spread across downtown and the Olympic Park. Program director Chris Ngabonziza says this edition is about building on the festival's strengths.
All of the stuff that we've been working on in the last 3 years, but better versions of all the things.
Beyond the stage, Gamache says urgent issues still drag on. Fierté's 2025 demands have barely changed in 3 years, including the call to decriminalize HIV non-disclosure.
The federal government was working on this. There was effort by the previous government, and eventually, poof, it disappeared. The demands are not changing because things are not moving.
Culture journalist Richard Burnett says complacency is still a risk and that the community remains wary.
And even in wonderful societies like Canada and wonderful queer positive cities like Montreal, we need to stay vigilant.
While budget, events, and attendance increased, Burnett says the festival's purpose hasn't changed.
Pride is really important because tolerance is not acceptance.
That work includes looking inward. About 20 groups recently cut ties with Fierté Montréal, alleging a toxic culture. An internal review is underway, and the organization says discussions continue. Still, the festival marches forward. The 11-day celebration kicks off July 31st and ends with the Pride Parade on Sunday, August 10th. This year's theme, Blossom Here, Now. A call for queer and trans people to take up space, to shine, and to love freely. Laurence Brisson-Dubreuil, CTV News.
All right, as we go to break, some new details coming in from London, Ontario. This high-profile trial of 5 former World Junior Hockey players accused of sexual assault. We are waiting for a verdict. We are getting closer. But here's what we can tell you. This just coming in from the judge saying, quote, "In my view, the complainant exaggerated her intoxication." So that's something to think about. The judge has not announced a verdict, but she has already called the complainant's evidence in this case not credible or reliable, which could be an indication of what lies ahead. CTV News Channel is back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us.
Action! He became the director of his life, and Exotica,
some indications of which way this verdict may go. We want to be careful. No verdict has been issued yet, but the 5 men charged with sexual assault here in a very high-profile case that's gotten attention around the world and, of course, right across Canada. The judge has said 2 key things. One, that she did not feel that the complainant, the woman at the heart of this who made the accusation, didn't feel that woman was a credible witness in terms of some of the things she had said. She also said that there was no signs of intoxication in some of those videos that were released as part of this, and also some indications that perhaps, some of the credibility here was in question, or the judge saying that the complainant may have exaggerated her intoxication. Let's bring in CTV's Kamal Karamali. He's following it all for us. He's in his national newsroom. So, Kamal, obviously, again, we don't have a verdict, but just, those 3 pieces of information could be quite telling here.
Absolutely, and hearing hours of Justice Maria Caroccia reading the verdict, we are getting somewhat of an indication of which way this verdict might go. And she's also added just recently, and I can hear part of her verdict being read right now, so she is still going, but we heard her say that she believes the alleged victim, E.M., quote, exaggerated her intoxication. So quite a bold statement there. She also said, I agree with the submissions of the Crown that intoxication does not automatically equate to something that is unreliable. While intoxication does not automatically equate to unreliability of the evidence, it is a factor to be taken into account in assessing the evidence of the complainant and other witnesses. So just giving you a sense of how she feels about EM's behavior and her claim of being intoxicated the night before. We also heard her, as you mentioned, say that she didn't find EM, quote, credible or reliable, and that the Crown did not prove its case. That got a whole lot of response from inside the courtroom. Some of the hockey players, Michael McLeod's parents, for example, both crying. So did one of his brothers. Carter Hart's mom was also crying when she heard that. We also know that there was a video where McLeod asks EM if she is okay and what is happening, whether she consented to the acts that have already happened in the hotel room. Now, what we've heard from Justice Maria Caroccia is that she, quote, while speaking on the video, she said EM does not feel or display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking. She's not slurring her words and speaks clearly and coherently. Once again, as you mentioned, Todd, no guilty or not guilty verdict being assigned to all 5 players just yet. Once again, they are being tried individually in this case. But in the almost 4 hours that we've been listening to Justice Caroccia, we're getting a sense of where this verdict might go. And you can see on your screen here a lot of people supporting EM in this, saying with signs that say, I believe her, justice for survivors, as you can see on your screen here. And so a very divisive case, as we have seen over the past few months. And now whatever this verdict ends up being, obviously will get a flurry of response and emotional reactions as well.
Yeah, and it's great you pointed that out. It is a highly controversial case, very contentious, very much dividing public opinion. It is playing out as well in the court, so-called, the court of public opinion. And it's interesting too, Kamal, where the Crown, according to the judge, needs to prove 3 things in this case. And we know at the heart of it is consent. But number 1, that the accused touched the complainant. Number 2, the touching was of a sexual nature. And number 3, that there was an absence of consent. And if they're not able to prove those 3 things, then that's the end of that. And of course, once the verdict is read, whichever way it goes, we're going to be hearing, this, being a reporter for many years, we're going to be hearing from, no doubt, the prosecution, perhaps the Crown, maybe other people, other stakeholders in this as well, Kamal, given the high-profile nature of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's worth also noting that the defense lawyers usually speak in cases like this, but the Crown, especially with the way this is leaning, they might not, especially given the emotional nature and the sensitive nature of what this verdict is might be or is expected to be. And we also know that, it was probably the last point that you made here that Carachia had to, or said that the Crown has to prove, which is that the sexual touching was not consensual. It seems like she is taking issue with that, given some of what we've heard in the courts. You know, in this verdict, she did run through the entire gambit of what each defense lawyer argued for their client, as well as what the Crown argued, what EM said. She went through it detail by detail as well. And it looks like what she pointed out or highlighted in terms of what Crown argued, what the defense argued, that there seemed to be completely, in terms of consent, nothing that was concrete in her mind. And we also know that this might change the foundation of what consent is categorized as or defined as in the court of law, because she is saying that she was in some ways overwhelmed by the amount of men in that room and sort of felt in some ways threatened if she didn't go along with those acts. But the defense and the hockey players arguing that they did offer her plenty of times questions and moments where they asked her if this is consensual or if she is okay. And that was their argument. So this is very much going to be recorded for years to come and might change other sexual assault trials, or will likely change other sexual assault trials in terms of verdicts and how they're presented down the road as well.
CTV's Kamal Karamali in our national newsroom tracking this top story very closely today. Thank you, Kamal.
You're welcome.
We just want to show you again live pictures coming in as we are waiting closely to get that verdict, and it could come down any minute now from the judge in this sex assault trial that has made international headlines. There are tons of media there in London, Ontario, both across Canada, from the United States, elsewhere. Some documentaries are being made about this case. Books are being written. Protests, as Kamal was saying, outside of the courthouse as well, by some groups who say, we believe survivors, we believe EM, we stand with survivors, and the criminal justice system is on trial in this case as well. So we have reporters deployed. We'll bring you the verdict as soon as it comes in. The judge has been methodically going through what will ultimately be her verdict for almost 5 hours now, with 2 recesses in there. But since about 10 o'clock Eastern, she began to go over the outlines, the contours. Obviously, the judge wanted to be very careful, well aware of the high-profile nature of this trial in terms of why she has come to the verdict that she has come to. And we'll bring that to you as soon as it comes in. All right, let's get to some other headlines we're following on this Thursday. High-level discussions taking place in Washington, D.C. Huge priority for Canada. It's hard to exaggerate this one. The goal of reaching a trade deal with the United States ahead of a deadline imposed by President Trump of August the 1st, now just over a week away. Canada is trying to get the United States to back down from its 50% tariff that it currently has on Canada's steel and aluminum industry. Listen to this.
That in our discussions with the American senators this week, the American administration, the measures that Canada has taken on steel, in particular against anti-circumvention, are some of the strongest in the world. And that has been recognized and very much appreciated. So we're making some positive progress.
That's Kirsten Hillman there, Canada's ambassador to the U.S., as well as Canada's trade minister there in Canada-U.S. relations, Dominic LeBlanc, meeting with American senators today. Both sides reporting progress on reaching a trade agreement. Hard to know exactly what that means at the end of the day. Canada is trying to lower those tariffs and trying to make sure that other tariffs are not added, as well as lowering levies on the car sector. It's been hurting the Canadian economy, but Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, has been quite blunt. He said it is possible Canada will not get a trade deal that does not include some form of tariffs. We saw the Japanese getting hit with a 15% tariff earlier this week. Of course, the Japanese at one point had no tariffs, and now they will have to pay 15% tariffs on a lot of items that they export to the United States. Speaking of, the Prime Minister is meeting with Inuit leaders today to talk about his government's major projects legislation. That's the law that would build big, so to speak, make Canada an energy superpower, pipelines, railways, you name it. Part of that, of course, is getting the buy-in not only of the provinces, but from Indigenous leaders. And Mark Carney is co-hosting a meeting of the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee. A lot of questions are expected about that law, which does give his government the power to fast-track projects and to sidestep or expedite some of those projects.
The government of Canada will always have priorities, and the Inuit will always have priorities. Where we meet in the middle is where we can do the best work and implement our modern treaties, ensure that we uphold Inuit rights in this country, and then also just build a better Canada.
There is much that has been accomplished in a short period of time, but there is so much more to do to improve social services, to close the infrastructure gap, to educate our youth, and to create a brighter future for them, a brighter, more sustainable future for them.
Indigenous leaders have accused the Carney government, some of them anyway, not all of them, of failing to consult adequately when the law was being drafted. Mark Carney has promised to hold talks with different Indigenous leaders to make sure there is input on how some of these mega projects can best proceed. Canada's Federation of Independent Business is raising a red flag that the economy could be in for a rough ride. Its quarterly report forecasting the economy dropping 0.8% in the second quarter and could fall a further 0.8% in the third quarter. If that happens, Canada would be in a technical recession. The report notes that a lot of businesses are now expecting longer-term disruption thanks to Donald Trump's trade war, delays at the border, currently about 400,000 vacant jobs in the private sector, and private investment is expected to continue to nosedive. Let's bring in CTV's Jeremy Sharon, who's standing by in Ottawa. He's tracking this story for us today, and not good news for Canada, my friend.
Yeah, exactly, Todd. Look, this is an idea of what kind of an impact the tariffs and the trade war with Donald Trump are having on the economy so far. And as you've touched on, it's not a great picture. Again, this is just a forecast, and perhaps in the era of this trade war with Donald Trump, it is more difficult to forecast anything than it's ever been. But an idea of the impact so far, and we're looking at the potential of a back-to-back decline in the economy in back-to-back quarters, which by definition, as you've touched on, would mean Canada would be in a recession. The other interesting aspect here is when you look at the numbers and the attitude of businesses in the face of this uncertainty. We're looking at the impact of investments and the impact on business and the uncertainty of the strength of supply chains moving forward. Businesses believe that supply chains will be impacted long term, and we're looking at a significant drop in private investment, down 13% in the second quarter, and expected to be down another 6.9% in the third quarter. There is, a little bit of a silver lining when you look at this report and the conclusion that the Canadian Federation of Independent Business determined here, which is that there's a little bit of stabilization when it comes to the rate of inflation, which slowed to 1.8% in the second quarter, expected to perhaps climb up to 1.9% in the third quarter. But we've seen that kind of, steady off, normalize a little bit, which is a good thing in the face of declining growth in the economy overall. So that means we could be looking potentially at the end of this month at a holding of the Bank of Canada's interest rate rather than perhaps, further decrease. But, this is an idea of how the economy is reacting so far to Donald Trump's tariffs. And the other, thing to note here is that many businesses, the private sector, seems to believe this is going to be happening for quite some time, which means the impact is going to continue to be felt. So time will tell, Todd, but certainly this is not a great picture or a great forecast to be looking at.
All right, CTV's Jeremy Sharon in Ottawa. Thanks, Jeremy.
Anytime.
All right, and we are going to go back to London, Ontario now. We are getting a verdict in connection with one of the 5 hockey players, Carter Hart. We're hearing that he has been found not guilty of sexual assault. That coming in, not guilty of sexual assault, and the judge saying, quote, "For all the reasons I've stated, I am not satisfied beyond the reasonable doubt. As a result, Carter Hart has been found not guilty." Just one of 5 players who stand accused of sexual assault in a high-profile trial that is playing out right now in London, Ontario, involving an alleged incident from June of 2018. Those 5 players, all members of that very high-profile World Junior team, all of them would go on and play professionally with the NHL, but then they stood accused of this, and we are hearing as well now, just coming in, that Alex Formanton also found not guilty. So we now have 2 verdicts coming in from London, Ontario, that 2 of the 5 players so far have been found not guilty in the case of, and there's Alex Formenton, you see, found not guilty, 1 count of sexual assault. At the heart of this case, of course, was the issue of consent. The judge had been indicating throughout the day now, over the last almost 5 hours, that she had a lot of reservations about some of the witness testimony by the woman at the heart of this, a woman we can only identify as EM, that she had issues with that woman's credibility as a witness, some of the testimony. There were also some questions about the videos, and the judge recently saying that she did not believe that the complainant here may have been as intoxicated as she indicated. So again, the verdicts are coming out here. Again, Carter Hart found not guilty, and Alex Formenton also found not guilty in this trial. All right, we're going to keep our eye on this, and we're going to bring you updates as they come in. We are expecting to hear the verdicts on the other players as well coming up in the next couple of minutes. We've got our reporters deployed as well. You're watching CTV News Channel. We're going to have a quick break. We're going to be right back with the very latest coming in from London, Ontario. Stay with us.
American Ninja Warrior, all new, Monday at 8, 9.
One of the players, Carter Hart, is not guilty. Sexual assault. Also, a second player, Alex Formenton, not guilty. Take a look. There are 5 players in total. The judge is reading out her verdict. The men were charged separately, so we're going through them one by one. 2 of the 5 now found not guilty. We're still waiting for the other 3. What is interesting here at the heart of the case was consent. And throughout the day, as the judge has methodically been going through her decision process here, rendering her verdict, we've certainly seen a lot of indications that she had issues with the credibility of the woman at the heart of this, a complainant who is known as EM, those initials EM, who made the allegations against these players. Questions about credibility in terms of the evidence, the testimony that she gave, as well as some of the videos that were presented in the case, as well as questions about whether EM, according to the judge, she felt that the woman had exaggerated her level of intoxication. So certainly in the last couple of hours, we've started to get an indication as to which way this might be going. And now, again, we've got word Carter Hart, not guilty, Alex Formenton, not guilty, and we are still waiting to hear the verdicts on the other 3 players. Let's bring in criminal defense lawyer Nick Cake, who has been great from the very beginning in terms of covering this story for us.
I don't know how.
Yeah, Nick, I think if you can hear me, I just want to get your quick reaction to this this not guilty verdict for both Carter Hart and Alex Formenton. Your take.
Hey, Todd, yeah, I mean, the judge is going through it, but I don't think it comes as any surprise. When she started her decision at 10 o'clock this morning, it was one where she said, I don't find EM credible or reliable. And for those reasons, and I'm paraphrasing, but for those reasons, the Crown hasn't met their onus of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And so now, after she's reviewed all the evidence, she's applied that evidence to the law, she's now giving her meat and potatoes of the decision. And I'm not surprised that Hart and Formenton have been found not guilty. And I think the rest of the 3 are going to follow suit, just as long as Her Honor can give reasons.
Well, Nick, as you're talking, I'm just hearing from our control room that, yes, indeed, Cal Foote has also been found not guilty of sexual assault, the 3rd of 3 players here so far, 3 out of 5. Cal Foote has also been found not guilty in connection with 1 count of sexual assault. So, you know, certainly we were hearing indications throughout the day about the credibility of the witness, of the complainant here, EM, about, you know, intoxication, about the videos, and she didn't appear to be slurring in the videos, didn't appear to be intoxicated, and also about, you know, some of the testimony that she had given. Doubts had been raised, and the judge saying, in the case of these 3 players, Nick, that, you know, it just didn't rise to the level of a beyond a reasonable doubt for these players.
Right. And again, I'm sure as we're talking, we're going to go through the other 2 defendants as well. And it's not going to be a surprise when you guys can plaster that not guilty logo in front of their photograph as well. I'm not saying that to make light of it, but that is ultimately what was coming. And that's what could have been predicted to have come based upon Her Honor's words at the outset of this decision. I mean, beyond a reasonable doubt is a very high threshold for the Crown to meet. And as Her Honor went through her reasons, she pointed out all of the inconsistencies with EM's evidence, whether it was between what she said to the police and what she said on the stand, what she said during cross-examination, or what she said during her evidence and the objective video evidence that was presented as well, both from the hotel, from the bar, and then, of course, you have the evidence that was raised by the defense as well. So when Her Honor looked at everything, it raised doubt in her mind, and she's now explaining why.
Nick Cake, criminal defense lawyer, with his take as we get these not guilty verdicts for 3 of the 5 players in this high-profile trial. Nick, thanks again.
No problem. Talk to you later.
All right, so if you're just joining us, let me bring you up to speed here. These 5 hockey players had been charged, accused of sexual assault. A verdict is now coming in this trial that's been playing out, a lot of twists and turns to it, a story generating international attention, a lot of interest across Canada as well. There are protests outside of the courthouse. But we're hearing that 3 of the 5 players have now been found not guilty, including Cal Foote, Alex Formenton, Carter Hart. Let's bring in CTV's Kamal Karamali, who's in our national newsroom, Kamal, as we wait for the verdicts to come in on those other 2 players. But again, we had an indication earlier today, didn't we, as to which way we thought this was likely to go.
Yeah, right off the bat, Justice Maria Caroccia saying that she didn't find EM, who took to the stand and was the alleged victim in this case, credible or reliable, and that she said right off the hop that the Crown did not prove its case. That immediately got a response in the courtroom, including from some of the hockey players' family members, who some of which started crying, others started shaking hands. Even as we went into our first recess late in the morning, remember this has been going on for hours in terms of Justice Caroccia reading this verdict, and we even saw 2 15-minute recesses take place. And during that time, when the first recess broke specifically, we saw some of the family members, lawyers, the hockey players shaking hands, almost with the mannerisms and body language of a bit of relief and a sense of victory as well, knowing that this might be heading in their direction. And as we are seeing the verdicts come down now live, 3 of the 5 hockey players deemed not guilty of sexual assault. So Cal Foote, age 26, the most recent out of the 3, as we are I'm just keeping one ear off to this live feed here and listening into where this next verdict is going to go. But Cal Foote, age 26, found not guilty of sexual assault. EM had accused him of doing the splits above her face while she was lying on the hotel room floor. We also heard about Alex Formanton, the 25-year-old, who had also been found not guilty by Justice Carachia. And he had been accused of, quote, vaginally penetrating EM in the bathroom of the hotel room without her consent. Carachia had said, I accept his evidence that it was a mutual division to go to the bathroom. And the first earlier, earlier, just a few minutes ago, we heard from 26-year-old of 26-year-old Carter Hart's verdict, found also not guilty of sexual assault. He had been accused of obtaining non-consensual oral sex from EM on the night in question, but Carachia found the Crown failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that EM did not consent. So those are some snippets of the reasonings behind what we've heard in terms of these non-guilty verdicts.
Yeah, obviously, Kamal, as you can appreciate, given the protests outside today, I can only assume a lot of anger on the part of some of the groups out there once word now spreads that these men have been found not guilty, as we await to hear on the other 2 players. But certainly this is an indication of where it may go for the other 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seemed like in the initial stages of reading this verdict, Justice Carachia was, even though the 5 hockey players are being tried separately, we're also hearing now that Cal Foote was deemed not guilty, and Dylan Dubé also not guilty, according to Justice Carachia. That just coming in. So Dylan Dubé, once again, dealt a not guilty verdict for sexual assault as well. Justice Carachia just coming down with that verdict and trying to half listen on the reasoning behind that. But yeah, as we're seeing it here, Dylan Dubé as well, not guilty. Now, we do have one more left in terms of Michael McLeod, and so we will hear what the verdict is regarding him shortly. But 4 out of the 5 now deemed not guilty by Justice Carachia.
Yeah, absolutely. And the judge, as you can imagine, Kamal, and understand, being very deliberative, very methodical in terms of how she's read this out. I mean, this has been going on now for the better part of 5 hours.
Absolutely. And no one can really blame Justice Carachia for being not specific or detailed enough. She went through the entire gambit of what the defense lawyers' arguments were, what the Crown's argument was, what EM had stated, summarizing her claims, and how the defense and the hockey players were countering those claims, the conversations that allegedly took place and how they differed. So she went through every little detail of the past few months in terms of what we've heard, even saying, and I think this was one of the most poignant parts of the verdict being read, she said, while speaking on video, EM does not display any signs of intoxication. She has no difficulty speaking. She is not slurring her words and speaks clearly and coherently. EM said that she didn't remember recording videos until they were shown to her by her lawyers, and the videos were referring to Michael McLeod, who has not been given a verdict yet, but he had asked EM in a video if she's okay and what is happening, or consented to the act.
All right. All right, CTV's Kamal Karamali with the very latest. Kamal, thanks so much for this. I'm going to hand things over to CTV's Scott Hurst, who's going to continue our coverage here on CTV News Channel as we follow this breaking news story. We now have guilty verdicts, or not guilty verdicts, rather, for 4 of the 5 players. Scott.
I would like to welcome our viewers from British Columbia joining our coverage now as we continue our breaking news coverage of this major story that has been going on for several hours now live. We continue to carry this live from the London courthouse as we found out that several of these players have been found not guilty. We still have Kamal Karamali with us. Kamal, walk us through the very latest as we continue to follow this coming from the courthouse in London.
Right. You can see on your screen here, Dylan Dubé, the latest to be given a not guilty verdict by Justice Maria Correchia. She had been spending close to 5 hours reading her verdict and going into meticulous detail about what happened in the trial, how there was a mistrial a couple of times, how the jury had to be let go and became a judge-only trial, and now going through what the defense lawyers had argued, what the Crown had argued, what EM had said, and how that sort of differed from what the hockey players were claiming. There were a few bombs dropped in terms of notable points to take away from the verdict. One was right off the hop. Justice Correchia said that she didn't find EM's credible or reliable, and that the Crown did not prove its case. That right away got reaction from the hockey players' families and parents who were in the courtroom. And mind you, there's an overflow courtroom as well. We've heard from reporters in both the main courtroom as well as the overflow courtroom, and very different feelings coming out of both courtrooms, where it was primarily family members of the accused in that main courtroom, and they were in some ways showing body language that indicated relief, shaking each other's hands. Some were crying. So a lot of relief pouring out in that main courtroom. But the overflow courtroom was full of reporters and supporters of the victim, or alleged victim, EM, who has made some claims, and a lot of the supporters who were outside, the protesters, were also in that overflow courtroom. And so that second courtroom was quiet, was, according to reporters there, very just heard so far in terms of the not guilty verdicts. We know that most recently Cal Foote was found not guilty. He's a 26-year-old former Hockey Canada hockey player. He had been accused of assaulting EM by her claiming that he did the splits above her face while she was lying on the hotel room floor. What Correchia had said in terms of Cal Foote's verdict, she said that she found that he did do the splits, but the Crown did not prove there was contact with EM's face or that the splits were sexual in nature. We also know Alex Formanton was found not guilty just earlier this hour. The 25-year-old found not guilty for sexual assault. He had been accused of having intercourse with EM in the bathroom of the hotel room without her consent. That was the accusation put forward. And Correchia had said, in response, consent can be communicated by words and conduct. She found that EM expressed a willingness to engage in sexual activity with Formanton, and she had said, I accept his evidence that it was a mutual decision to go to the bathroom. We also know the first of the 5, Carter Hart, 26-year-old, was also found not guilty for sexual assault. He had been accused of non-consensual oral sex from EM, and Correchia had said the Crown failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that EM did not consent. So once again, in the 5 hours that have passed since the reading of this verdict began, Correchia, or Justice Correchia, had gone through a lot of detail breaking down what EM had claimed versus what the hockey player through their defense lawyers had claimed, and trying to highlight the differences in the story. But overall, she said she didn't find EM quote, credible or reliable, and that the Crown did not prove its case beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt. She also said that she didn't believe that EM did not display any signs of intoxication, no difficulty speaking, and in all of that supporting her in supporting her her case. Now, we're also hearing Michael McLeod not guilty of sexual assault. We're also hearing this, if you want to take it over, Scott, here.
Yeah, Kamal, this is coming in as well, where we've heard that Michael McLeod has been found not guilty of one count of sexual assault. He is also facing a separate count of being party to the offense. We are still waiting specifically for that ruling, Kamal, but as you've been mentioning throughout this, the justice spending a lot of time, several hours, going through her ruling point by point and going through specific understandings the way she has been following it throughout. And we've seen this now, and this just coming in, that Michael McLeod has been found not guilty as well. So this is all five of them at this point have been found not guilty to the count of sexual assaults, as we continue to wait for the specific charge of being party to the offense from Michael McLeod on that one. That one has not been ruled on at this moment, just as we wait for that. But throughout all of this, Kamal, as the judge has talked about, and early on in her rulings, early on in her findings, not finding EM credible or reliable, and at one point pointing to several inconsistencies in EM's testimony, saying, the justice, that at times EM exaggerated her intoxication. And ultimately, Kamal, a major factor through all of this came down to the issue of consent.
And that is the key point here. We've spoken to several criminal lawyers about what consent means, how it's changed over time based on different trials that have taken place, not only in this country, but in the United States as well. And the question of consent, what is it defined as, and at what point is it not consensual? And so Justice Carachia had said earlier that the Crown must prove three things: that there was touching, that the touching was sexual, and it seems like those first 2 points she did believe. But it's the last point that she had made that she said the Crown needs to prove, which is that the sexual touching was not consensual. She has said that that is not proven by the Crown in some aspects of the recounting of events from EM's point of view. The judge, we also know right now, is reading her analysis for the charge of being party to the offense by Michael McLeod. But it seems like for all five verdicts read so far when it comes to sexual assault specifically, we know that it has been deemed not guilty because through a very thorough reading of the verdict, it seems like Justice Carachia was not convinced that EM was intoxicated to the point that she did not know what she was doing. It seemed like she did not believe her story, saying that she was, quote, not credible or reliable. And so we know that a lot of the criminal lawyers we've spoken to regarding consent say that this is going to really change what it means to consent, because there were times where the hockey players, through their defense lawyers, claimed that they asked whether EM was okay and whether this was in some ways consensual. They said that everything about her body language indicated that she was a willing participant, and in some ways claimed that they were shocked about how much she wanted to participate in sexual activity. But EM is saying, in contrast, that even though maybe she was appeared to be a willing participant, she felt threatened in some ways. She felt overpowered in some ways because of the number of men in that room. And now we're hearing breaking news here that we are hearing a not guilty count on all counts as well. So that includes the charge of being a party to the offense against McLeod. Also, Scott, not guilty. So not guilty for all five players on all charges here.
And Kamal, of course, just to recap, this is breaking news. We got this latest ruling coming in just moments ago where Michael McLeod has been found not guilty on the one count of being party to an offense, as well as not guilty on the count of sexual assaults. And we're finding out that all 5 players have been found not guilty on all charges. And to recap, of course, this is an issue that dates back several years to 2018. This encounter took place at a London, Ontario hotel room in the early hours of June 19th, 2018, after a Hockey Canada event. These players, of course, were part of the Hockey Canada World Junior Hockey Team. And now this verdict being read today at the London, Ontario courthouse, where we found out that all 5 players, Carter Hart, Alex Formanton, Cal Foote, Dylan Dubé, and Michael McLeod, have all been found not guilty of sexual assault, and not guilty for Michael McLeod on one count of being party to an offense for facilitating the assaults. I believe we also now have Kamal, would you like to jump in there?
Yeah, as we are getting this news as it's coming in, we are also hearing that that one count of being party to an offense for facilitating the assaults has been dismissed by Justice Carachia. So we're still waiting and keeping one ear on the proceedings as it's happening, but still waiting on more details on why it was dismissed, her reasoning for it. But generally, those are dismissed if there isn't the weight or the grounds for a verdict, or something is missing in terms of detail. So we'll wait to hear exactly why this count of being party to an offense for facilitating the assaults was dismissed, and we're going to hear more details as that comes in. But I'm going to quickly recap what we've heard in terms of Dylan Dubé, the latest to be deemed not guilty. The 27-year-old was accused of obtaining oral sex from EM, and separately, while she was giving oral sex to another member in that room, slapping her buttocks while she was engaged in a sexual act with someone else. So what Justice Carachia has said that she cannot find beyond a reasonable doubt that this conduct on the part of the complainant was non-consensual. We see Alex Formanton on your screen here. The 25-year-old also found not guilty of sexual assault. He had been accused of having sexual intercourse with EM in the bathroom of that very hotel room without her consent, but Carachia had said that she does believe that the sexual intercourse happened, but that she does also accept evidence that it was a mutual decision to go to the bathroom with Formanton, and saying that consent can be communicated by words and conduct. And in this case, she found EM expressed a willingness to engage in the sexual activity with Formanton.
Kamal, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump in here, because we're hearing that court has now wrapped, and these 5 players found not guilty, defendants, are now free to go. And so it has taken a while as the justice went through her analysis, but ultimately these 5 players have been found not guilty. Kamal Karmali joining us from our CTV National Newsroom. Kamal, thanks so much for this. I believe on the line now we also have Monty McGregor, criminal defense lawyer. I want to get your reaction to this as we're finding out the breaking news that we've been following throughout the day. 5 players found not guilty on all charges. Now that court has wrapped, and these defendants are free to go.
Yeah, Scott, I'm not surprised at all, frankly. I've watched this case extensively, and unlike other cases, we were able to, even though we're not in the courtroom, it was covered with so much media that we were aware of how the complainant testified. And as you listen to the detailed decision and deconstruction of her evidence today, the trial judge clearly didn't believe her. She had trouble with her credibility and her reliability. That means she wasn't credible, so she wasn't trustworthy. And she wasn't reliable, meaning her version of events wasn't accurate. And she even found that she willingly engaged as an active participant in these actions, and that consent was available. There was just too much ammunition for the defense. And frankly, I believe this is the right decision.
Yeah, adding to what you had mentioned, where the judge had ruled early, or had stated early in her analysis that EM's testimony was not credible nor reliable, and later in the analysis mentioning that Justice Maria Carachia saying EM exaggerated her intoxication. In what ways did she come to that conclusion?
Well, I think what you see here are that there were inconsistencies in her story. There were gaps in her story. They had, and mostly they had objective evidence that contradicted what she was saying about her level of intoxication. They had videos in the bar in advance of the interaction. They also had what the trial judge deemed the consent videos. Those are the videos right afterwards, imminently, where she's talking clearly, concisely about it being a consensual act and being effectively saying to the gentleman that was taking the video, one of the players, I don't know why you're worried. This was consensual and I'm good. And so if you look at all of that and map that up against the narrative that the complainant provided, it's easy to look at all of the problems. And that doesn't even include the motives to fabricate, which would include financial, reputational, or almost like a buyer's remorse, regretting what had happened, but looking back and saying, okay, well, it's clear that it was consensual.
All right, Monty McGregor, if you don't mind standing by for us, I now want to go to London, Ontario. We have our CTV News national correspondent, Adrian Gobriel, who's been following this throughout the day, standing by live for us. Adrian, take it away, because as we got the verdict, the 5 players all found not guilty on all charges. A reaction from the courthouse?
Yeah, people are just starting to funnel out slowly. We just heard moments ago from Justice Maria Caraccias saying that the players are free to leave. The case, the trial, the formal trial over the last 8 weeks has concluded, and we heard multiple, reasons for her decision today. Again, each of the players found not guilty of sexual assault. Michael McLeod also found not guilty of being party to the offense. I also want to bring in criminal lawyer Nick Cake, who was inside the overflow room, keeping a close eye on this trial for weeks now. We heard from Justice Maria Caraccias today. We heard her share that she did not find EM, that's how we are identifying the complainant in this case, as credible, as reliable. Why?
Well, ultimately, it was because of the inconsistencies in her evidence. So when the judge is weighing credibility and reliability, one of the things they're doing is they're looking at what did the person say on the stand versus what they may have said previously to the police, or even in other court documents, like, for example, the civil suit in this case. And then what she's doing is she's looking at, okay, is there any other evidence? What did other people say? Or in this case as well, what do the videos show, those objective videos? We know the surveillance cameras aren't lying.
And we saw in some of those videos that were submitted as evidence throughout this trial, Nick, where EM alleged that it was the players buying her copious amounts of drinks, though videos show her purchasing her own beverages inside the bar in London, Ontario back in June of 2018.
Sure, and they also show her not as intoxicated as she was, or not being separated from her friends as she stated she was, knowing some of the bouncers at the bar and things like that. And of course, these are just little bits and pieces, but as you mountain up those little bits and pieces, they get pretty big, and ultimately each kind of cut against credibility goes to the weight. And so overall, when Her Honor looks at EM's evidence contextually, she determines that I can't give it any weight. You're just not credible or reliable. And if the complainant in a sexual assault case is not credible and reliable, then that makes beyond a reasonable doubt for the Crown to achieve incredibly difficult. And here they couldn't.
And that's what we heard multiple times in her closing reasons for decision. This is a trial that really hinged on consent and the legal meaning of consent, and she couldn't find beyond a reasonable doubt that EM didn't consent, and that her actions in the hotel room on that night into the early morning hours of the 19th implied some level of consent.
Right, and when you're looking at a sexual assault, consent or the lack thereof is one of the essential elements. The Crown has to prove that consent wasn't there.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. And obviously they couldn't, because as Her Honor said, again, credibility and reliability came to give her doubt as it relates to consent, and reasonable doubt prevailed.
When we also, just look at all of the things that have taken place during this trial, we can see that there's protesters, supporters of the complainants starting to arrive again here. They were here this morning. They've been here throughout the trial. We saw a jury thrown out because of a mistrial. The first jury, just 2 days into this trial. Weeks later, a second separate jury that had been selected were dismissed because of allegations by jurors that members of Alex Fermenton's defense team were laughing at them, were making them feel uncomfortable. Though the defense has denied those allegations, that jury was dismissed. We then went to a judge-only trial. Have you ever seen anything like this in your career?
I've never seen anything like this happen in the same trial. I've seen mistrials. I've seen re-elections to judge alone, but never combined as one. Ultimately, the trial completed, and it was because everyone realized, both the Crown and defense, that justice needs to be done here. We need to get to this decision today. And so that's why we're here.
And we heard some this morning calling, for justice. Has justice been served?
I don't think that you'll ever find anyone who exits a criminal courtroom and says that justice has been served. Because justice is very subjective to every person who seeks it. But ultimately, what we can say is that the system worked. Agree with it or not, you have to accept it because this is the system.
We see the national media here. We see documentary producers. We know that there's people writing novels. Talk about the spotlight that has been on this trial.
Well, I think the spotlight comes because of who these defendants were. We have 5 people on a gold medal winning national team, a junior national team, some of them still playing in the NHL up until essentially the date of their arrest. And then, of course, they are accused of sexual assault. And then there's a Hockey Canada scandal in relation to sexual assault and everything like that. So certainly it had the markings of something that would play out exactly as it did.
What do we see now taking place in the future as we look ahead?
Well, I think the future for these 5 young men is hopefully they can go home and start to rebuild their lives. Hopefully EM can get whatever help she needs to try and put closure to her own experience as well. And hopefully we can take this as a lesson for our young men and our women, both in sport and out of sport, and really focus on what consent is, how you achieve it, and how you reasonably seek it out.
Thank you so much, criminal lawyer Nick Cake. As we've been discussing all day, this was decision day. The verdicts have been handed again. For those who are just tuning in, not guilty of sexual assault for each of the 5 players, not guilty of being party to the offense for Michael McLeod.
And Adrian, if we don't mind, set the scene for us, for our viewers, you being there outside the courtroom as court has now wrapped and defendants being found not guilty. They are free to go. Are they going to be walking out that front door? Are we expecting them, maybe their lawyers or them themselves, to now speak as they are free to go? Is that where they have to exit the courthouse?
We believe that the lawyers for Cal Foote, as well as for Alex Fermenton, will be speaking. The way in and out of the London courthouse isn't through the front doors, it's actually through the side doors. So the players will be exiting through the side doors. They're not to be given any preferential treatment. They're not to be able to give in some back door, just like any other member of the public found guilty, not guilty, allowed to leave the court. They will be leaving from that side door. And as I mentioned, we can see, some of the supporters for the complainant beginning to arrive here. They were out here this morning. There were screams for justice. The players did have to walk by the protesters, some who were supporting the players, some here to support the complainant. And so we're expecting more of the same now that the case and the proceedings have wrapped up.
CTV's Adrian Gobril reporting from live outside the London courthouse. Adrian, thanks so much for this. And just to recap once again, all 5 World Junior players, Carter Hart, Dylan Dubé, Michael McLeod, Cal Foote, and Alex Formenton, have been found not guilty on all charges related to the encounter in question that took place in London, Ontario, in a hotel room in June of 2018. Earlier today, the justice called the complainant's testimony not credible. I want to bring back Monty McGregor, criminal defense lawyer, and pick up the question that Adrian posed as well about the question of justice being served. Has justice been served? Of course, that will have different reactions depending on who you ask. But ultimately as well, there is a complainant here. There is a woman, EM, who feels she's been through this traumatic experience and not getting the verdict that she was going for either.
Well, Scott, I think, unfortunately, sex assault cases are horrific to deal with for all participants. The allegations are serious. The events for the complainant are often traumatizing, both living through the event and then having to come to court and try to survive being questioned, both about your integrity and your reliability and believability. So usually an experience like this can be awful for everyone involved. However, I do believe justice has been served. Our system is the best in the world, from my view, and people envy it. And this is an example of what happens when you take mere allegations and you test them with the appropriate scrutiny that everybody in our system and our society is afforded. And this case, unlike most other cases, played out so much in the media that you were able to get a moment-by-moment clip of what was happening without actually being in the courtroom, because this experience happens across this great country every single day. And these accused had their lives put on hold and had the interactions that they had questioned by a prosecution, where their lives were set aside and their hockey careers to some degree have been put on hold amidst the sort of pith of the heart of their career. And I believe, despite the fact that many believers in the complainant and EM will question the verdict, this judgment is long enough and complex enough that you can look at all of the scrutiny and the appropriate scrutiny and the problems with the evidence that didn't support the prosecution. And that's why these gentlemen are not guilty.
And if you don't mind adding to this, because those that were out there, and as Adrian was pointing to, those that were there supporting the victim, supporting EM, standing up for survivors, they're out there with signs as well today, protesting this, showing their support as well. Many who were supporting EM were noting that the criminal justice system as a whole is on trial here. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that, frankly, because our system that has been designed since the Ghomeshi case has injected a significant number of measures and procedures to try and assist complainants to try and not have this experience as awful as it is. Now, it's going to be difficult and awful, but there is no other means and mechanism to adjudicate guilt or innocence as it relates to a sexual assault case. And often it comes down to a he said versus she said, and it requires the degree of scrutiny of the evidence. And here it was extensive, and there were significant problems with the inconsistencies, the motives to fabricate, the numerous and major shifts in the defense, the over-exaggeration of the level of intoxication of the complainant, and objective evidence that completely contradicted the narrative that she was trying to suggest. The videos afterwards, which the trial judge deemed the consent videos, as well as the videos in advance. So to me, I believe this is the best mechanism to adjudicate it. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean that it's not a difficult thing to do. But it gets the result. And here, I believe, without a doubt, without any question, that the right verdict was found.
Criminal defense lawyer Monty McGregor. Monty, appreciate your analysis, appreciate your time today for CTV News Channel. Thanks so much.
God, it's always a pleasure. Thanks for having me. You have a good day. Thank you.
As well. And to recap, all 5 World Junior players, Carter Hart, Dylan Dubé, Michael McLeod, Cal Foote, and Alex Formanton, have been found not guilty on all charges related to an encounter that took place in London, Ontario, in a hotel room in June of 2018. As we continue to look live on the outside of the courthouse, we're going to take a quick break and be back with more news after this.
Hey there, Canada. I'm John Walsh. Let me ask, is osteoarthritis
in a London, Ontario hotel room in June of 2018. Earlier today, the judge called the complainant's testimony not credible, going on to say the defendant, EM, exaggerated her intoxication. For more on this, let's bring in CTV's Kamal Karmali. Kamal, our whole newsroom has been following along throughout the day with all the updates as the justice read out her analysis for many hours and then read out the verdict that all 5 have been found not guilty.
Yeah, the court has adjourned, and the players have been free to go on their own way. But obviously, we're still waiting to hear from defense lawyers if they are going to talk, the Crown attorneys as well. And so, and maybe possibly even just statements from the players themselves, maybe their families. We're all just waiting on that. But as you can see on your screen here, all 5 2018 Canada Hockey World Junior players found not guilty of sexual assault. And that is largely due to Ontario Superior Court Justice Maria Carachia saying that she didn't find the complainant's evidence to be credible or reliable. She said that off the bat at around 10 a.m. Eastern time today, and that really set the precedent and the grounds for what we were going to expect later in the day. She outlined for hours, for roughly 5 hours, on why she didn't believe that EM, who is the alleged victims, her version of events were credible or reliable. She also spent hours explaining why she didn't believe the Crown did not prove its case, and said that there was no showing that without a reasonable doubt that these players were guilty of sexual assault. Now, just to run through the gamut of what we know in terms of the verdicts and what the claims were against the accused. We know, as I mentioned, all 5 defendants have been deemed not guilty. But let's start off here with Michael McLeod, who is actually facing 2 charges, one of sexual assault and the other was of a charge of being party to the offense. Now, what we've seen is that for the sexual assault, he has been found not guilty. Related to that charge specifically, he had been accused of assaulting EM in the hotel room by having oral sex for one, and then sexual intercourse, vaginal sex, without her or with her without her consent. And so he has also been found not guilty of an additional charge, as I mentioned, of being party to the offense. What prosecutors had claimed, he assisted and encouraged his teammates to engage in those sexual acts that allegedly included oral sex as well as vaginal sex with one of the other players in the bathroom. That charge was now, we've learned, dismissed. And well, we know a charge can be dismissed if there are gaps in evidence. There's a number of reasons why charges can be dismissed as well. Dylan Dubé, another player, one of the 5, also deemed not guilty in terms of a verdict of sexual assault. He had been accused of obtaining oral sex from EM, and in another instance that night, allegedly slapping her butt while she was giving oral sex to another player. And so what Justice Carachia had said, that she did find Dubé's slap of EM's butt to be something that she could believe, but she doesn't think Dubé was one of the men who was taking turns slapping her as hard as they could. So once again, she does believe that that incident took place, but it was the force of the slap that she doesn't believe took place. She also said she can't find beyond a reasonable doubt that this conduct on the part of the complainant was non-consensual, saying and I'm summarizing here, but saying in some ways that that there was consent in some parts, or that EM did not resist these acts, whether they were sexual or something like slapping the buttocks. We also know Cal Foote, 26, has also been found not guilty of sexual assault. He had been accused of assaulting EM by doing the splits above her face while she was lying on the hotel room floor. Now, Carachia said that she does believe that he did do the splits, but did not prove, or Crown was not able to prove, that there was any contact between Foote and EM's face. So that was where the discrepancy was in terms of that not guilty verdict. Formanton, the 25-year-old, has also been found not guilty of sexual assault. He had been accused of having vaginal sex with EM in the bathroom that night in that same hotel room. And what Justice Carachia had said about Formanton specifically is that she believes it was a, quote, mutual decision to go to the bathroom with Formanton. And then the first not guilty verdict we heard earlier today, Carter Hart, 26-year-old, was found not guilty of sexual assault. He was accused of obtaining non-consensual oral sex specifically from EM that night, but Carachia finding that Crown failed to prove that EM did not consent. Once again, we've heard from the players through their lawyers, the defense claiming that the players, in their version of events, checked in on EM, asked if she was okay, and said multiple times that they were shocked that she was as much of a willing party as she was, and so it seemed like Justice Carachia gravitated towards their side of the argument, saying that there wasn't enough evidence to prove that EM was resisting as much as she claimed.
CTV's Kamal Karmali breaking down this decision, the judgment coming out of London for us today. And Kamal, thanks so much for that. We're also keeping a close eye on our cameras outside the courthouse in London, as the court has now wrapped for the day, and with all the defendants being found not guilty, they are free to go. We are waiting to see if any lawyers, family members, or the players themselves might be speaking to the media. And if they do, we'll take you back there live, as we're continuing to show you on the bottom of your screen right over here. This is one of our live shots from the London courthouse. And if any of the players, their family members, their lawyers do speak about the judgment, about the ruling, we'll take you back to the London courthouse and we'll carry that live. In the meantime, I'm joined by Daphne Gilbert. But Daphne, thanks so much. I think we're going to stand by for a second, because it appears the lawyers are coming out and speaking. As I mentioned, we're awaiting that, and we'll go to London, and we'll go to London right now and listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. A successful prosecution is not measured solely by whether there are guilty verdicts at the end. The Crown's goal throughout this proceeding has been to see a fair trial, a trial that is fair to the men charged, and one that is also fair to EM. A fair trial is one where decisions are made based on the evidence and the law, not on stereotypes and assumptions, and where the trial process respects the security, equality, and privacy rights of the victim, as well as the accused persons. We want to thank EM for coming forward and for her strength in participating in this process. We have received dozens of messages from people across Canada and abroad asking us to pass along these messages of thanks and support for EM, and we've done so. We will carefully review Justice Caracia's decision, and as this case is still within the appeal period, we have no further comments to make about the decision at this time. Thank you very much for your time.
That was a message from Crown attorneys as they thanked EM and passed along messages of support to her as well. I want to once again bring in Daphne Gilbert, legal analyst with the University of Ottawa. Daphne, I just want to start right there. Your reaction to what we just heard from Crown attorneys.
It was a very graceful statement. And I really appreciated how much she honored EM and EM's courage and strength in lasting through this process. I appreciate that she can't say anything about the reasoning itself, but I thought it was a very gracious statement.
And just to pick up on that point, particularly about EM, as we heard some cheers from people surrounded by the media, as there were a lot of people there, as our reporter Adrian Gobriel had pointed out, supporting EM, supporting survivors, there with signs of support as well. And a lot of people throughout this process have pointed out the justice system being on trial here, hockey culture being on trial here. No doubt this is a verdict that will not sit well with a lot of people. And also there is a complainant, EM, the lone woman at the center of all of this, still feels like she went through a traumatic experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think it's been a good day for EM. My heart goes out to her. My heart goes out to her family and friends. This is a difficult judgment. You know, in many ways, what ended up happening was that the judge essentially believed the players, their account of that night, which means that she does not believe EM. And we go back to that slogan now that we keep saying, you know, we believe survivors. In the courthouse today, the judge did not believe EM. The burden of proof is very high, beyond a reasonable doubt, and I wasn't anticipating that we would necessarily see acquittals because of that high burden. But I was hoping that the judge would have some comments to make about how the men behaved that night. There were pathways to an acquittal that would have allowed her to look at what the men did and whether they took reasonable steps to ascertain consent. She could have allowed EM's version that she wasn't consenting in her own mind and still acquitted the accused if she thought that they had an honest but mistaken belief in consent. But it seems instead that she found it was a case of actual consent, that EM had actually consented. And that means that she believed that EM, you know, wasn't telling the truth in the courtroom. And I think that's a really hard thing for survivors to hear. And it echoes what many people think about the criminal justice system and sexual assault law.
There is the ruling, all 5 being found not guilty, but in what you just mentioned, are you disappointed in some of the analysis that you did or didn't hear from the justice?
I was really hoping she would look at whether the men had done enough to make sure that they had honest, non-coercive, non-intimidated consent. You know, I think that there was a space for her to have considered the behavior of the men that night. You know, at one point there were up to 10 men in the room and she was the only one who was naked. They all knew each other. She didn't know any of them. You know, whether she was, you know, totally drunk or just a little bit intoxicated, alcohol was certainly a factor and certainly at play. And you know, at the dinner tables of the friends that I know who are all talking about this, all the conversations are around the fact that the men did not behave very well that night. Whether it was criminal or not is a different question. And I respect the high burden of proof, and I respect that Justice Caracia, you know, went through that analysis around whether she had been convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. She wasn't. She's a highly respected, excellent judge. So, you know, I'm not taking issue with that overall finding, but I think there was a way to have looked a little bit more closely at what the men did and how they behaved. And I think that's what the public has been doing over these weeks, and they haven't come off looking very good.
As you pointed out, the judge ruled that EM's testimony was ultimately not credible or reliable. We heard that at the very beginning of her analysis this morning. And as we've all been following the analysis, in what ways did she come to that conclusion?
Well, she pointed to specific inconsistencies in EM's testimony that differed from the statement that she made in 2022. You know, that was a statement that was made in the context of a civil suit when criminal charges were not on the table. You know, 3 years later, and now actually 7 years after the incident, EM's memory was not consistent. You have to remember she was the only one under the microscope. Only Carter Hart testified about what he remembered. The other players did not have to testify, which is their right. But hers was the testimony that was picked apart in its minutiae. So there were those inconsistencies. She also pointed to some testimonial criticisms about how she thought EM presented herself in the courtroom, some criticism about how she worded answers, some criticism about, you know, how she seemed to blame everybody else and not herself. That runs perilously close to the myth that women should blame themselves when they're sexually assaulted, that she was to blame for what happened that night. So there were, quite a few things that she pointed to that seemed to, in her mind, undermine EM's truthfulness.
Daphne Gilbert is a legal analyst with the University of Ottawa. Daphne, thanks so much for your time and insight on this today. Greatly appreciate.
Thank you.
And once again, here's a live look outside the courthouse in London as inside the judge has found all 5 former junior hockey players not guilty on all charges. Keep it here on CTV News Channel. We'll have the very latest. We'll continue to follow this breaking news story after the break.
If it happens here or around the world, trust CTV News Channel.
It gives her great solace to know that she is believed by so many. She has asked me to extend her heartfelt gratitude for all the support she has received from organizations and individuals who showed up for her in any way they could, either in person at the courthouse or through the many letters of support. To quote her, she said, "Your kind words mean so much to me and have helped me through this process more than you'll ever know." She also wishes to thank Crown's Megan Cunningham and Heather Donkers for their tireless efforts in this case, as well as Detective Ryan Lindsay and Inspector Catherine Dan for believing her and supporting her. Thank you as well to Lisa Hewitt, her VWAP worker, who helped get her through those 9 days of testimony. On a personal note, it has been my honor to represent and assist EM through this process. She is a remarkable person and truly a hero. Despite her feeling like this was the hardest thing she's ever had to do, she chose to persevere and continue with the process of seeking justice. She knew there were no guarantees for guilty verdicts, and that even if she decided not to testify, that decision would have been accepted. Despite her feeling like this is the hardest thing to do, she knew there was no guarantees for guilty verdicts, and she decided not to testify. That decision would have been accepted, but she felt that it was important to see the process through to the end, even if it meant opening herself up to intense scrutiny and unjustified criticism. Her purpose, which was always at the forefront of her mind, was to stand up for herself and for others who have had similar experiences. She felt that the sexual violence she experienced should not be concealed. She felt there needed to be accountability, but her choice to testify came at a great personal cost. 9 days of testifying was more than she ever expected. Her treatment during cross-examination at times was insulting, unfair, mocking, and disrespectful, none of which was necessary. Yet she maintained her composure and kept her emotions in check, only to be criticized for not acting enough like a victim. I expect many people understand that when a person summons the courage to disclose their story, the worst possible outcome is to feel disbelieved. It's a gutting experience that no one deserves. That's why today's verdict is so devastating. EM did everything in her power to recount her experience honestly and to the best of her ability. She agreed to do everything asked of her by the criminal justice system. She spoke to the police whenever requested. She reviewed her evidence. She prepared her testimony. She answered every question. She spoke with intelligence and from her heart. Yet it was not enough. Now she questions what more could she have done? As her lawyer, I can tell her there's nothing more she could have done. But that said, the justice system must do better. It's important to understand that this case, the criminal justice system worked the way it's designed to work, to aggressively protect the rights of the accused. It's based on a concept that 10 guilty persons should walk free before one innocent person is wrongly convicted. So today, the accused have been declared not innocent, but simply not proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And while the accused's rights are important, those protections should not come at the expense of the survivor's well-being. Reforms that prioritize protecting survivors from unnecessary re-traumatization and harm must become embedded in our systems. The justice system continues to fall short on identifying and eradicating myths and stereotypes. It struggles to understand complicated social interactions, such as victim responses to unpredictable, threatening situations, such as that described by EM. These and other problems continue to act as significant barriers to justice in cases of sexual assault. I am hopeful that the verdict today is not the end, and I know that EM very much wants some good to come from this case. So to those other brave souls who are willing to do whatever it takes to pursue justice, we hope you do not give up. In a country where only 6% of sexual assaults are reported to the police, courageous people like you are important. Without you, there is no criminal accountability at all. But the justice system must do better for you. Change is also necessary outside the justice system. To those in institutional leadership roles, this case should be a wake-up call that more is needed from you to prevent sexual violence. The impact you can have on this issue cannot be understated. But for today, despite the verdict, we can marvel at EM's courage and be grateful for her willingness to endure this process for all the right reasons. We are all proud of EM because she shed light on issues that need our attention. She has fostered a nationwide conversation about sexual violence, entitlement culture, bystander responsibility, valid consent, coercion, and responses to threatening, unpredictable situations. We look to this case as a turning point to do more to prevent sexual violence and to make reforms to afford survivors better treatment by the justice system. I stand with EM, and we stand resolute that together we can and must demand better. Thank you. BELLEHUMEUR. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we were taking you to outside the courthouse in London, getting reaction to today's verdict in the sexual assault trial of 5 former world junior hockey players. That was the lawyer for EM sharing her messages from her client, saying EM wanted to come forward and stand up for herself, saying she agreed to do everything asked of her by the criminal justice system, yet it was not enough, saying now her client EM questions what more she could have done, saying the justice system must do better and that today's verdict is devastating. But despite the verdict, saying we should marvel at EM's courage, saying she fostered a national conversation here, and together we must do better and demand better. That was the message from EM's lawyer speaking outside the courthouse in reaction to today's verdict. Now I want to bring in Laura Metcalf, criminal defense lawyer. Laura, thanks so much for joining us on CTV News Channel. First, I want to get your reaction to what we just heard from the lawyer for EM, as all 5 of these players have been found not guilty. I want to get your reaction first to what you just heard, and then I'll ask your reaction about the verdict overall.
So I understand the role that a lawyer has in representing her client's interest. I strongly disagree with the comments that our justice system is essentially failing complainants, survivors, that more is needed. In Canada, we have, if you did a comparison across the world, one of the most robust set of evidentiary rules, set of protections that ensure complainants are respected, are treated with dignity in a criminal trial. We have an important fundamental bedrock of our justice system, the beyond a reasonable doubt standard. But to be very clear, in my view, nothing in the judgment in this case should be taken by the public as a message that our system is failing. In high-profile cases, we scrutinize one set of facts, one set of circumstances, and the circumstances here were actually quite exceptional. I strongly encourage members of the public who are anxious or wondering what happened in this case and what our system can and is doing to go to a courtroom on any regular day. There you will see convictions occurring all the time where complainants provide their evidence, and that evidence is accepted and proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What happened here is very different. A complainant who did not wish to cooperate in the beginning, that's in part the reason for the lengthy delay that occurs in this case. So she was not participating or cooperating initially, And by the time we get to trial, her evidence under oath, the only evidence capable of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that a sexual assault occurred, that evidence was contradicted. Specifically, her evidence that she was afraid, terrified in these key moments and couldn't leave for those reasons. It was contradicted not only by the video, which had her laughing and smiling, but it was also contradicted by her own statements previously before she got to trial. And, you know, EM's lawyer criticizes the judge for not taking the opportunity to essentially condone the morality of these 5 individuals. That is not the judge's place to do so. The open court principle, which has allowed the entire public to have a firsthand sight of what's occurring, allows the public to cast their moral judgments, which undoubtedly have occurred in this case, but it's not for the judge to do that. The judge has one job. Her job, not to think about slogans and important social movements like Believe Her. It's to provide a decision that is based on the presumption of innocence and the beyond a reasonable doubt standard.
And some of the points you've touched on here, but as we were listening through the analysis, quite extensive, that lasted for several hours, the judge ruled EM's testimony was not credible or reliable. In what ways, through their analysis, did the justice come to this conclusion?
So first, I'll start by saying that the justice is releasing a written reasons for judgment. And so I would encourage everyone to read that before coming to a final conclusion on whether you agree or disagree with what's occurred in this case. But a cornerstone...
Sorry, we're going to have to... We just want to jump in right here because we have Michael McLeod's lawyer speaking outside the court. If you don't mind staying with us, we'll listen in right now.
Mr. McLeod will not be speaking to the media, and I understand the other players will not be speaking to the media. I will not be taking questions, and other counsel who come to address you, they will not be taking any questions. Mr. McLeod had confidence in the justice process, and he welcomes Justice Caricia's decision confirming that he and his co-defendants are not guilty of sexual assault. Justice Caricia's carefully reasoned decision represents a resounding vindication for Mr. McLeod and for his co-defendants. Justice Caricia found that the complainant's testimony was incredible and was unreliable. For years, public perception was shaped by a one-sided narrative from a civil lawsuit that went unchallenged, in large part because Hockey Canada settled the claim without first informing or consulting the players. The decision was made unilaterally, and the players were only told of the lawsuit and the settlement after the fact. Had they been consulted, they would have refused to settle, and they would have vigorously contested EM's allegations. That version of events dominated headlines and created a lasting and a false impression of guilt. It was only through this criminal trial that the allegations were fully and finally tested. The court compared the complainant's 2018 statements to the police, which rightly resulted in no charges, with the later conflicting civil claim. Key elements of EM's story were contradicted by the evidence, exposing serious falsehood and leading to today's clear and just verdict of not guilty. Justice Caricia rejected EM's claims of fear and her claims of non-consent. That should be the takeaway from today's judgment. The damage to Mr. McLeod's reputation and his career has been significant. But today's decision begins to restore what was very unfairly taken away from him. Mr. McLeod is deeply grateful to his family, friends, his agent, and everybody who stood by him. Thank you. As I indicated, we're not taking any questions. It could be an endless process. So I've promised my colleagues that I would finish my comments and give them their turn. That's what I'm going to do. Thanks. Yep, it's David Humphrey.
Okay, we've been listening to David Humphrey. That is the lawyer for Michael McLeod, using the word vindication right there, speaking outside the courthouse, saying his client, Michael McLeod, would not be speaking today. But with the juxtaposition that we've seen throughout this whole trial, you saw a woman standing behind them holding a sign saying, "Thank you, EM, for your courage." I want to bring back in Laura Metcalf. Laura, I appreciate your analysis and insight. I apologize we had to cut you off so quickly, as we might have to do once again, as we're still keeping a close eye on the courthouse. And if any more players, families, or lawyers come out and speak, although it appears we won't be hearing from the lawyers, but if they come out and speak, we might have to cut you off once again. But ultimately, all of us throughout the trial and the ruling today, the big question was coming down to the issue of consent.
That's correct. And so what you heard from Mr. Humphreys, and just coming back to your last question about where did we end up where the judge is finding no consent.
I apologize, Laura. We have to cut you off one more time. I believe this is Carter Hart's lawyer now speaking outside the courthouse.
An opportunity for vindication. Here it is. It is both gratifying and unsurprising to hear an impartial and fully informed decision maker accept Mr. Hart's testimony about what happened on June 19th, 2018 as unshaken, credible, and true. The public narrative of this event was, until this trial, one-sided and untested. Now the criminal process has shown it to be false. To anyone who is surprised or angered by today's outcome, it is the direct result of the media's ongoing failure to publicize the weaknesses in the prosecution's case as it unfolded. The office of the Crown Attorney knew what today's verdict was likely to be. And the evidence at trial came as no surprise to them or anyone with full knowledge of the investigation. Almost every single feature of the evidence that Justice Caraccia identified today as fatal flaws for the Crown was known to prosecutors and to police from 2018. Today's outcome was not just predictable, it was predicted. The Crown Attorney did not have to take this case to trial. Mr. Hart, in particular, was willing to engage in a restorative justice process. He was willing to be publicly named and prepared to use his public platform to teach other athletes about how to ensure that their sexual encounters are responsible and thoughtful. Instead of pursuing restorative justice, the Crown forced a distressing and unnecessary trial to the detriment of Mr. Hart, his co-defendants, the complainant, and the Canadian public. Mr. Hart regrets that it took a criminal trial for the truth to come out, but he has learned from the experience, and he is committed to sharing what he has learned with others in his personal circle and in his professional life. He will be taking time today to process today's outcome and is grateful to his family, his friends, and his supporters for standing by him during this profoundly challenging time. Thank you.
All right, that was Megan Savard. She was a lawyer for Carter Hart, speaking outside the courthouse in London, and we'll continue to keep a close eye on our cameras trained outside the courthouse in London, Ontario, where we've been following this high-profile case. And just to recap, all 5 World Junior players, Carter Hart, Dylan Dubé, Michael McLeod, Cal Foote, and Alex Formanton, have all been found not guilty on all charges related to an encounter that took place in a London, Ontario hotel room back in June of 2018. Let's go back to the courthouse outside London. This is Alex Formanton's lawyer.
Meant to be a night of celebration with coaches and teammates. For the last 7 years, he's lived under a dark cloud. The public now knows what Alex has always maintained, that he is completely innocent of this false allegation. But only after his case has erupted into a massively publicized social cause. Alex's face has appeared on millions of screens and newspaper pages, and there can be little doubt that an untold number of people out there believed he was guilty simply because he was accused of a crime, long before any evidence was presented in courts. This rush to judgment, to believe the worst of people, is one of the most regrettable of human traits. So too is our reluctance to change that opinion, even when it's proven wrong, after a full and fair trial. Notwithstanding Justice Caricia's unequivocal exoneration of Alex today, there will inevitably be those who will still believe he committed a crime. Nobody in room 209 that night has emerged unscarred from this event. The criminal court process is a bruising experience for everyone, but never more than when a case is high profile incorporates such high stakes. In Alex's case, he was condemned and felt banished from society. This experience for him has been crushing. Nonetheless, the impact of this case has changed Alex as a person, and he's matured well beyond his years. It is inevitable that some people will not forgive Alex for what he was accused of doing. Others, however, will understand that this tragic matter rightly comes to an end today. Alex has never minimized his role in the sexual encounter or denied engaging in consensual sexual activity with the complainants. He fully cooperated with the police investigation and provided investigators with a complete account of his behavior back in 2018. Alex's narrative isn't conjecture. His police statement was corroborated at trial by several Crown witnesses, by video evidence, and was even supported in large measure by the complainant's evidence herself. Even Justice Caricia said today that she accepted that Alex told the truth in that police statement. And while no police investigation is perfect, the London police got it right 7 years ago when they decided it would be a mistake to charge Alex. The evidence always demonstrated that he didn't commit a sexual assault. However, political and media pressure brought this allegation back into the spotlight in 2022, and the Crown attorney knowingly forged ahead with a hopeless prosecution. Besides the human toll to everyone involved, this lengthy legal process exhausted valuable resources that could have been deployed elsewhere in the justice system, but were lost here. Alex, his family, and his defense team are grateful to Justice Caricia for her careful consideration of all the evidence that was presented at this trial. She's reached a just and correct verdict that must be respected. Nobody disputes that sexual assault is a terrible societal plague, and Alex sincerely hopes that this prosecution doesn't stop the quest to combat sexual violence and to bring genuine offenders to justice. However, an accusation is just that, an accusation. This case stands to the fact that we must never lose sight of the fundamental right to be presumed innocent. Now more than ever before, a fair response to sexual assault claims requires a balanced perspective and public trust in the decision-making of the courts. Anything less only harms the justice system and the cause of eliminating sexual violence. Thank you.
Can I get your name, sorry?
It's Daniel Brown.
That is Daniel Brown. He is the lawyer that had been representing Alex Formanton, speaking outside the courthouse in London as the verdicts were read earlier today. We'll keep a close eye as it appears that the attorneys for the defendants have been ready to go We had a few comments back to back from the different lawyers for the defendants. That last one was Daniel Brown representing Alex Formanton, talking about this being a just and correct verdict and talking about the public toll this has taken on his client and the other players as well. To recap, Carter Hart, Dylan Dubé, Michael McLeod, Cal Foote, and Alex Formanton have all been found not guilty on all charges related to the encounter that took place in London at a hotel room in 2018. We want to take you back to the courthouse in London. Let's listen in.
This is Julie Santa Rosa. She'll be speaking on our behalf.
Thank you. For Mr. Dubé, this has been a long and difficult process. He is relieved by the outcome, and he is grateful that Justice Caracia decided what she did and did so fairly and efficiently. Throughout this trial, Mr. Dubé was impressed by the fairness and impartiality demonstrated by Her Honor. This decision comes as a result of careful deliberation by Her Honor. She engaged with the evidence in a thoughtful, methodical, and principled manner. Her reasons reflect not only a command of the legal principles at stake, but also a deep sense of responsibility in assessing the evidence, applying the law, and demonstrating a strong commitment to justice. Mr. Dubé has always maintained his innocence. He is thankful for all of the unwavering support from his friends and family who have also believed in him. For all of you that have been by his side throughout this period of time, you know who you are. We thank you. Mr. Dubé is hopeful that everyone can move forward from this in a positive manner. He is requesting privacy during this period of time. In view of the court's decision, Mr. Dubé will not be making any further statements at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the legal team for Dylan Dubé, as we've been hearing from lawyers representing many of the players speaking outside the courthouse after the verdict had been read throughout the day and hearing for several hours throughout the day the analysis from the Justice Maria Caracia when then she came to her the verdict that she read a short time ago. And we'll keep a close eye right here because it appears there might be more lawyers ready to speak to the media outside the courthouse in London. Let's take you back there and listen in.
I'm the last one. We are the last ones. Juliana Greenspan, and this is Lauren Crawford, and we were counsel for Mr. Foote. Just have some brief comments that I want to say at this time. At the start of this trial, Cal Foote walked into this courthouse, an innocent man, and he walks out today exactly that. Cal never lost faith that justice would be done, despite the clamor of external pressures and agendas outside the courthouse doors. Criminal investigations and the trial process must always be free from these influences. On behalf of Cal and his family, we appreciate the court's careful and thorough consideration and for the just verdict delivered today. 7 years ago, Cal was 19. He is now 26. That is a significant part of a young man's life. He is still young. He has a wonderful future ahead of him, and he is eager to embark on his next chapter. Thank you. Not answering any questions, but thank you.
Well done.
Okay, we've now heard from the legal team from all 5 of the players as they have been found not guilty in the London, Ontario courthouse. Speaking outside the courthouse after the verdict was read, and we heard for quite some time the analysis from the justice. I want to go back to Laura Metcalf, who we've been having on. She's a criminal defense lawyer. Laura, thanks for sticking by as we heard from all of the legal teams now. Your reaction to what you've heard from the legal teams for the 5 players, and we were speaking to you earlier, well, we had to cut you off from those representing EM as well.
So I thought my takeaway was, I don't think it'll come as a surprise, but strongly in agreement with all the comments that you're hearing from the defense lawyers. But as a larger takeaway, let's say, I thought that the comments from Ms. Savard, where she talks about how her client from the outset, in a case where, as we now know, there were significant material, fundamental inconsistencies with the complainant's version of events, And that, just for context, means that in any criminal trial that has a beyond a reasonable doubt standard, a standard that exists to protect against wrongful convictions, that a standard that should never be watered down, it was always going to be exceptionally difficult for any verdict to come in this case that was anything other than not guilty. I found it striking that Ms. Savard talked about how her client had offered, and I will probably assume that the others did as well, to engage in what's called restorative justice. And that struck me as notable because one of the things that we've seen from some of the movements in favor of survivors, the survivor movements, have also been advocating for this process to come into the Canadian criminal courthouse. It does not exist today because for reasons that are outside of my pay grade, the Attorney General has decided that we are not going to give women the choice to engage in a process where it's essentially like a mediation one-on-one, where the person who's been harmed is speaking and talking about their harm with the person that has caused them harm. And it is a process that exists in many other countries, does not exist here. And I can tell you that if you look at some of the movements that have spoke about this process, the advocates are also from survivors. So I thought, you know, the public is certainly being asked by EM's lawyer to question our justice system. I hope that you don't. Our justice system did exactly what it should have done in this case. It applied the high standard of a beyond a reasonable doubt, and acquittals resulted as they ought to. But this is a case that should ask or lead us to ask ourselves whether criminal trials are ever really the place for these kind of cases where there's so much problems at the outset, and the role perhaps that restorative justice could have if allowed.
Laura Metcalf is a criminal defense lawyer. Laura, thanks for sticking with us. I appreciate your insight on this ruling today. Thanks so much for your time.
You're welcome.
And with me now, I want to get more reaction, is Robert Talek. He is a senior partner at Beckett Personal Injury Lawyers. He leads the sexual abuse department. Robert, thanks so much for your time. All 5 hockey players found not guilty. Your reaction to the ruling today from London, Ontario?
I mean, I was anticipating that outcome because I think anyone that listened to the decision is probably waking up to the fact that the level of scrutiny and the standard to be achieved to get a criminal conviction is very high in this country. So, you know, when you're talking about that world where evidence is excluded, and there was lots of evidence excluded here, where complainants are scrutinized, but the defendants don't have to testify, that's a very special and narrow band, and the decision has come out of that, and it is what it is.
Throughout the analysis that we heard from the Justice, Maria Carcia, earlier today, before issuing the judgment, before issuing the ruling and the not guilty verdict for the 5 of them, the judge ruled that EM's testimony was not credible or reliable. I want to get your reaction. In what ways she came to that conclusion?
Well, I think it's important to get into the weeds on that, because a lot of the inconsistencies that the judge looked to were from the bar. Before the events in the room, you know, how much did you weigh? Who was buying the most drinks? You know, who saw you fall? These type of things. We have to remember there's a passage of 7 years from the events to the time EM testified. So, you know, I've always been taught that some inconsistencies are the hallmark of truth. I actually looked up a legal principle that, you know, if you're too consistent, that's counted against you as well. So you've got to find that sweet spot between being consistent and too inconsistent. And clearly that wasn't achieved here. I think because of the notoriety, you know, an even more strict standard was applied here to make sure they didn't get this, you know, they didn't get this wrong. But, you know, my entire practice is civil litigation, because in civil litigation, the standard is 50.1%. Both sides have to testify. There's less exclusions. So you get a lot more facts and a lot more input into the decision-making machine. And I think situations like this just make more survivors and more complainants retreat to the civil system to deal with their situation.
We heard over the last 20 minutes or so, back to back, all 5 of the legal teams for the 5 players who've been found not guilty, and we heard their reaction. But just before that as well, I'm not sure if you were listening at that moment, but we did hear from those representing EM, and they were sharing how much she agreed to do everything that was asked of her by the criminal justice system, yet it was not enough ultimately, and saying that together we should demand better. I want to get your reaction to what we heard from those representing EM, not just those representing the 5 players.
Well, I think the criminal system can get better, but the one message I always put out there is it's not so bad that you shouldn't participate. You know, if survivors are upset by this outcome, then I'd say the remedy is to take your complaint forward and navigate the system, because every case makes it better. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of doom saying about, oh, the criminal system doesn't work, don't bother participating in it as a survivor. I've always been very much against that. I think you've got to go into that forum because the general deterrence to society when these prosecutions happen, even if they're unsuccessful, is positive. The maturing of the system and the institution by dealing with more cases, that's how we progress. So, you know, I thought her EM's present counsel, the statements were valid, but I don't want them in any way to deter people from coming forward and dealing with their situations, or else the entire system collapses if we don't have complainants.
And we just have a little bit of time left, but I also want to get your reaction to how this all played out. This was obviously a huge media trial. There's been a huge amount of support out there for EM, those supporting her and supporting survivors as well. We saw them there holding up signs outside the courthouse. I just want to get your reaction to how all of this played out, because that was also brought into question by some of the lawyers.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't perfect. I think if we had charges earlier on and an earlier adjudication of this through a criminal trial, you know, maybe a few years back, memories and evidence would be different. I think that a lot of people mixed up the sequence and thought there was motive for her here to lie. Look, by the time she got to that criminal courtroom, every other mechanism and every other avenue was exhausted and done. So, you know, it wasn't a perfect timeline, but they never are. And, you know, I've tried to provide a voice here to primarily not deter people from seeking their own healing and justice, to try and give counterbalance where necessary. I noticed most of the interviews today, and no fault to anyone, is that, you know, it's like 10 criminal defense lawyers to 1 on this side of the bar. So, you know, it's much, the interviews and the media coverage is much like the trial where, you know, it's imbalanced. It's imbalanced.
Robert Talek, I greatly appreciate your insight, your time on this. Excuse me. Robert Talek is a senior partner at Beckett Personal Injury Lawyers and leads the Sexual Abuse Department. Thanks so much for your time. Thanks so much for your insight today and joining us on CTV News Channel.
Take care.
I'm Scott Hurst. Thanks for joining us. CTV National News is coming up next with Sandy Ronaldo. Sandy, of course, will have much more on today's verdict from the courthouse in London, Ontario, as we've been hearing from those representing all 5 of the hockey players. And before that, we heard from the legal team representing EM as well. As the verdict was read this afternoon, all 5 World Junior players, Carter Hart, Dylan Dubé, Michael McLeod, Cal Foote, and Alex Formanton, have all been found not guilty on all charges related to an encounter that took place in a London, Ontario hotel room in June of 2018. CTV National News is next with Sandy Ronaldo. Stay with us.
While reaction is mixed after verdicts in Canada's sensational hockey sex assault trial.
A resounding vindication.
Today's verdict is so devastating.
What the ruling could mean for future cases. Remembering Hulk Hogan, the larger-than-life legend, his highs and lows.
They should be able to remove the material and get the drone in.
Plus, how rescuers hope to reach workers trapped more than half a kilometer below ground.
CTV National News with Sandy Ronaldo.
Everyone on edge for hours waiting for a judge in London, Ontario to present her decision in the blockbuster sexual assault trial of 5 former world junior hockey players. The issue of consent front and center. Each of the 5 accused sitting at a table with their defense teams, listening, waiting, and then the ruling. All 5 not guilty on all counts. CTV's Adrian Gobriel now on the extraordinary drama playing out in a packed courtroom. Hi, Adrian.
Sandy, Justice Maria Carrasquilla spoke for 5 hours today, first delivering the evidence that was presented before the courts, then the reasons for her decision, and eventually the verdicts of not guilty. In a case that hinged on one word, consent, Justice Carrasquilla found that the complainant lacked credibility and even at times exaggerated her level of intoxication. The pressure-packed culmination of a historic 8-week criminal trial.
Definitely been emotional for everybody involved.
With the defendants arriving for decision day inside, the proceedings began with a recap of the evidence brought before the courts. Justice Maria Carrasquilla opened by proclaiming that she didn't find the evidence of EM, the complainant, to be either credible or reliable.
There were videos that were put to her. There was testimony of other hockey players. She was heavily cross-examined on that to raise some doubt about her credibility.
During a brief break in today's proceedings before the verdicts were even delivered, the accused hockey players were seen smiling and hugging their lawyers and family members in the courtroom. While delivering her verdicts, Justice Carrasquilla told the court that where EM had gaps in her memory, she filled them with assumptions. Going on to share that EM testified that while at Jack's Bar in London, Ontario, it was the players who bought her drinks all night, though video evidence shows EM purchasing multiple beverages herself. Previously, EM told the courts that on the night of June 18, 2018, she'd arrived at a downtown hotel with Michael McLeod where they had consensual sex. Afterwards, McLeod then sent this text message to teammates asking who wants to be in a, quote, 3-way. Multiple teammates arrived at room 209. EM alleged that she was, quote, manipulated and intimidated into remaining inside this hotel room. Though in her findings, Justice Carrasquilla shared that she couldn't find any of the players guilty of sexual assault beyond a reasonable doubt. Former World Junior Team Canada captain Dylan Dubé and teammates Cal Foote, Carter Hart, Michael McLeod, and Alex Fermenton have each been found not guilty of sexual assault. McLeod has also been found not guilty of being party to the offense. We heard protesters scream for justice today. Has justice been served?
Yes, I think that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants to see justice served here, and Justice Carrasquilla has done a thorough and careful analysis and delivered a just verdict, and so that's what we've seen here today.
Justice Carrasquilla also found that she was satisfied that EM encouraged the men inside the hotel room to take part in those sexual acts and was even upset when they declined her invitation. Sandy.
All right, Adrian, thank you. Now, outside the courthouse, as Adrian indicated, a large group of supporters had gathered in support of EM, the alleged victim, who maintains the situation in 2019 made her feel she didn't have a choice. Today's ruling has some saying the system is not designed for survivors. CTV's John Benavalli-Rao now on the reaction to the ruling and the implication for future cases. John.
Sandy, those who help the victims of sexual assault worry the way this whole trial unfolded may make some women more reluctant to come forward. Representatives from more than a dozen sex assault centers made their presence known in London, there to support the complainant, and disappointed by the judge's decision.
It makes me sick. You know, it's gutting. It's absolutely gutting.
Those who work with abused women say the trial, regardless of outcome, showed problems in how sexual assault complaints are handled, pointing to the 9 days of questioning and cross-examination EM was subjected to.
This is probably why I have this sign, because that is one courageous woman, one strong woman, to do what she did for us.
And they worry the high-profile nature of the case and not guilty verdicts could make the victims of sexual crimes more reluctant to come forward. A report last year found just 6% of sexual assaults are reported to police, and 1 in 19 of those led to a sentence involving custody.
The sad part about it is some of it is not
surprising just because of the system and how it's continued to let down victims and survivors who come forward.
And the case ignited fresh conversations about sex and the culture surrounding sport in Canada.
If I had a son who was in a room that night, I would be very upset. Regardless of whether you think a crime was committed or not, I think we can all agree it was a bad situation. And for the men that were involved in that hotel room, I think at least one of them should have had the wherewithal to speak up and say, guys, this isn't right.
Some say the verdict doesn't erase concerns about hockey culture and the power dynamics that exist, and being legal isn't synonymous with moral acceptance.
Right.
Sandy.
Okay, John, and let's pick up on that, these concerns about Canada's hockey culture and the ongoing conversation over consent. TSN senior correspondent Rick Westhead broke this story years ago, joins us now from London. Okay, Rick, talk to us about the fallout from the case and the effect that this could possibly have on the wider hockey culture.
Well, this is already having a huge impact on hockey culture. Remember, because of this case and the subsequent parliamentary hearings, that's how the public found out that Hockey Canada had maintained a secret slush fund to pay off sexual assault allegations and other legal claims. Secretly, they were maintaining that account using money raised from minor hockey registration fees. And so that's led to wholesale change in Hockey Canada. We've seen the board turnover, and we've seen a real effort by Hockey Canada to win back the public's trust by doing things like introducing what it calls an independent third-party program to actually formalize how complaints of abuse and maltreatment are received and investigated across the country.
Right. But to your point, Rick, although changes have been made at the top, what about at the local level when there are so many levels there? When the players are young, who's responsible for sensitivity training with those people around consent?
Yeah, good question. And change is not going to happen overnight. Change is slow, and we are starting to see it. I found hockey organizations across Canada over the last few years that are taking this more seriously. For instance, in Canada's largest city, in the Greater Toronto Hockey League, that league has said that moving forward, it's planning to be more transparent about people who are sanctioned for off-ice misconduct. And other leagues, provincial and local, are kind of following suit. So again, this isn't going to happen overnight where people get this figured out, but more and more as there's more stories like this, there's going to be more pressure on these organizations to kind of be best in class with both investigations, education, and transparency when things bad happen.
Okay, and before I thank you, Rick, we just got notification from Hockey Canada that the players remain suspended. Okay, thanks so much, Rick, as always.
This happened last week when they took a shot at my hero. And they tried to kill